need to start to imagine what will happen in 40 to 50 years. Will it be as flexible as we thought? Will it anticipate all the changes that we wanted to happen? But I think the fundamental question we need to ask us, not just here today, but as we go on and collaborate, what are the right questions we need to take today or make today in order to have that 40, 50-year vision in front of us? Let's not lock us into something that we could have changed today. We live in what I call new abnormal situation. The grids are threatened through cybersecurity. There's grid congestions, and there's renewables to be integrated. And this all takes us down to the question, how do we make this flexible, integrated, transparent, and forward-looking? It demands transparency, for sure. And it's not all about, today it's not just about keeping the lights on. We need to be creating resilient, intelligent grids capable of steering us towards a sustainable future. So this conference, in my opinion, and I've been to a couple of them, because it's really important that we work together and change the way we look at things. We're going to explore groundbreaking case studies today, engage in dynamic discussions, anything from AI-driven grid inspections to the role of digital twins. It's going to be about data analytics, and we're going to explore in which direction we're headed. So I invite everyone to challenge the situation we're in, ask good questions, explore the opportunities. So let's start this journey together with open minds and ambition goals. Because the future of our power grid depends not just on technology, but on the ideas and collaboration we foster right here and in the future. First of all, I would like to thank you everyone once more to be here. And the future is together with us. And I always say as a kind of a last words, the power is in the grid. So with that, I'll hand over to our first lecturer, which is, sorry, I should look here, is Jessica Garcia, a policymaker from Euroelectric. Welcome on the stage. Thank you.
I think it works very well, I think. Thank you very much, Robert, for that introduction. I'm here today to talk about a study that we launched earlier this year. We did it in collaboration with Accenture. And my name is Jessica, and I work on grid digitalization and sustainability related topics at Euroelectric. And for those who are not familiar with Euroelectric, we are the industry association representing the electricity sector in Europe. So we represent both the generation side, the market retail side, and also the grid side. We do that from a DSO perspective and not TSOs. And through the 34 national associations, which are our members, we reach about 3,000, try to represent 3,400 companies, utilities in the sector. So a bit about the context to why we did this project. We see a changing policy landscape. In the last EU mandate, there's been a big introduction of a lot of new digital legislation in place. We also see a lot of new legislative proposals on Repower EU, the Fit for 55, network codes and demand response, and all of these are putting a lot of demands on the grid to deal with certain things and to be able to do certain data exchange in more real time than what we've seen before, et cetera, et cetera. We also see a changing industry context. Robert has already told us a bit about this, but increasing cyber threats, aging networks, huge need of renewal and replacement. And lastly, but not least, changing customer context where the customer just simply wants more information and faster about their connection requests or about their power cut, what happened. So in another study that we did, we saw that with these changes that are happening, we need to be doubling the investments in the distribution system grids in Europe. We're currently investing 36 billion euros, and our recent estimate is that we should be up on 67 billion euros to be able to cope with these changes. Parts of these investments should go to, of course, digitalization, automation, smart meter rollout, etc. So what did we ask ourselves in this study? We wanted to get a little stock take of the digital maturity of DSOs in Europe. We also qualitatively asked them about the benefits and challenges of digitalization. And then also, of course, as Eurelectric wanted to figure out what are the policy recommendations going forward for policymakers. The majority of it is based off of a huge survey that we're very thankful that the DSOs took the time to respond to. A lot of follow-up interviews as well, and some meetings and workshop in addition to that. The survey DSOs, we got responses from 31 DSOs throughout Europe. They represent 80 million connected customers, and they cover 21 countries. And throughout this represents 30% of the customer base in Europe, of the EU. Sorry. So we hope that this will be a representative sample of the digital maturity in the EU. And how we did this, we tried to figure out, so what are the main tasks that the DSOs are doing? And for each of these tasks and subtasks, how can these be digitalized? So for the DSOs they build, so there we have how to digitalize permitting, engineering, construction, etc. On maintenance, we have vegetation management, worker safety, how can you digitalize those processes? And third key task of DSOs is to operate the grid. So how can you digitalize that in the best way? We had to create a fourth category for all of the digitalization and data-driven activities that were more transversal across these three tasks. So here is the result of the digital maturity. All of the small little dots are the different DSOs that we surveyed. And of course, you can see the average in dark blue. I hope that you can see it in the back as well. I see some, that's good. So what we see here, we divided into build, operate, maintain, and data-driven. And what we can see, the key takeaways are that the number of customers do not determine digital maturity. So to be clarified here also is that we surveyed mostly large and medium-sized DSOs and not the smallest fraction. But for medium-sized and larger-sized DSOs, we didn't see any difference in terms of the digital maturity. So that was interesting. We also saw that 1/3 of the DSOs, they lead in each of their own categories. So it's not the same DSO being good at all of these things. They specialize in their different fields and are good at different things, which would essentially mean that there's a need for these types of knowledge exchange rooms that are happening today. We also see that most DSOs are beyond the basic stage of digitalization in operate and maintain, and that the average maturity for grid expansion is the lowest one. Why this is this way, we can only speculate. We had some thought, or we had some input from DSO saying that This is really the stage of the process where you have a lot of subcontractors, a lot of collaboration between different municipalities, yeah, subcontractors, etc. So it, of course, it makes it more difficult to digitalize that process. Also, the data-driven was the one where DSO scored highest. This could, of course, be because inherently to being data-driven and being digitalized, you end up higher in the scope. But interestingly enough, for cybersecurity, which falls under data-driven, they scored very, very high. So that's a good sign. And we saw that more renewables in the system correlates with more digitization. So a lot of DSOs were telling us that when they have more renewable energy, they have to digitalize more. We didn't see that causality. We didn't have enough data to do that, but we saw that there's a correlation at least between which the countries or the DSOs that are more digitalized and the ones that have more renewable penetration. And then we asked DSOs qualitatively, so what are your priorities at the moment in terms of digitalization? Why are you doing it? Of course, first in the line, we have reliability as the main priority for DSOs. Next one, we have customer services and renewables integration flexibility, and EV charging and grid maintenance as highly prioritized as well. We also asked them, so what are you currently doing? So it doesn't mean that the DSOs have not already done these projects. It's a little snapshot of the projects that they're currently doing. So 37% of them were working on automation, a lot of them introducing ADMS, lower than what we expected, actually, just between us. 90% are working on low voltage monitoring, and a lower percentage are dealing with customer systems, different customer systems, and AI. We also asked them about their main challenges that they're seeing right now. In terms of internal challenges within the DSOs, talent acquisition raised as one of the main issues, and also adapting to change together with that talent, with that scarcity of talent. Also OT, IT, not integration, but certain conversion was seen as a challenge, together with, of course, concerns on cybersecurity related to this. And thirdly, to know how to prioritize between all of these digital initiatives that you can do. In terms of the external challenges for DSOs, there's been a lot of change in how DNOs moving from to DSOs and taking more systemic responsibility in the system through EU legislation. So this is one of the main external challenges here for DSOs, the evolution of the monopoly and economic regulation. Also, we see here that the current national regulations are not, in a general perspective, not incentivizing digitization enough. So the system or the regulatory incentives are made for capex, building out more grids, and not really for incentivizing things that are capex and opex together, more software-based solutions. On a second external challenge, we see that supply chains rise up here as a challenge, along with ambiguity of future roles of DSOs. So we had some 6 key insights in terms of from the qualitative interviews and qualitative responses that we had. So here we see that, first of all, digitalization is a must-have It's not anymore something that is nice to have, something very cool to introduce. It's a must-have to really deal with the challenges that we're facing right now. Not as 50 years ago, as Robert was mentioning. We see that there's a big power to regulation here. For some regulatory measures that were quite unclear for DSOs, we could see that they were scoring lower. But for example, for cybersecurity, where a lot of national regulatory authorities really acknowledge that this is something that they need to be working on, they were scoring higher. So there's a true power to regulation here. Third point was integrating OT data into IT system while, of course, maintaining a secure system and putting the investments into doing that. The fourth aspect is about balancing build out and flexibility, something that we usually talk about. And we saw that in the study for both flexibility and for build out, the DSOs were scoring below average. And so we saw that this was interesting that both of these aspects were not prioritized in terms of digitalization. The fifth point here is that we need more skills in the energy sector, we need more skills in the digital sector, cyber sector, and this together, of course, creates a lot of additional challenges, so to say. So this really needs to take up pace. The sixth key insight is that we saw that digitalization needs to really be a goal-oriented transformation. This means that it's not about buying a new software, adding to the ones that you already have in place. It's about really reaching your end targets and the benefits that you want to see and that you need to see in your business. And that technology is already there. There is a lot of innovation being done, but there are a lot of solutions available on the market as well. So just to finish this off with our 3 policy tools that we've identified to further boost DSO digitization. First of all, with a background of there being a lot of digital legislation introduced in the last 5 years. We're talking a Data Act, AI Act, Cybersecurity Resilience Act, Cyber Solidarity Act, like a NIS2 directive being introduced, and so on and so forth. And this together with all of the Fit for 55 package being introduced, it just creates a lot of work for DSOs now in the coming years to implement all of this. So what we're asking policymakers for right now, even though it's not that fun, is to just give us a little breather in terms of implementation. Implement this, let us do this, and then we evaluate to see what needs to be changed in order to further boost the system. We also need appropriate remuneration for all of these tasks that we're dealing with. We need a level playing field in terms of incentives, and we also need initiatives to force a skilled workforce. This, of course, is also the industry doing it, but public initiatives are also playing a key role here. Second point is about ensuring interoperability and cohesiveness. This is both in terms of technical interoperability, but also in terms of legislative interoperability. So we don't want any overlaps in all of what we've seen come through in the last years. The third point is about further fostering innovation. And here we see that even though the AI Act has already come to place, there's a lot of secondary legislation and detailed legislation coming after this. And this needs to foster innovation and not put hinders on uses of AI that are not riskful. And of course, additional measures to scaling pilots is a recommendation from our side. And I think that was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from, yes, first of all, do we have anyone on online questions? No? Okay, please go ahead. Thank you. State your name and where you're from.
Is this on? Yeah. Hi, I'm Kate from DNB. I have 2 questions, but Maybe I'll ask my preferred question first. So in terms of the must-have for DSOs with digitalization, you mentioned that the number one must-have was an iterative tool with ecosystem-wide benefits. What would that tool do? What was the functionality or, kind of use case that people were looking for within that tool?
Well, I wouldn't say it's one tool.
Okay. Yeah.
It's not a.
Or what was some of the
one
utility that people were looking for within that?
Yeah. I would say a lot of what you saw the snapshot on what a lot of the DSOs are working on in terms of projects. So low voltage monitoring is really one of the big challenges. Getting in more monitoring and control on the lower voltages as well, to deal with increasing demand response for customers. That was really a key thing mentioned, in terms of, if I mention one specific use case there. In terms of ecosystem-wide benefits, what we talk about is really that it's not something that benefits DSOs only. It's a must-have tool not only for DSOs but also for electricity suppliers, for the market to know to better do data exchange, for the e-mobility sector, for the end customer, household customers as well. So it's an iterative tool, meaning that it's something that has to be reevaluated and improved, and that it has these ecosystem-wide benefits.
Is the goal to improve transparency and data sharing across the ecosystem?
Yes.
One of them?
Yes, exactly, one of them. Yeah, it's difficult when you summarize one.
Yeah.
But yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the question. We have 1 minute short question in the audience. Yes, thanks.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. My name is Alex. I work for Elia Group and I'm from Germany. Can you go back to the slide with laggers to leaders? Because I have an understanding question. And my question is, was that a self-assessment that is presented here? So the DSO was saying, I think compared to the others, I'm advanced or I'm emerging or I'm leading?
Yes, so it's a self-assessment study, which means that there's always room for subjectivity here. What we did was for every subcategory of this, so how do you do permitting? And then we would say, okay, do you use like Excel sheets to monitor where the process is going, or do you use more advanced programs? So we try to really be specific, but of course, and we also try to tell the DSOs that don't put in any pilot projects that you have. It has to really be like the majority of your business. Where is it at? But of course, there's always room for interpretation.
Thank you. I think it's quite interesting that...
Sorry, I need to interrupt. We have a busy day, sorry, and please continue the discussions. And thank you so much, Jessica. Thank you. Big applause. Now, next up, we're going into case studies, and I like to introduce the very small text here. No, I'll give it a try. Alexander von Zelasinski from Group Head of Data Platform and Data Products from 50 Hertz Transmission GmbH. Thank you. Yes. Stay on the stage, but don't fall down.
Okay, but everyone can hear me, right? If I talk like this?
Yes, you don't want the microphone. No, you need the microphone.
Because for the online.
Yes, correct. Thank you.
Okay, hi, good morning. I'm very happy to be here and Yeah, but if I stay here, I can use this one, right? And then I can, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I will do that later. Thank you. Yeah, I'm very happy to be here and to talk about, as you can read it here on the slide, a data platform approach for data centricity. My name is Alexander von Zelezinski. I work for Elia Group. It's a Belgian company owning 2 TSOs actually. So one in Belgium called Elia and one of the 4 TSOs in Germany called 50 Hertz. Okay, so what are the objectives for today? What I will present to you today is separated, let's say, in 3 parts. The first part is I would like to give you an overview of the most important data-driven use cases of a TSO, so that you understand a little bit how the elements of the value chain look like and why it's so important to be good when it comes to data management. The second part is that I would like to give you at least a glimpse into what it means to be a data-centric company and why I think that being data-centric is quite desirable actually. That's a big topic. We will only have the opportunity to look at certain elements, but I hope that after the presentation you know what data centricity is and why it's important. And then as a third element, I would like to give you an insight into how we operationalize data centricity. So we have a platform approach, we use data products and so on to really execute on the idea of being a data-centric company. So let's start with the first topic. And let's quickly look at the different elements of the value chain of a TSO. And as this is a power grid conference, I'm pretty sure that, that you're aware of that. So on the highest level, you can separate it in 3 parts. So building new assets, which is grid development, infrastructure design and construction. The second part is here, optimizing current assets, so asset management and planning, system operations. And then a third part, here over to the right side, preparing for the future market. So market facilitation and also what we call consumer centricity. And I think it's quite obvious that for all of these value chain elements, you need a lot of data and you need to be good at data also. You need to have a proper approach on how to deal with the complexity, to extract information, to give information like data to applications and so on. Just to give you some examples, when it comes to infrastructure design and construction, we have smart virtual models of infrastructure for efficient design, planning, and construction. So some people also know the BIM topics, so that when you have large infrastructure projects, you have to deal with suppliers, you have to deal with construction sites, you have a lot of information, a lot of data that needs to be managed properly. And it's quite important to document the information that is coming from the construction site properly and to make sure that also the internal teams can leverage this information. When it comes to optimizing current assets, I'm pretty sure that all of you are aware of the importance of risk-based predictive maintenance. It's a huge lever to save costs and also to be much better in terms of operational excellence. For us, for example, as a TSO, it's also quite important to limit the amount of accidents that we have because we want to protect our field agents, of course. And if we're better at planning the maintenance and doing it risk-based, it also protects our people. And then as another example, you can see it here under market facilitation, system imbalance forecasting. That's quite important for us because, as you know, TSO tries to balance the supply and the demand of electricity. And for that, we need to know what the future system imbalance is likely to be. So we're forecasting the system imbalance every minute for the next quarter hour. And we actually also publish this information on the internet so that also the market parties can observe what is going on or what we forecast in terms of system imbalance and can also use this information for integrating it into their bidding approach or their operational topics that they do. So if you want to check it out, you can go to opendata.elia.be and then you can also explore a little bit the data that we have and that we publish also as a TSO to facilitate the market. As I already said, all of these use cases depend on data. So we somehow need to understand how should we manage data to support them as good as we can as a company. And I would like to start with, let's say, with the traditional approach of doing data management. And I would say that 99% of the companies are still using this approach. So it's very, very likely that also your company is doing it, as it's illustrated here on the left-hand side of this slide. It's not that complicated. So let me try to go through it with you. So here at the bottom, you can see sources of data, business processes, sensors, but also third-party data. And this data is somewhere stored in source systems, so in databases, basically. For us as a TSO, we have a source system where we store all the tower information, so that we know, okay, where's the tower located, when was it constructed, and so on. So every company has some kind of source systems where the fundamental data, the reference data, is stored. And then this data needs to go to consumers, to applications, to data scientists, to mobile apps, to microservices. And the traditional approach is what I call here application-centric design, is to build point-to-point connections. So this application needs something from 3 or 4 databases, and then you build, or IT builds, these point-to-point connections. And then you end up basically with this spaghetti that you can see here on the screen, which is not really nice. Why is it not really nice? Because the data is not fair, as we say. It's not findable, it's not accessible, it's not interoperable, and it's not reusable. If someone wants to know something about the data that's in the source system, normally people call, hey, can you send me an Excel sheet with the information? And oh, okay, then it takes 2 weeks, and then I need to clean it myself, and so on. It's not an efficient approach to deal with data. That's why we at Elia Group, we focus on a data-centric design. And in simple terms, this means that we get rid of this spaghetti here on the left-hand side, and we replace it by 2 types of elements. The first is a data platform, and the second are data products. So that's what we focus on to get rid of this spaghetti mess. Don't be concerned if it's not 100% clear what a data platform is and what data products are on this slide, because I have a deep dive for that in just a few minutes. But what you can already see here is that the idea is that the consumers of data, so the applications, microservices, mobile apps, data scientists, citizen developers, and so on, they consume data from the data products. So from APIs, for example, of a data product. And in simple terms, I will explain it in more detail. A data product is just a bundle of valuable data sets that can be very easily consumed. And so if, for example, you change something here in the underlying source system, you don't need to refactor all the connections to the different consumers. That's a big advantage. And probably even more importantly, you have the data fair, findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. So you lower costs, you have much higher innovation potential, you have faster time to market, and so on. And this benefit can actually also be quantified. We had a BCG study, Boston Consulting Group, who looked into the different steps of doing data management, and they found that in total, a data-centric approach can save up to 40%. I need to be a bit more precise. It's like avoided costs. So it's not really saving. It's like you avoid costs by 40%. So you go down from 100 to 60 here in this simple illustration, and that's quite significant. And as I said, because the data is fair, it's not only about cost saving, it's also about the quality that you get, the innovation potential that you get, the efficiency that you get. So I would say data centricity is one of the very rare examples where you have lower costs and higher quality. And that normally doesn't come together very often. Of course, you have some upfront investments, right? But over time, the cost should be lower. Okay, so let's make a deep dive into the concept of a data product, because as I tried to explain, it's quite essential for operationalizing data centricity. And in simple terms, a data product is a vehicle to make data fair. And to make that a bit more concrete, I have 2 understandings here also prepared for you. One is the more business-focused understanding, and the other is the more technical understanding. And when it comes to the business-focused understanding, which I think is the more important one, a data product is a bundle of valuable data sets that are very easy to find, access, and to consume. So that means that the data is a trusted, permanent asset that exists independently of the applications. So in an application-centric design, you have an application at the center, and then somehow the data is attached to it. In a data-centric design, you put the data in the center. It's a trusted, permanent thing that stays in the center, and somehow the applications are like satellites around this data core. If you're more interested in the technical understanding, it's important to know that we from IT, we consider the data product to be a unit of architecture. So it's something that is independently deployed. It's a small technical artifact somehow that exists on its own. So it's not a big database. It's not a central database. It's like a small entity that can exist independently. So you can also think about data products as products in the store. You go to a supermarket and then you have a box where you can see, okay, what is in the box, what are the ingredients, what is the SLA that I get, and so on. And that's what we want to do with data. We want to put the data in a box, we want to classify it, we want to label it, and we might want to make it very easy to access and to consume the data. One particular thing for our company is that we try to build data products with business-led teams. So it's not the case that the data products are built by a central IT function, or at least not fully. We transition to business-led teams in the sense that the people that know the data best should be enabled to build the data product. So they get developers from our IT chapters. They have a product owner, let's say, on their own, which is reporting to a business manager. And then they have the tooling to put the data sets into these boxes, into these data products, and make them available to the entire company. That's quite difficult from an organizational point of view, I can tell you. It's a lot of transformation work that you need to do, but I think it's worth it because the people that use the data every day, that are in business, know the data much, much better than IT. And I'm saying that being a member of IT. So, it took some time to also accept this, but I think it's the right way to go. Okay, close to the end of the presentation, I would like to now also explain, hopefully in simple terms, what a data platform is for us and how it's connected to the concept of data products. On the highest level, the data platform that we have at Elia Group consists of 3 elements. Sometimes we call it appearance. I will not go into detail why we do that, but just consider it to be 3 elements or 3 product experiences, you could also say. And the first one is called a data product factory. So a data product, the data product factory exists so that the developers that we have in the company can design, create, deploy, and monitor data products. So it's the tooling that we give to the business-led teams to put the data in these boxes and to make it available for the entire company. So they have tooling to extract data from the source systems, from the databases, to store it in the data lake, to describe the data, to model the data, and to build also output ports like REST APIs or message APIs, if you know a little bit the technology behind. So a data product factory to build data products. The second element, or the second user experience that we aim for with the data platform, is what we call a data marketplace. So a data marketplace should connect data consumers and data producers with each other so that the data products that are created in the factory are published to the marketplace, and then people can go to the marketplace and search and browse and understand the data and the data products, and then can also get a touch point to the data products. It's similar to Amazon. You know, someone produces something, let's say a table in a factory, and then this table is registered in Amazon so that people can find it and buy it. It's the same approach. The data marketplace that we have is internal. So we don't aim at monetization or something like this. We just want to have the concept to make it very easy for anyone to find the data and be productive with it. And then the third element of what the data platform is what we call a data workbench. A data workbench is or can be understood as the combined tooling that we offer to the organization to extract value from the data products, to extract business value from the data products. So there we have Power BI, we have Databricks, we have Power Apps, we have UiPath. So people get all the tools, also data scientists and so on, to make actually use of the data that we have in the data products. So build data products, publish them so that everyone can access them, and then give the people the tooling. Everyone in the company should have the tooling to actually make use of them. That's what the data platform is. And I hope when I go back to this slide, now you also see a little bit what the idea is of getting rid of the spaghetti. You give tooling to the company to build and operate and use data products, and then you have business-led teams that that create them to serve the consumers in a much more efficient way. All right. Summary. For us at L Group, data centricity is definitely a cornerstone for managing the energy transition successfully. It drives reusability, it leads to high innovation potential and cost saving, and without that we don't see how we can be efficient and responsive to the challenges that we face today and we will face in managing all this complexity that we have in the energy transition. It's not so easy, to be honest, to make that successful in a company because you have these upfront investments. You need to convince people to think about the future, say, let's do it properly this time and benefit in the future. As you know, a lot of projects are more focused on their own deadlines, on achieving their milestones and not always care about what is in 2 years, what is in 3 years. So it's definitely not easy to implement a data-centric approach, but we still believe it's worth it. And we see more and more that, especially if we give a responsibility to business, it can work. A data platform approach that enables the creation and usage of data products can be a good way to operationalize data centricity in a powerful way. That was the slide that I showed you with the spaghetti and what we do with the platform and the data products. And if you have more questions with respect to this, please let me know, and I'm very happy to talk about it in more detail in the course of the day. So I see that I have 1 minute left. I will be in time. And then I can just, if I may, just give an advice. So I would recommend that you go to your IT department. Maybe you're also working in an IT department, I don't know, but go to the IT department and ask your people, okay, what do you think about data management? What do you think about data centricity? Do you know the concept of data product? Is that something that we also want to implement? Just to get a little bit of feeling what you can also expect probably as a consumer of data when it comes to the future years and the ambitions of your company. And for us, or from us as a TSO, I'm pretty sure there will be much more to come. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexander. Any questions? Oh, that's, ladies first, do we have any ladies questions? We have, okay, because we only have, so we'll take the questions on the coffee break, if it's okay, please go ahead.
So Sylvie Severs-Galila from CEA in France, where we are research organization. And a question, you were speaking about data space and marketplace. You have the connection with existing energy data space, and from your marketplace to that some people can put data. I understood that we can get data from your platform, but is it possible to also put external data? Thank you.
Yeah, we also work with external data, but then we have these professional teams that put these external data into the data products. But what we also do is, I was not explaining that because it's a bit too much of a deep dive. If people build something in the data workbench, like the Power BI report, they can also publish it back to the marketplace so that other people can not only find the data, but also what was already created with the data.
Okay, thank you, Alexander. I'm so sorry. We have to push on, and thank
No
you.
worries.
There's so many questions, and I
Yeah,
know.
again, I'm happy to answer them.
Yeah,
but-
impressive work. Impressive work. Now, thank you so much. Next, we will have energy trends. Helen Grönenberg, independent consultant from Sustain Brain. Can we have her on the scene? Yes, sorry, there you are. Sorry. There is a microphone there. Thank you.
Good morning. Yeah, good morning. For something different. This is the island of Schiermonnikoog. And I was here earlier this month. Schiermonnikoog has a beautiful nature. But as I went there, I also learned that Schiermonnikoog has a bold ambition, which is to become fully energy self-sufficient very soon as 2025. Now that is 5 weeks from now. So that's a very bold ambition indeed. But it's interesting and fascinating to see how this and other pioneering islands aim to lead in off-grid energy systems. Because this highlights the evolving role that centralized grids have in our energy system. And the question is, to what extent will we, going forward, be able to rely on centralized grids only, and where will we need to look for alternatives? So my name is Helen Groenenberg, as just introduced, independent, and I advise businesses and governments on the energy system. And I think we all know by now how important and how pressing grid congestion has become. But I also believe that grid congestion can be turned into an opportunity for the energy transition, and that businesses have a role to play. And that to do this well, market parties need good data and good information. But I will start with electrification. Recently, McKinsey came with a study in which they modeled electricity demand growth until 2030. And they concluded that of all the anticipated growth in electricity demand, overall 40% may be at risk, may not be realized at all. And for industry, this is even more. 55% of industrial electricity demand growth may not be realized. Now, there may be different reasons for this. Energy prices, high energy prices are often mentioned, grid tariffs, subdued economic outlooks or industrial outlooks, uncertainty about the implementation of EU legislation, but grid congestion definitely is an important factor here, and it may well be a showstopper. For those based in the Netherlands, I think you've seen these maps dozens of times already. These maps present available transportation capacity for new large users on the grid. On the left-hand side, there's available capacity for the offtake of electricity. On the right-hand side, it's the capacity available for feeding in electricity. And red means no capacity available. So grid congestion is very seriously, it hampers the energy transition, it slows down local economies, and BCG has estimated, based also on earlier work from the Ecoris group, that societal costs may add up to 10 to 40 billion euros every year in the Netherlands alone, from residential developments put on hold, from companies not being able to invest or start, green electricity that cannot be produced or used. So a very pressing issue indeed. And I think we've all come to realize that we need to rethink how we generate, store, and use energy. And while electricity may be a dominant energy carrier in future energy systems, we also need to work on other energy carriers. Think of sustainable heat. The photo in the bottom left here on the slide is a large collective heat pump realized near the city of Utrecht, serving 20,000 homes. I believe we need many more initiatives like this. We need the financial incentives to be in place for it. There's biogas and biomethane, which is particularly welcome since it can be injected straight into existing gas networks. There's hydrogen, very useful stuff once you're able to produce it sustainably, cheaply, and distribute it safely. But we've also come to realize that green hydrogen will be scarce and that this part of the world just might not be the best place to produce it at cost competitive prices. And while work on all these energy carriers is underway and while we're waiting for all final answers to come through, we need to consider how we deal with electricity. And we need very strong incentives for users of the grid to help relieve grid congestion. And we may need to reconsider risk. Our grids have been designed to never fail, for good reasons. But this caution comes at a cost. And sometimes we may need to balance the likelihood of potential disruptions against the economic losses that businesses face as a result from grid congestion. And rethinking also means that we need to consider and develop local energy systems. Systems that not only to an extent may be self-sufficient, but that can also support higher grids in a wider region. So that help to avoid peaks in demand and supply that bring supply and demand of electricity close together, both in time and in location, and systems that incorporate solutions behind the meter. Now, I believe industry has an important role to play in all of this. There are some examples and some interesting examples really from front runners who've invested in demand-side response options. There's a potato processor, a paper factory, an energy service facility at a large industrial site where they invested in electric boilers to provide balancing services. There's chlorine production and an industrial salt bath with a manufacturer of trucks and vans. And these are electricity intensive processes that can be ramped up and down easily depending on system needs. Now, I believe the potential of this is much larger than currently used, but we simply need much stronger incentives to tap into this potential. And perhaps batteries can play an even bigger role, also behind the meter, or particularly behind the meter. Costs of lithium-ion batteries have plummeted in the past decade. They came down by 80% since 2013. And as a result, volumes went up. Volumes sold increased by a factor of 4 since 2020. And I believe it's fair to say that there has not been a dull moment in the lithium-ion roller coaster. The roller coaster on the bottom of this slide is in a Dutch amusement park where a DSO and the owner of the park installed stationary batteries to power their roller coasters during peak hours. And I think that's a neat example. But there's more to energy storage than lithium-ion. To build a truly robust and flexible system, we need to deploy all kinds of options at different scales and with different discharge durations. There's flywheels and capacitors that discharge within minutes or hours and that can serve appliances, all the way up through batteries and thermal storage, compressed air, to power to gas solutions that discharge within months and that are able to serve entire regions. And I believe there are, particularly with thermal storage and perhaps also flow batteries, there are interesting options to also serve industrial use cases. Flow batteries are slowly on the rise. I find them interesting because you're able to scale capacity and power independently. They don't catch fire as easily, which to an extent makes up for their lower energy density because you can place them closer together or close to a building. And hopefully we will be able to see some of those examples also on industrial estates as we go forward. In the Netherlands, and I find it interesting to talk about this because I'd like to understand to what extent other countries are exploring this. We see an increased interest at business parks and industrial estates to set up collective energy management systems. The reason being really grid congestion and energy hubs at business parks offer an opportunity for entrepreneurs to get access to sufficient electricity much sooner. Now, a legal format has been developed. There's a group transportation agreement that companies can conclude with their grid operator. And for grid operators, this is an interesting way forward because it offers them some grip on the fast growth in electricity demand in individual contracts. And we've seen several examples so far, one very nearby, near Schiphol Airport, in the harbor of Amsterdam, near the city of Utrecht, but dozens of business parks are exploring this currently. So throughout the country, we see many more decentralized assets. And operators of these assets try to be self-sufficient perhaps, but also to provide balancing services to help close the business case for these assets. And to do this well, they need good information because markets lacking good information cannot produce desired outcomes. And we've seen a recent example of this in the Netherlands where incidents of reverse pricing were on the rise to an extent that TenneT had to take measures. Reverse pricing, as you may know, refers to the situation where shortages turn into surpluses or the other way around within 15 minutes. And this negatively impacts grid frequency in the Netherlands and also in other parts of continental Europe. And as a result, balancing responsible parties are penalized, so in the end, no one's happy. A very undesirable situation, and market parties had already been warned to moderate ramp rates and act more slowly, but to no avail. And now TenneT decided to publish information on required balancing capacity and related prices with a further delay. So instead of having this information 3 minutes later, market parties now have this 5 minutes later, which basically means that this information becomes less valuable. And obviously it was a necessary measure and hopefully it will be effective. But in a way it's also strange because market parties need better information to produce the right responses, right? We need good data and good information for central systems, for decentral systems, both for the design and for the operation of systems. And I realized it's challenging to do that, but that's where we need to go. So energy data are important, and recently there has been a lot of discussion related to the Dutch energy law, which should be enforced mid next year. Next month the Senate will talk about it. And energy data were an important chapter in this. Now the law stipulates that data may be used for supporting the system, for providing insights. It stipulates that data are stored in registers with the TSO and the DSOs, with operators of closed systems, and also with measurement parties. And data are exchanged through one single data exchange entity. It's an existing entity, and it ensures that the exchange of data is transparent and secure. And overall, the message is that registration of data or storage of data is not central, but the exchange is done through a central entity. Now, in recent years, there has been a lot of discussion, like I said. A network of professionals with an interest in the subject put forward a set of principles for an inclusive and future-proof digital energy system. These are principles like democracy. Participants in a system should have a say. They should be able to verify information and data. Data should be secure. Privacy should be warranted. Systems should be interoperable. And they should be resilient while minimizing CO2. Now, I believe that the energy law that we have here, or that we will have here, has done a lot to incorporate some of these principles, but not all to the same degree. I think data security and privacy has been front and center, but a principle like interoperability and the prevention of vendor lock-ins, for instance, for software platforms in use by local energy systems, that really needs more attention. So there's work to do. And this brings me to the end of my presentation. I've spoken about grid congestion, a major threat to the energy transition, but also an opportunity for change. I believe businesses have a role to play in providing the flexibility that the system needs. And data are key here. Data will be the lifeblood of future energy systems. And market parties need good data and good information to respond to system needs and really make this work. So that's it. I believe that with good technology, with the right incentives and with good data, we can make flexibility a cornerstone of future energy systems. And that's what we're here for. So let's make this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Helen. Questions? Yes.
Thank you very much for the interesting insight. My question is, we're talking about data here and the industry providing data to balance the electric grid. But somebody has to take the decision which quantity, which contributor will be respected. So in the sense of that it's sustainable, secure, and affordable. So is Tender taking measures, do you know that, to create such a balancing platform, which not only collects data, but also takes decision based on that data?
You're referring to the data provided by industry to the grid operator to support the system?
Yes, that's the data you've been talking to, right? About, right? This is collecting data about available quantities for the balancing of the electric grid.
Well, you know, when building local energy systems and also for businesses looking into their energy management systems, you need good data also from neighboring companies about, you know, what do we need throughout the day, what are our plans for the future, and that is of course the basis for designing local systems, and then and making those work to the benefit of the system. And then grid operators clearly define, you know, what available transportation capacity will be. But when operating the system, operators of flexible assets need good information about system needs. They need to know what balancing capacity is required, and what the price will be when they operate their assets and when they choose to ramp up or down their asset.
Yes, that's true. But what I'm referring to is somebody needs to take the decision which of the offers is being accepted. So the UK, for example, National Grid has a big open balancing platform which they operate. And the industry is very much involved in the building and cooperation with National Grid in order to avoid skips. And what they call a skip is that somebody has the capacity to provide electricity, but their offer is being skipped for certain reasons. And this means money, right? So they want an explanation for why either their offer is being accepted or why their offer is being skipped. So data providing is one thing, but taking decisions which of these offers are being used in order to keep the grid balanced, that's the next analytical question.
Okay, well, I'd be interested to learn more about this, because clearly you're referring to other reasons than simply the price or the capacity offered at some point, right? Because I mean, those two need to be helpful.
Can I just say, there is no European model to hedge the capacity given back from the industry to the power grids. So there is I know from Norway, where I live, there is this energy management consultants like you represent, is to kind of build this into an ecosystem where energy is flowing in both ways, but you hedge it and predict on it. So it's coming, I think, but there is no legislation around it. That's my understanding. But you're the professional here.
Yeah, well, okay, well, like I said, I'd rather take this.
Yeah, that's fine.
Have a chat about it in the break, if you like.
Thank you.
Fantastic,
Yeah?
fantastic. I have a question though. How easy is it to come in as an independent consultant to very busy grid environments and DSOs and TSOs to support them? Because everybody is very, very busy these days. From your personal experience, how do you see that coming in?
Well, I'm trying to help market parties who want to make the most of it and who lack access to sufficient electricity, and they're all very much in need of support here, because well, we've only a few regional grid operators. They're really swamped with requests for new connections or for group connections, and really very few people know what this is all about.
Yeah.
And I think we really lack expertise. I also believe that in engineering studies and also, you know, during sustainability major or minors, there should be more attention for how these markets function, because this is very new to many people, and I think we need to work on that.
Yeah. Thank you very much for an interesting presentation and discussion. So let's keep it going. Thank you so much, Helen. Okay. Yeah, let's give it a applause. Next, we will go into home energy management system presented by Jurid Nutma, researcher in energy flexibility from TNO. Do we have her here? Thank you. Yeah. Sorry, my name. Thank you. Apologies.
The Dutch name Frisian, actually.
Yeah. So there's my language.
No, Jorrit Bergsma.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry for that.
Ice skater. Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Yeah, nice, interesting talks so far. Nice to see the diversity in the topics, and I add to that by this topic, home energy management systems. which might be a topic also relevant for your own home, but general for in particular for the energy transition in general. I'm a researcher on energy flexibility at TNO. TNO is the Applied Research Institute in the Netherlands, and it's our mission to create impactful innovations for sustainable well-being and prosperity of the society. We have a role between academia and industry to transfer knowledge to the society. And we're all experts here, but even experts have different mental pictures of concepts, and the concept I'm talking a lot today about is energy flexibility. So I want to make sure that everyone's on the same page. When I talk about energy flexibility, I mean that there is an end user who has a goal. He wants his home to have a certain temperature, or a car to be filled at a certain time. But energy flexibility arises when there are different ways to achieve that goal. Very simple electric vehicle example. At some point in time, it has a state of charge, and it wants to go to a target state of charge later in time. It could do that via charging as fast as possible immediately, and then staying idle for the rest of the time. And then the power graph would look like something like this. So a lot of power in the beginning and later not. But there's of course a possibility to do that a little bit later, or to charge on average lower power for the rest of the whole time that the car is connected. So basically all these paths here in the gray area are viable options to charge the car, and that's where there's a lot of energy flexibility to choose. Then the home energy management system. Talking a lot about the HEMS, the home energy management system in this talk, and it's basically a central component in a home. Yeah, this is, well, it's supposed to look like a home, and there can all be kinds of flexible appliances like heat pumps, home batteries, electric vehicles, etc. And the home energy management system is a central component to that connects to all these devices. And it's not necessarily a locally present piece of hardware, so it can also be running somewhere in the cloud. There are different alternatives for that, but it's scoped to a home of an owner. Okay. Then the energy flexibility. We had the introduction about what it is, but what can we do with it? Well, many different things. Energy flexibility can be used to do an optimization behind the meter. For example, to use as much solar production that you have locally in your home. Or to look at the grid and help DSOs. We already heard a lot about it in earlier talks, to make sure that their grid is not overloaded. There are different ways to realize congestion management. It can go via market-based congestion management, which is the preferred way by the European Commission, by the way. But it can also be done via smart tariff structures for your grid connection. And there might even be some red button for the DSO where it can hit on when things really get that worse, and otherwise the blackout would occur. On the other hand, we also have the energy markets where there are many chances for energy flexibility to increase in value. So we have a system in Europe with legislated of the market-based energy trading, where many possibilities for wholesale trading, but also for the balancing markets to monetize energy flexibility. And I think that for congestion management, energy flexibility is a need. We really need to look at that, while there are many chances to increase the value of energy flexibility on the different markets. Then let's talk about activation mechanisms. What's an activation mechanism for energy flexibility? It's basically an incentive to make sure that devices are operated in such a way that they really provide energy flexibility. And that's typically a combination of a technical mechanism, but also a financial reward for the end user. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to have your devices provide energy flexibility from an end user perspective, of course. And I have here a list of many different types of activation mechanisms, and that's the key takeaway here. There are many ways in which energy flexibility can be unlocked, can be activated, and it differs really per country what the actual activation mechanism is. One example is the time of use tariffs that some people, I think it's now around 4% in the Netherlands, have. Then it makes sense to charge your car at cheap times and not at the expensive times, etc. That's just one example of an activation mechanism, while there are many other activation mechanisms, might be related to the connection tariffs, can be very dynamic, can be static, and again, the point is many variations exist and that differ very much from country to country. This architectural picture shows where the HEMS is in this story. So on the one hand, we have the domain of the energy flexibility activation mechanism, where I just talked about. Stakeholders like the grid operator, utilities, and aggregators are present there. And on the other hand, we have the domain of the hardware, the devices that offer energy flexibility, like the heat pumps, the chargers, the batteries, etc. And the HEMS is like the linking point in between of them. So stakeholders can have communication channels with the HEMS in order, within the context of different activation mechanisms, to use the energy flexibility of the devices. And why is this so important? Why is this HEM here and having this central point? Well, some activation mechanisms, they require coordination of devices, and in that way you need to have a central component in the home, and it's a logical component in the home where all the devices connect to and exchange information about their energy flexibility capabilities with and receive control signals from the HEMS. Also, there can be a combination of different activation mechanisms, and there can be an activation mechanism that focuses on the grid connection tariffs, while other for the energy prices with the time of use tariffs, for example, they together form a combination of different activation mechanisms, and HEMS is then in the position to make the right decisions for the right devices. And it can also do a local optimization, of course. So now we're talking about here when there are external companies talking to an HEMS, but it can also be that you only focus on this part, where you, for example, would like to use the energy flexibility of your devices to increase the self-consumption. And then you also need a central component in the home that makes the decisions about how the devices should operate. And finally, the HEMS is a really nice decoupling point between the devices and the external parties that want something with energy flexibility of the devices. Let's look now at what we currently see happening when it comes to using energy flexibility. We have providers. Those are, for example, the first category of providers of energy flexibility are the appliance manufacturers. And they have some offers to the end users in which their devices are more attractive, like they start charging electric vehicles when the prices are low, or they can use the locally produced PV production. But the challenge here is it's not typically very interoperable. So when you have devices from one manufacturer, it's difficult to coordinate the energy flexibility of the devices from other manufacturers. It's not really like a bus and the one central component that I showed on a picture before is typically difficult with this kind of energy management applications. On the other hand, we see, for example, utility companies, the energy suppliers, who offer energy management solutions to their to the customers. Then they can get reduced energy prices, or maybe they have a proposition where the devices use, in particular, the energy when there's a lot of green energy production. But here the caveat is that it only works with the hardware that is selected by that energy supplier. And when you already invested in some nice heat pump that could offer energy flexibility, but it's not selected by the energy retailer, then simply doesn't work. Finally, you have the category of the independent energy manager, and then there is a third party that takes care of the interaction with the devices and the optimization of the energy flexibility of the devices. And that fits best with the picture that I showed on the previous slide, when you have a HEMS that connects to the different devices and then decouples really nice from the activation mechanisms. But the challenge here is that EMS provider needs to integrate with many different manufacturers and do all the integrations with all the APIs of the different manufacturers. Then I would like to talk shortly about different protocols that we currently see that support the architecture that I've just shown. So the protocols here are between the energy management system, the HEMS, and the devices. The first two are very specific for certain device types. So the Smart Grid Ready protocol is for heating systems. It's very common. So most of the heat pumps currently have a Smart Grid Ready functionality, but it's also a very basic way of unlocking the energy flexibility of the devices. OCPP is focused on electric vehicles. Has also a high adoption, but when there are new activation mechanisms, then the protocol needs to be updated, and also on EMS level and appliance level, that update needs to be performed. Then you have a protocol that's called EE-bus, which is more generic for different devices. So also PVs and heat pumps and electric vehicles are supported there. Point here is that it's very dependent on the use case, what activation mechanisms are supported. So the activation mechanism and the use case, they are very tied to each other. That means that when you have a new activation mechanism or a different local situation, it might need that the EE-bus doesn't cover it, or needs an update when in the future that protocol is extended to support that activation mechanism. Another protocol which is more generic, so it works for all kinds of devices that offer energy flexibility, is S2. And S2 makes a really nice separation between the device and the HEMS role, and it makes it possible to only update the EMS when there is a new activation mechanism or there's a new use case for your energy flexibility. But both EE-bus and S2 have pretty low adoption rates at this time. Energy flexibility is scarce. So up to now, I mostly have talked about the lower two layers in this upside down pyramid. So we talked about communication protocols and activation mechanisms. But if you go up in this upward upside down pyramid, then you see that from all the capabilities that a device has to offer energy flexibility, you already lose some of the flexibility because of the technical constraints. You have minimum run times for heat pumps, minimum charging power of electric vehicles, etc. Those are the technical constraints. Of course, you also have the end user that has a comfort switch. It was so fundamental to the definition of energy flexibility. So that makes that you also lose energy flexibility because of the end user's comfort wishes. And that then the takeaway here is that we need to choose very smart when it comes to communication protocol and activation mechanism, because here the technical constraints and the comfort desire of the end user we cannot change so much about. So we need to choose communication protocols and activation mechanisms that use as much energy flexibility as possible now and in the future. So how to do that? Well, the key point of my whole talk is that there is a crucial role for the HAMS to address exactly that, because the HAMS is really capable of coordinating of different devices, and in that way you support as many activation mechanisms as possible. Also, activation mechanisms that currently don't exist yet, but could occur in the future. But in particular in the Netherlands, other countries are a little bit further with it. Particularly in the Netherlands, we don't have very strong activation mechanisms. So I'm really looking at legislators to make changes so that it's more attractive to offer energy flexibility from devices. And which is also very important, is that we think we should create an open ecosystem in which different HAMS providers can connect to different appliances of different manufacturers. And therefore, you need interoperability, but in that way you're also future-proof for new HAMS systems that could be developed. I have a nice visualization of that, which is shown here. On the one hand, you have the devices. On the other hand, on the one hand, the devices. On the other hand, the HAMS systems. And this is what an open ecosystem means. This is what interoperability means, that you can make all kinds of combinations between HAMS and devices, and that it just works. I already touched upon one of the protocols that realizes this, and that protocol is the S2 protocol. What I really liked about Alexander's talk was that he proposed a separation of concerns, what we call in software engineering terms. So Alexander explained that the storage of the data is really separated from retrieving data. It's a separation of concerns. And S2 actually does very much the same. It standardizes the energy flexibility, but it also separates the concern of optimizing energy flexibility and offering energy flexibility. So the device offers energy flexibility, taking into consideration all the constraints by the end user and by the device. And on the other hand, the HAMS does the optimization depending on the activation mechanism. That brings us to the end of the presentation. Thank you for your attention, and love to take questions.
Thank you so much, Urt. Really interesting. Any questions? Yes. Sorry, yeah, go ahead. Ladies first, always.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I just have a question in terms of the activation mechanisms. You were talking about some static ones and some dynamic ones. Do you have any preference, or do we afford having static activation mechanisms in a dynamic system?
Yeah. From a technical perspective, I think that dynamic ones work better. They can lead to a more efficient usage of the electricity grid. But from an end user perspective, I think the static ones are better because they're simply easier to understand. So changing connection limits at any time of the day is something people don't understand anymore. The dynamic tariffs, or the time of use tariffs, are also already difficult for some people to grasp or don't want to be involved in. Yeah, so that's just what you have to trade off and make the trade-off in between.
So it could play a role then.
Hmm?
So they all play a role in the
Yeah.
end. Thank you.
Yeah, we have another question there. Yes.
Dan Wilson, Electricity Northwest from the UK. I'm interested in, obviously, you've talked a lot about sort of HEM systems. Where do you see it developing? Do you see it developing as in, I suppose, end users being in control of the HEM system, or perhaps them passing that over control to suppliers to take the risk on their behalf? I'm just interested how you see the market developing.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so that also really depends on the activation mechanisms that are in place in a country, which are which make whether or what are interesting propositions for an end user. It also differs from end user to end user. Some people might be very much interested in using as much locally produced PV, while others just want the cheapest energy possible. That will be the majority, I expect. And then I think the key point is to make it as easy as possible for the end user. So the more control they can give to a party they trust, that will be better. Although we've also seen in research that it's important that end users have the idea that they are still in control. So they don't want the mess, but they want some kind of button they can press on to override the smart system, so to say. Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for this insightful presentation. I'm not a total expert on protocols, so could you comment a little bit about the market uptake of different protocols? I've heard about the S2 protocol more often. Where are we? Is this
well, the adoption of the protocols, in particular the more advanced energy management protocols like EBUS and S2, is really low. So we have a chicken and egg problem here, that there are not so many HEM systems that use energy flexibility from multiple devices. But because there are no devices that have the protocols to allow that, and on the other hand, there are not so many devices that have those protocols because there are no energy management systems. So we're stuck there, and I think we really need to make to take the courage to start implementing the protocols, otherwise the energy flexibility will just be wasted.
Thank you so much. Courage. We need courage to trust the new systems.
Yeah.
And do you think this will happen in 40, 50 years? Are we conservative, or are we forward-looking and forward-leaning?
For 40, 50 years, we will do it for sure.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Looking forward that when my kids operate their houses in a new way.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Jurit.
Yeah.
So we're on time. Next, we will have operational challenges from Mark Boekeboom, product manager for VPP from Eneco. Thank you. The microphone is there, and yep, thanks.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, morning, everyone. So I want to talk about the challenges that we've had over the past few years when we were building a virtual power plant. Who's Eneco? I'm not sure if everyone's from the Netherlands. Just a couple of key figures. We are one of the biggest in the Netherlands, but we also operate in Belgium and in Germany, and for a small part in the UK. In Germany, we run under the Lichtblick brand, but overall, this is how we. I think this basically shows us the size of Eneco at this point. Within Eneco, we started a program about 4 or 5 years ago, which is the One Planet plan. We want, which means that we want to be more sustainable for ourselves, but also for our customers. And That means that we want to be climate neutral by 2035. We want to have a positive impact on the biodiversity and a circular company as well by 2015. What we see is that the generation of renewable power has been increasing over the years. I think that's nothing new, but I do want to talk about the challenges that it brings. We need to decarbonize our customers, but it also means that we need to use different ways of generating power for our customers. And it also means that we need to build an optimized energy system. So on the bottom right, that's the part that I want to talk about, how we optimize it. Because flexibility is key with a volatile energy market. So that's the point that I want to talk about today. My name is Mark Beukenboom. I'm a product manager for the virtual power plant. And this is one of the key pillars of Eneco that we've been building on over the past few years. So I think this one and next slide, I think, are the key things that I want to discuss today. So we see is a just increase in the number of type of assets. So we used to control gas fired power plants. Then we added a few offshore parks, wind, and we had a pool of e-boilers, about 10,000 at customers. And those were the only steerable assets that we have until a few years ago. And what we have now is 30,000 assets with over 5 gigawatts of flexibility, which is a combination of solar, wind, e-boilers, CHPs, EVs, batteries from small to industrial scale, and also e-boilers on industrial scale. And we want to use all of those assets on all markets. So that means also on the real-time markets like imbalance, but also AFRA, MFRA, and the more obvious ones, the slightly easier, I think, are the intraday and the day-ahead market. So that also brings quite a diverse IT landscape. We have assets that have different kind of constraints, right? So you cannot fully predict wind, but you can quite well predict the maximum output of your wind park. So that means that you have to have a system that can be that performs well with all those types of assets, and also have a connectivity with all those types of assets. And that also brings some organizational challenges, because we have been working on this project with about 50, 60 people, and we started with about 4 people 3-4 years ago. So that's, I think this means that you need some kind of ownership per small team, and really try to get that one piece that you're responsible for very high performance, and also have end-to-end chain monitoring. But once you have it, you do have a lot of data that you can work with. We've been working hard to democratize our data. So that means that all the data that we produce with all of our assets is available to about 10 systems within the Eneco landscape, and we can do analysis and reporting on, and we can also make sure that the settlement is organized, for example. But yeah, while you're building, you'll see that you've got changing and diverse customer needs. So, for example, you start with steering a CHP on multiple markets, but it also means that you have to organize your settlement, and that you need to get your data in order. Quite often you see that the data you receive is incorrect, or you lose connectivity, and you need to be able to handle that. And yeah, those kind of problems that are inherent in the energy landscape, yeah, you have to organize them, and also you have to make sure that your contracts with your partners are on par. So if you sign a contract and later say, oh, by the way, I want to use your flexibility, they also have to be clear on what data you need and how often, and make sure that it's also in the contract before you sign any deals, right? So then they also have needs as well, right? So if they say, well, you can steer my CHP whenever you want, but what's in it for me? And that's something that we are working on as well. So we've got several use cases. I will go into that later on how you can manage all those different types of needs that our partners have. And we've got a developing and expanding market as well. So what you see is that since we operate in Belgium, the Netherlands, and Germany for the most part, you do see that there are different requirements over those countries, even though the products are the same. Operationally, they are quite different. What you see is that in Germany, it's slightly more complicated, right? There are more IT security rules. And in the Netherlands, the strict rules on the rules on IT security don't seem to be as strict as in Germany, but the penalties are getting clearer if you cannot deliver. So as a BSP, you are responsible to deliver the product in any way you see fit, which is in Germany slightly different. But then you do have to have a system that can handle all of those different markets without having a code base that is diverging, because then it becomes quite hard to maintain. Which brings me back, I think, to this IT diverse, to an IT landscape that's quite diverse. You need to have a team that is responsible for the same kind of process in all countries, and also for all types of assets. You have to have that future state in mind, yeah, before you really start to organize yourselves. So how do we get to a scalable VPP and growing from a few assets and only a small use case with 10,000 e-boilers at customers? It's a simple onboarding process. I think you have to design it with scale in mind, which means adding an asset is configuration only. So we believe in this VP as a service, right? So anyone who comes to us and says, I've got an asset, but I don't know how energy markets work. Do you want to control it for me? And then, you know, we have to have a profit share contract or whatever. Then that means that for us, we have to be scalable. So the connectivity has to be standardized. I cannot emphasize that enough. I think that's one of the biggest challenges. And you need to organize your systems in such a way that you have safety in numbers when you have a group of assets that you cannot fully control. I think we have a clear example with e-boilers at consumers or CHPs at greenhouses with subcontractors that allow us to steer their asset, but it might still be a manual process for them to actually activate the asset. So we have contracts, but I think the reality is clear that they don't always follow, right? So you have to have safety numbers where you say, okay, if it's small, we have lower requirements than when it's a big asset. But you do have to stick to your principles and not be, not build a custom workaround for a single asset, which also means control mechanisms and fallback mechanisms. A control mechanism means if one asset is not following our instruction, which other asset are you going to activate more? I think that's a good example for a control mechanism, but you can also have a fallback mechanism, which means if you don't receive the data, you can maybe use forecasted data or data of an other asset that is nearby that should give you enough trust that says, okay, this is the wind speed at that asset, and we can we can quite confidently say that it's the same at that other asset. So those kind of mechanisms can really help you to be operationally in a good state. And a combination of OT and IT technology. Operational technology and Internet of Things. So OT is relatively expensive, which means that you have to have, for example, a phone line or a triple connection to an asset. We have to maintain it, and that's quite expensive because you want to have a redundancy in every bit of your chain. But you can use IT technology if there's an asset that you where it's okay if you lose connectivity. And that combination is quite important if you want to operate on all markets, on all assets. So the multi-market, country agnostic market access is for us quite vital. This means that we'd have to have end-to-end technical monitoring. For some parts, also functional monitoring, but I think the challenge is end-to-end monitoring with so many teams having owning their own part in the full chain. And I think that's the challenge. I think if we have an incident, then where is this located? And that's what we have been working on quite hard to organize. But in the end, we have one pane of glass that shows us how the full pool is operating, and we organize ourselves in pools. So we've got some. Is this a pointer? Yeah, nice. That's the first time I've actually have a pointer. Cool. So we've got some small, larger assets that can be steered well with high confidence, and we can, for 99%, say they will follow our instruction. But it's the small assets that we cannot always steer. Also because we don't have our redundant connections sometimes. But also because our partner is not following, or we have an EV that is unplugged. Well, we expect it to be unplugged at 7 a.m. Right? So I think the smaller the asset, the harder it is to control. The more you have to have safety numbers or other mechanisms to fall back on. And this is basically what we do, I think in general. So we have all types of assets. For our customers, they can't see the difference, whether they are in a pool or they are a separate asset in the pool or whatever. For them, it's just one VPP that we call Myriad. And we optimize all of these assets. But we do have our mechanisms to manage the operational stability on all these markets. So our goal, and I think for most assets we have it, is that all of these assets can operate on all of these markets. I think I think that's the message I want to convey, the VPP as a service. I think some use cases in Belgium. We have some greenhouse use cases that we can operate on several markets, right? Spot, EFRA, and MFRA, and also sometimes on an imbalance. And that's our responsibility, right? You give us your assets, and we will control it for you. And this is how I think there's an example of how we use our flexibility. So we have one control signal that's like our schedule, and then we optimize with that original schedule as its baseline. And that's I think this is quite typical for what we do. You can see similar graphs on any type of asset. So there could be a wind asset as well. This is one that we launched recently, OPEC Optimal. It's for B2B assets. For example, if you have a big distribution center, like a bol.com or an IKEA rooftop with quite a lot of solar panels, then we steer it for those companies. So we curtail the assets when prices go negative. And then, we give them discount on their power. That's usually the easiest, and also, and that seems to be also what companies quite like, and it's also understandable. So they give us a rooftop full of solar panels, and we curtail it when the price go negative. I think this, this example with where there's only one price but in reality you'd have multiple prices, or you can also have some other constraints where you do not want to ingest power from the grid while you're also producing. So you might not want to fully curtail all of your solar panels, but only to the level that the net intake is zero. It can help a bit with tax. So I think that's one more use case that we've been working on. And the future of Myriad, I think we're quite small in Germany, quite getting there in Belgium, quite solid in the Netherlands. That's what we're working on, and behind the meter. So it's internationalization is a big topic for us, and the behind the meter, the smaller assets. Smart charging is about to be released. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say. Some people will hear it soon, some consumers. We will optimize our the EVs of our customers. So this is another big thing for Eneco. I think for a big utility company, this is a bit of a challenge. It's usually the smaller aggregators that work in this space. But we are joining as well. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. Congratulations for interesting work. I mean, any questions, by the way? Otherwise, I will. Yes, Helen.
Thank you. Thank you for this interesting presentation. Actually, I recently heard someone referring to Eneco's VPP, so this is, for me, it was very timely. Thank you. I have two questions. One is, at some point you dropped the word virtual pool. It was on the slide. Does that imply that assets are pooled and operated jointly? That's what you mean, I think, or not?
Yeah, yeah. So for example, we have one big pool for a product, and in that pool we would have, for example, let's say 40 assets, right? And it could be a number of assets. Then one of those assets is also optimized on portfolio level, but in reality, it's a pool of assets. So it could be like a few hundred greenhouse CHPs. And yeah, that helps us to create some safety numbers. So you have a lot of assets that are, yeah, that we have semi confidence in that they will follow our instructions. So we pool them, and then we have some fallback mechanism within that pool that work for those specific assets, which may not work for a pool of wind assets or on portfolio level. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay. Can I ask another question? Okay. The other question was the smart charging you just referred to, I think with Jetleaks.
Yeah.
Is this, in what way is it smart? Is it grid conscious, or is it simply maximizing income?
I think the goal is to decrease the energy cost of our consumer. Right.
Okay.
So if we have, for example, a dynamic contract,
Yeah.
then you pay per hour, and we say, and then we optimize for our consumer. Yeah, the energy cost for their charging.
Clear. Thank you.
A question, how many gigawatts of VPPs do you have in your portfolio today, and what is your plan forward?
Yeah, so it's 5+.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good. Are you using a lot of, I must assume, a lot of intelligent, I would call it intelligent algorithms? AI is a bit a buzzword, but you know, there's so many uncertainties. You skimmed over it a bit, but it must be extremely demanding to write algorithms to cater for the uncertainties in this VPPs.
It can be complex, but I do like simplicity, which sometimes means no AI.
Yeah.
As a control mechanism works fine with a heuristic, you know, if this, then that. And I think things as simple as that can be quite powerful. And we do use, I think, more advanced algorithms, but we try to keep it as simple as possible. So yeah, some linear regression works quite well, and just lots of heuristics.
Yeah, great, great, super interesting. I think this is the future in many ways. So super, super good. Okay, yes.
Only if we have time.
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. Can you say something about the business case behind virtual power plants? So is it easy to make money with that? Is it not easy to make money with that?
Yeah, I think
how do you see it, and how do you think also the situation will develop in the next years?
So if you have solar but you cannot curtail, then it can cost you money instead of that you make money, right? So you kind of for ourselves, you mean? Yeah, the business case is I think quite easy. I think you I think you need flex partly to decrease your imbalance costs. I think the imbalance costs are exponentially increasing. Like it's quite crazy. I was at Tenet 2 weeks ago, and yeah, if you talk to the other parties, I'm like, oh man, like it's really getting out of hand. I think that's a big part, but I think it's also, you know, the better you get, you can also, I think make money on, I think, other flex markets, or helping your consumers and then get a discount or whatever, and then you can attract customers as well. So what you see is in the market that it is slowly expected as well. If you sign a contract for a solar park, then they expect you to curtail them at the right moment. So if you're not able to in, let's say, a few years, then yeah, you're going to be in a tough position. Yeah. Does that answer it?
Okay, thank you so much. I think if you don't have any more questions, I think thank you so much, Mark.
Yeah, great.
I am a coffee addict, so I need a coffee break now. It will start now, and then I'd like us to meet here at 11:05, and the coffee is just outside. The bathrooms is also around the corner here, but and then when we'll go back, I will ring a bell, a virtual bell, and chase you all in and make sure that you are here. So thanks a lot. Take a break, and by the way, do conversations, exchange information, and mingle. could be private reasons, but I think business is very, very demanding these days. We have the next presentation, Vehicle to Grid Technology. Unfortunately, Mr. Reiner could not make it, so we are going to push the next presentation to 11:05, which is the case study, delivering the modular control center system for successful and digital energy transition from Arya to the next presentation. And then, obviously, cascading effect from that is Valerie presenting after. And then we're going to try to push the after lunch session, automated power grid inspection with drones from Lorenzo before lunch. So that's the core plan now. Unfortunately, we have to switch a bit. I hope it's still going to be as dynamic moving forward, and everybody who wants to or is presenting are ready for this shift in. Any questions to that? Are we okay? Good coffee break, good mingling. Anything from Leadwent? Thanks.
1, 2, 3. I just will add that I will contact with every speaker and send you the updated date of your updated time of your presentation, so you understand all these changes. To be sure.
Yeah, thanks. These things happen. So next up is Arya Fazilat from 50 Hertz Transmission GmbH. The presentation is delivering the module control center system for successful and digital energy transition. Super interesting topic. Thank you.
Okay. Hello. My name is Arya. I work for the transmission system operator 50 Hertz. And today I will present to you our journey of digital transformation. Specifically, if you want to take 3 things away with you, the digital transformation for us is number 1, we build software in-house today. That's something very new. Number 2, in order to do this, we had to change our organization, and that was quite a difficult change. And I spoke to Philippe before. What we have done, the technology is not new. It was there. But for us as an organization, digital transformation is new. And lastly, we don't do this alone. I think Jessica said it in the beginning. We want to create an ecosystem where different partners, whether you're a DSO, TSO, traditional supplier, research institution, they can contribute to make the system future-proof. So let's go. The summary of this presentation is why do we do this, what do we do, and how do we do it? Number 1, why? As 50 Hertz, we have the goal to integrate 100% renewable energy by 2032. In order to do this, and that was said many times before today as well, we cannot do it with the current setup where we have a lot of operational technology but very little IT technology. So we need to have more IT. IT needs to become part of our core business. More specifically, that means, and what I said in the introduction, we are building our own control center system, which is a T-bone. We will not use SCADA anymore, but we divide the scalar elephant into small functionalities of the control room, monitoring and control, etc. Finally, how do we do this? We don't do it alone. We do it with our partners. Once a year, we have a big event, the Checkpoint in Berlin, where we present and exchange with partners what we have developed. So let's go. How do we deliver this modular control center system? The who, maybe I said 2 words. Probably Alexander told you already before. TSO, 50 Hertz responsible for the northeast of Germany, and Elia for Belgium. What we do is we plan, build, operate, and maintain the on and offshore transmission infrastructure. Now, we don't do it like in the past. We plan and build new assets like energy islands. To manage our assets, we use new technologies such as drones. We had an interesting project with Lorenzo as well. And to operate the system, we can also not do it like in the past. We have to use digital tools. So we plan, build, operate, and maintain the grid. But now we also plan, build, operate, and maintain the digital grid, because that's our role, to facilitate the energy market. So why do we do this? I think Jessica said something interesting in the beginning as well. There's a correlation between high shares of renewable energies and the maturity of TSOs, DSOs in that case, with regards to digital maturity. In 2013, that's a map of Germany. So 50 Hertz is here rather on the east, with 38% renewables in our grid. We operated that grid with a traditional SCADA system, supervisory control and data acquisition. This SCADA system was built over the past decades, which worked very well, but it's a bit like a big house and it's a bit like a black box. Different functionalities came over throughout the years. There was a lot of data redundancy. There was a vendor lock-in. And 5 years later, in 2018, we had already 56% renewables in our grid. So we needed more speed, we needed more flexibility, and we needed more efficiency. The traditional market of SCADA did not provide that. So you go to these SCADA suppliers and you say, we want a new module. Can we have it by tomorrow? They say, no, it takes 3 years and you need to pay X million of euros. We don't have that time anymore because you see by 2023, we already had 72% renewables in our grid. So this is a lot of data. This is a lot of decentralized renewable energy sources. And to operate a grid like this, you cannot use the tools of the past. And as I said, this is ongoing discussions in all industry. You cannot keep your business running with the tools of today, with the tools of yesterday. So in 2018, we had 3 people in the company. We call them the crazy guys, but they are quite visionary people, and they decided to build in-house our own control center system with a vision to make it modular and future-proof. So you build an integration platform, which is essentially a data lake, master data, single point of truth, and you have containers, modules that you can plug and play. The first one, important for SCADA, is monitoring and control. So we are building monitoring and control, which we will go live with next year. But you see that you can build new containers for the EMS functionalities or general. And the objective is that we don't build the whole thing, but the idea is that other TSOs, DSOs, supplier, researcher, and startups, they can participate in the market. So essentially, we make the cake bigger, and we give opportunities for other stakeholders to participate in this market of digital operations. And if we, after 1 year, we see we don't like our forecasting tool, we can just take it out and plug in a new one. So we enhance flexibility, efficiency, and speed. Because the goal is by 2032 to have 100% renewables. Now we have 72, but there will be funny things happening to our grid when we have 80. We don't know yet what will happen because we haven't experienced that yet. But we need a digital infrastructure that is able to deliver very fast on the challenges that will come up in the future. You cannot do this with this old house, with a black box. And that's why we develop in-house the modular control center system. Now, as I said, and I just talked over the coffee with Philip, the technology is not the problem. The technology is there. Other industries are decades in advance. The challenge is the organization. We are a TSO. We don't have traditionally, we were not in the past a software company. Now we have software developers. But to cross this sort of lake or ocean to hire new people, digital people, developers, software architects, to have new methodologies of working. And this is the main challenge here. So that's the why. Why did we start this? I will be brief because I'm running out already of time, but the main philosophy is that we have reusable functions. So just to give you an idea, we have a functional platform where we develop functionalities such as login. You log into the user interface. You have data transfer. You have alarming. You have operations. And we can reuse them for different functionalities, business modules of the control center. So imagine you are a dispatcher working in the control center 24/7, and you have a monitoring and control tool, and we build it ourselves. So you need to log in. You need to have data transfer. You need to have a user interface. Similarly, if we develop a forecasting tool, we can reuse what we have developed already into the forecasting tools or into future product development. So you only develop that once, and you can reuse that. So you save a lot of time and money, of course, and you're more efficient. So We have the why. We want to integrate a lot of renewables. We cannot do this with a old system. We are developing our own modular, interoperable, and future system. The what, reusability is key. How do we do this? We do it by two things. Number one, internally, digital transformation. I will just show you one slide here that it's much more than this one slide, but we started with 3 crazy people, as I told you. Now we have an organization, and this is the critical part of our critical infrastructure. So we have people operating the grid 24/7. Now we have an organization of 150 people with different product lines. So each of these product lines delivers software for the control center. Grid monitoring and control. You have one product lead, and that's, again, not new. For software companies, for telecommunication, they may laugh about this, but for us, this is quite a challenge, and this is quite new. So grid monitoring and control has 1, 2, 3, 4 products. So let's say product 1 is monitoring. They develop the monitoring tool, the user interface, the geographical information model where our operators see our grid and our assets, transformers, lines, etc. So in each of these, we have a team of 10 people with software developers, software architects, product owners, etc. So that's the product owner. And then you can go through forecasting, grid analysis, etc. And future product development, they look a bit into the future. So that is internal. Quite an achievement, 150 people now actually developing software. So we are partly also a software company now, which I believe as a TSO and Tenet and other TSOs have a very similar approach to this as well. We need to also plan, build, operate, and maintain the digital infrastructure, not just the hardware infrastructure. That's the internal part. We don't want to do this alone. We cannot do this alone. We also do this with external parties. Co-creation is the word here. I give you one example now, a successful one. So our colleagues in Denmark, in Aginet, TSO of Denmark, they followed because they have the same challenges. All the DSOs and the TSOs have the same challenges. Some are more brave, some have more resources, and some of these crazy people actually managed to convince the management, who are legally liable, that we operate the grid, so it's not so crazy actually. But the Danish people did the same. They use Lego, of course. We use the T-bone. So we said, okay, does this philosophy, our dream of modularity, actually work in practice? They developed a module, the load frequency controller, and they went live with it actually on October 1st. And we said, for research and development purposes only, does it work that we take your LFC, which we also need, and plug it into the T-bone? We take Lego and we plug it and play into the T-bone. And we saw it worked. So they developed it. Now we need to adapt it to the German context, to the 50 Hertz context, but we save 80% of development time, and with it the resources, the time, and the money. In the other direction, we gave them some of our controls source code software, and the same thing happens. So you see that the philosophy of modularity works. You don't need to buy the whole big elephant of supervisory control and data acquisition, but you can create a market. And that's just an example with the TSO. But whether you are Siemens Energy or another TSO or a startup, so you make the market more dynamic, you break it up into small containers, and that is the philosophy externally. And now you may ask, okay, it looks very nice on slide, but when do you go live? As I told you, we want to go live with monitoring and control next year. It's not just slides for us, and I will show you 2 or 3 of our product owners with some videos, because once a year we have a big event in Berlin, and we will invite you to that, where we showcase what we have developed already. It was this year in September, and I have 8 minutes, so I will show you some input from monitoring and control, some input from alarming, and then we can see.
I'm representing grid monitoring and control. And actually, this is the part where you can see and feel MCCS the most, kind of like the tip of the iceberg. You have to have in mind that we deliver mainly 3 tasks. It is providing the grid for the operators. It is making the grid observable and controllable. And with this in mind, Mirko, let's take a look at our geographical navigation.
Yes, for sure.
So this is a map where you can see our control area. And we want to take a closer look at one of our substations. You can navigate through the grid very easily. Let's find yes and not. So since this is not Geography 101,
and this is already one big benefit because you have one central user interface. So you don't have different operation models, systems.
And I said that grid monitoring is one of the key capabilities.
This is the 50 hertz network
for grid operations.
And now I think we
use
go to a
single line
substation.
diagrams for this, or kind of like schematic views. Maybe Mirko, you can open it. This is the single line diagram of yes and not. You can see our assets. You can see the assets of the DSO. You can see the topology. You can see the real measurements from the field that are coming in here. And what is new, you can also see the states of the lines and the bus bars. In this case, they're calculated based on the states of the assets themselves. And if a line is green, then it is turned on. And in this case, when you see a red line or red bus bar, it's turned off due to construction. We've shown you SLTs in the past. So this is not a new picture, but we were working immensely on the topic of data quality and getting the quality into this picture, because we have to work on usable use cases, especially for monitoring in operations. And we had a steep learning curve there over the last months. And also we have to make the components adjustable, because this is part of our strategy to commissioning.
Skip this here. We have another video.
So Mirko opened our editor.
Where you have an editor just to show the value of the single line
yes
diagrams.
or not. We can call it yes or not new, for example. And we pick the data branch that we want. It's the productive data branch. And we will create this from the CGMES file. So now the picture is loaded, and this is created fully automatically from the master data. And it looks fine for the most part, actually, and this will make our life so much easier when we are generating and changing these pictures. But in every single one of them, you have to make small manual adaptations. So Mirko, we can make some manual changes. You could probably move the DSO station a bit to the right. This will look much better in the picture. A little bit more.
You say stop.
Yeah, stop, kind of like this. And then we can save these changes, we can publish these pictures, and the changes we made in the editor will be available when we load the picture the next time. So you don't have to do this every.
Yeah, so this looks like quite an easy task, but in the past this was done manually. Also, as a TSO, we didn't have the tools to do this, so we save a lot of time. We can, in one day, we can create over 100 single line diagrams. So this is quite a lot of time saving in that regard. I show you another product owner of us, another product briefly, and then I will wrap up here with the alarming. So as I told you, monitor and control was one product line. This was our product manager. We also have one on alarming, which is a very important tool. And let's go.
The operation of the electrical system doesn't always go smooth. Besides their day-to-day business, operators need to deal with unexpected situations, such as failing equipment, safety hazards, difficult weather conditions. But how do operators become aware of these unexpected situations? The answer is alarms. Alarms are supposed to serve as early warning systems, alerting operators to any abnormal condition that requires their immediate attention. Effective alarm management is an important tool to prioritize and to respond quickly to such situations, altogether reducing the risk of accidents or major disruptions in the grid. One fact is very important to acknowledge. Operators are humans, and despite their immense expertise, they can only process limited amount of information, limited number of alarms per time, and yes, operators can make mistakes. In the systems today, this is not sufficiently acknowledged. Imagine how sometimes your email inbox feels like, especially after a vacation. So there may be hundreds of messages. Most of them are spam, at least irrelevant, but some of them are actually important. And those are the ones you're trying to find. This is a bit how alarm management sometimes feels to operators today. The complexity of the electrical grid is rising. Also, the number of alarms is rising on a daily level, and too many different systems need to be monitored at the same time. This can lead to fatigue and at some point to missed critical alarms. We designed the new system to not only replace the old one, but to significantly improve it. And the colleagues from the control center were an integral part of this. Their experience helped us to find all the pain points in the current system, and together.
Okay, unfortunately, I'm running out of time and I already get the signal. We didn't go to the part where we actually demonstrate, because I cannot fast forward. But basically, we also create our own alarm management, part of the monitoring and control that will go live next year, and the forecasting. So we'll wrap up here so we can have one or two more questions, and we have enough time, and our moderator is happy then as well. So, as I told you, 3 takeaways. What did I present to you today? We go through a digital transformation. We all spoke about it today. For us at 50 Hertz and Elia, this means we develop software for the critical part, so for our core business, for our control center. It's not just slides, but it's really software. This is our control center in 50 Hertz. And this is in pre-commissioning, one of the monitoring tools, which will go live next year. And we get direct feedback also from our operators to make this software better. So that's number one. The second part is reusability is key. Everything we do is reusable, and that's why we save a lot of time, efficiency, and we increase the flexibility. And finally, we don't do this alone. And the whole objective of this is to make a future-proof system and to make a market where more participants can actively engage, TSOs, DSOs, suppliers, etc. And with that, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Arya. Do we have any questions from the audience? Dorit, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I really like this approach. Third thing I would like to say, open systems, modularity, those are fundamental concepts for building a future-proof system. You talk now mainly about the software. I'm also interested in the hardware. You don't develop that yourself, of course, but you depend on suppliers for that hardware. What are your experiences in that regard? Preferred suppliers, software interfaces and protocols there. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
So, I mean, you said it as well as, so we have a lot of standards now. The idea is to have it interoperable. We see it in, let's say, in hardware projects for offshore, for instance. That's a big problem because we didn't go this multi-vendor, multi-terminal way that we aligned all the suppliers before. We don't have a preferred supplier. That was one of your questions. We wanted to be interoperable. And for that, we need to have common standards and interfaces and protocols. And we are actively engaging on this on NSOE level. There's a working group of vendor agnostic solutions. This is why we do the third pillar. We engage with other TSOs and etc. because this is at the beginning of the journey. For hardware projects like offshore, it's too late. You have a 50 million EU project now to retrospect, create this standardization. We try to do this actively by working together with a market that we all speak the same language and we have interoperable standards.
But are we already at the point where you can use many of the existing standards and products, or is there still a lot to do?
It's both. So we can use a lot, but there's also a lot to do going on forward.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We have a question from the web-based audience. It's from Otil. So let me read it. Can you tell us more about the tools you use for predictive maintenance and management of inspection data?
The tools we use for predictive maintenance, I cannot answer. I mean, I know I had one project with Lorenzo, who will present to you later, on drones, where we move, of course, from conditional to predictive maintenance using drones. We are creating also sort of a data platform where we can assess the data that we then take with the drones to assess the health of the assets, whether it's overhead lines or subsea cables.
Yeah, but I know that you are also using ERP systems where you monitor risks of assets, and it's an ongoing activity, I know. But I'm sure you're in the IT part,
not
and
so
you
much
don't
of the
know.
asset management.
Yeah, but it's exactly. So you're a big organization. You have a lot of tools.
I
I'm
will
sure.
take it with me. Yeah. If he emails me, I can get
Yeah,
back to him.
yeah. So reach out directly, and we'll sort that out. Okay. Thank you so much. Really interesting. And sorry, do you have any other questions? Sorry. Yes.
Marnik Huisman from Tenet. I know that TSOs are not so have difficulties with innovation. Let's say it like that. And this seems like a huge step for a control room. So what was the step to actually make this a decision?
Yes. So I want to say two things before I answer this question. So why are TSOs so difficult with innovation? Because our job is to keep 99.9% reliability at all times, to keep the lights on. Innovation, the definition is 99% of times you fail, and if you're lucky, one time you are lucky, and then you have a big innovation. And that's why it's also good sometimes, and I worked 4 years in the innovation department, that TSOs are not super innovative. Now, what I'm speaking is really the critical part. So we directly start with a heart or brain surgery. So it was not an easy process to convince. It's not just an innovation project to convince the management, but they did it because the management saw that going forward with the renewables, you cannot operate that. And then people will blame us, the grid. But it's not us, it was the system, the legacy system that we had, and the market that could not deliver. And final point with Tenet, we had a hackathon with Tenet in April in Arnhem, and Tenet, of course, and I know you will present today the control room of the future. We are not the only one who presented and convinced our management. It's Tenet, it's Energinet, it's Transnet BW. There is a critical mass that are doing this because we all face the same challenges, and that also helps to convince the management.
Thank you so much. We have to cap the questions
Sorry.
now. Really interesting. Thank you very much. So we're going into how digitalization of grid operation drives efficiency and profitability for utilities. And I'd like to ask Valerie to join me on the scene here. She's VP for Power Grid Europe, Energy Management Business at Schneider Electric. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Very happy to be with you today. A good opportunity to exchange already, and a very interesting presentation so far. I was supposed to be the last one before lunch, but I'm happy to not be that anymore. So I'm going to give you a bit the vision on how we accompany DSO and TSO utilities in general in digitization. So the process we follow, and I have one particular use case that I will present you. So, as you know, we need to decarbonize, and we are facing huge challenges. We are not on the right track. I don't think COP29 was really a success, and what may happen, what will probably happen in the US is not a good sign too. So, what can we do? So we have, first of all, to electrify. This is a strong way to decarbonize and to save CO2. And I don't think we will reach plus 1.5, but at least if we could stay to plus 2.5, it would be already nice. So electrification is meaning more infrastructure that will put pressure on the grid. So how can the grid tackle that? So we can see that we have progress both on the electrification itself, and we are now at the stage of what we call electricity 4.0, with digital grid at scale. And we have also industrial IIoT, Industry 4.0, that is requiring more automation, more electrification, and is stressing even more the grid at the edge. Some of the challenges we see are coming from different angles. First of all, the grid are quite old in Europe, and there is a requirement for modernization. Also, due to the legacy grid that we have, it's depending on the country. Not all the country have the same challenge, but that old grid is generating a lot of technical losses. The more you put actually distributed energy resources and prosumer and basically electrification demand or generation onto the grid, the more you impact the resiliency of the grid. So digitization is one way to reduce the technical losses by having an end-to-end digital management of assets and of a network grid. And that reduction of technical losses can basically maximize the existing grid and better tackle the connection of distributed energy resources. There are also this electrification demand, we see it very much growing. There is the need for EV infrastructure. That is, of course, a big push. There is industry electrification. A lot of hard-to-abate industries are going through electrification of processes, and this is generating a big demand. And there are also basically all the residential, the buildings, etc. And sometimes what we call the prosumers, so these heavy building or heavy industries that are putting solar panels or ports that are putting windmills that will both consume but can also produce and resell energy to the grid. So all that mix of activity at the edge is putting additional pressure. The only way to handle that is by having an end-to-end digital approach to basically anticipate, manage peak demand, generate demand response, and have a more flexible grid to adapt to these challenges. Another point that was mentioned earlier this morning, I think by Jessica, she mentioned the need for doubling the investment on the grid. Normally, and some study gave that analysis. If you invest €1 on DER, so whether it's a solar or wind farm, etc., you should invest €1 on the grid to manage that integration. Today, the reality is for €1 invested in the renewable, we have only 0.75 invested on grid. So there is a clear lack of investment. And it's not only adding new cables, new substation, it is also to add a software layer that can optimize, maximize the grid, because integrating new capacity is usually quite a long life cycle between the time you decide to invest and the time it's in the field. It can be up to 5 years. Digitization and software is faster and can already contribute to this integration. So to do this, basically there are 4 main pillars of the digitization of the grid. First, creating LV analytics. LV real-time monitoring is very important. It's one of the topics that is coming more and more in the discussion we have with the different utilities, and from survey we've done. LV real-time monitoring is very important to be able to adapt, decide to shift consumption, etc. In Germany, for example, there is a chapter 14A that has been voted recently, where all utilities have to be able to enable flexibility for all consumers. So this is a first thing that needs to be done. Then, of course, asset management. So asset performance management, asset investment management is key to manage and plan the future grid. ADMS, so beyond a traditional SCADA, having an advanced digital grid management system is very important, with outage management, distribution management, and vegetation management, etc. With the weather condition we are facing everywhere, it's not only now in the US that there are hurricanes. We've seen what happened in Valencia in Spain. We've seen the fire that happened not last summer, but the summer before in France, for example. So all that has to be managed centrally and digitally. And then enabling the flexibility. We mentioned VPP before. So whether it's IPP inside the grid or behind the meter, the VPP, the prosumer, we have to have inside the grid the capability of managing the flexibility. So, for example, when we accompany the utilities, we always have a focus on impacting their KPI, whether it's their SAIDI, SAIFI, so more resiliency KPIs, or ultimately their bottom line savings by implementing digitization. So we have, I mean, I'm not going through all these examples there. You will have the slide anyway, but the focus is really to make sure that we answer the main needs, which are resiliency, efficiency, flexibility, and ultimately by optimizing their TCO, CapEx and OpEx, we help them being more sustainable. And we have some example here. I mean, ENWL is a first case on the top left, where by implementing a complete ADMS solution, we help them save 6 million roughly annually on their bottom line. We have other example. I can take the one in another customer in Brazil, where we help them to improve their SAIDI by 18% by implementing a complete digital approach. We also have an example in Italy by implementing a full ADMS, where they are actually analyzing the consumption depending on the time in the year. And in Italy, there is a big shift of people from the north to the south in the summer. So they were able, by this adaptation of consumption, to avoid 144 gigawatt of consumption by reshaping the network dynamically. And ultimately, it had an impact of 20 million euro on their bottom line. So we can really prove by digitization to impact the KPI and to understand how we can serve and how it can benefit to the utility. So this is the example I mentioned in Italy. I won't repeat it. This one is basically with our friend in the UK, where we deploy a module of ADMS called Fleecer, fault location and restoration, incident restoration, where we were able to restore 98% of a customer after an outage under 3 minutes. And that's a very good improvement to reach 5 nines of availability that any utility aim at. And this also had, of course, impact savings by avoiding penalties. And then another example here is that we have integrated end-to-end. We are, because we provide both hardware and software, we try to bring end-to-end solution also. So we have implemented in our ADMS some RTU templates, so at the substation level, to configure, install and configure and commission the RTU in a fast manner with some unique templates. And this is, of course, saving commissioning engineers hours. And this was leading to basically 2 million euro annual savings of the configuration of the network. So some example also of how digitization can reduce the OPEX cost of man hours. Now I want to speak about one business case with Electri-Levi in Estonia, where we help them deploy a flexibility software, which we call DERMS, so DER management system, in their network, and the kind of approach we have had with them to accompany them. So first of all, it's to start from the problem. It's very important in terms of business processes, people skills, and interaction between the different teams, IT teams, OT teams, to state the initial problem. What is the issue? So here in their context, they had more and more renewable that wanted to connect to the grid, infrastructure charging, photovoltaic, and also wind and battery. And because the grid could not integrate all these assets, they had to do curtailment, which is the worst you want to do, is to basically waste energy created. So that was their initial statement. And then they wanted to have a dynamic software solution to manage dynamically this DER into the grid and being able to near real time resolve grid constraints. And they wanted something that is streamlined into their business processes, their IT business processes. So the step approach we had with them and that we recommend in all the digitization process is to start by this critical problem statement and challenge what's happening on your grid that you want to change. Then, based on this specific critical problem, look at the specific software requirements that you need to implement and what are the specific needs that software should tackle. Then, define the acceptance criteria because you want to validate it as a business case. You want to have outcome on your key KPIs, ID, SAIFI, or on your bottom line. So define the key acceptance criteria. And then isolate a proof of concept. Do it in a safe sandbox environment to not disturb all your grid. Start small on an area, but area valid to validate the IT to OT interaction, to train the people. So you have to validate the impact on people, on skills, on business processes before you can scale at a larger level. And then you can define your final rollout plans once you have done that. So we were defining all that criteria with them. So another important point is to make sure you are clear on the success factor on this digitization initiative. So first, prioritize what kind of transformation you want to do. Again, there are a lot of technologies, but we should not push all the technology we have. We should select the technology that apply to the challenge and to the business processes. So there needs to be back and forth discussion between the utility and the supplier to really understand best what is the solution to their need. Have a ROI-driven approach or a business case approach. What is the investment? What is impact on bottom line? Sometimes by improving just ID, SAIFI, you avoid penalties as a regulated business, so that's enough. Sometimes you even create your own savings, especially OPEX saving by digitizing. So all that has to be calculated. Then have a scalable and open architecture because, of course, usually utilities have a legacy software, have a legacy environment. So this new platform has to be open to interact with existing lower layers of platforms. So the recommendation is to define an open architecture and really validate the integration with the existing platform, and also have a future-proof platform that can accept in the future some other platform on top, so fully interoperable and scalable. Then understand the data platform. So it's important. I think I totally agree on the spaghetti concept of Alex. It's very important to have a data model. Or maybe it's not the spaghetti, but the lasagne. We discussed the lasagna, but have the data model clean, and then have a layer above that can basically connect and get all the data for the further layer of analytics. So it's very important to have a clean data model to then understand the data requirements and what kind of data you may need for that particular project. Then never one supplier can make it all. So sometimes you need to come with an ecosystem of partners. And that's why, to my first point, it's very important to have an open architecture, because sometimes not one can do it all, and you need to be capable to integrate partners. And finally, even though in the context of this case study, it was all about flexibility, modernization has to be thought holistically, taking priorities where you are the first pain point, at a point of time, but thinking holistically of what are the different steps. Do you need first to have, outage management system? Then second priority is maybe vegetation management, then flexibility, but having a path and being clear on the different steps on your priorities. So here, basically, we looked with that customer on the different priorities of transformation they needed, and we select the main priorities in terms of current pain points and achieve benefits. And you can see here what were the main points, and we started from that first criteria. Then we did align the technology we can provide as a software supplier to their business processes. So we looked at the LV analytics, which is important in the planning. Then the design part to basically understand the networks, get all the network data and being able to do the design. Then the asset teams needed basically grid asset management, grid asset performance, ADMS for the operation, and DERMS to manage basically the DER at the edge of a network. It's, as I said, very important to keep this ROI approach. And while you do the definition of different criteria, you implement them on the POC, you measure the benefits, and you can refine your acceptance criteria before to do the final rollout. Set up a scalable and interoperable architecture. So don't go full speed at the beginning, define your priorities. It can be only having outage management and DMS, and then integrate more feature of the ADMS. And I need to run. And then progressively do all the platformization. So I will go very fast. I think I mentioned that. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. Can you take the last slide as a summary?
Yes, sure. I think this was the last slide. So basically, I think I went through the different steps anyway. What as a summary, is very important is to have a stage approach, but start from the pain point, the business processes, then define this, the different priorities in the deployment of digitization. Make sure you drive change management, because it's about change management with your teams, linked to business processes, train them, and measure what you do progressively. Start from a POC before to scale up.
Thank you so much, Valerie.
Sorry.
Thank you. maybe one question. We should be polite and have one question. If anyone from the audience, do we have? If not, I will raise one.
Yeah.
This is all nice, but you have to do with people, and people are conservative, and people in my age are really wanting to stick to their usual life, and they don't want to have any digitalization and changes. What is your thought on how to make people adapt to the new technologies?
So as I said, people is very important, and it's linked to the processes. I think it's a complete change management that has to be conducted at the company level when you digitize. Start with the IT people, because they are closer to the business processes and they will see the value of digitization in their own processes and in their own life. So again, start with a small project, show how we simplify their life so that they become the advocate to go to the OT guys, which are probably the most tough to be convinced.
Yeah, that's really good. Thank you so much, Valerie. And let's continue discussions later on.
Yes, sure. Thanks a lot.
So I'm so happy to say that Dr. Yashar Jassi Farakal has actually made it to the conference. Thank you so much for joining. You come from the Rotterdam School of Management at the Erasmus University. Thank you, and the stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. And I'm going to, for the next 20 minutes, I'm going to talk about what I'm very passionate about these days. And that's about energy digitalization. So a bit about myself. My name is Yashar. I'm an associate professor at Erasmus University, Rotterdam School of Management. I did my PhD in electrical and computer engineering, but now I'm more of a data analyst and market mechanism design person. I'm holding 3 other appointments, all in different energy centers at Erasmus University, TU Delft, and convergence programs. And I have secured multiple European and Dutch projects, all related to energy transition and system integration. So this talk is not about me, so let's get to business. What I want to, and the way I want to motivate the focus of my presentation is to recognize the need for fast changes that we see in the energy transition. So basically, we are moving from a very, very simple energy network, unidirectional linear network, to a mess of multiple different entities, bidirectional, and this network is changing every day. So it is becoming very difficult to handle such a network, and we still want to keep the promises that we have in the energy systems with very low chance of interruptions. The main idea is that we want to have an energy system that the chance of interruption is more or less 1 day per 10 years. So keeping this service quality for such a network is becoming more and more difficult. And that is becoming more difficult when we think that we have other ambitions with energy systems, especially with power system, with electrification. And you all know about the COP28 promises that we want to even accelerate way more how we are integrating renewables and variable renewables to the grid, tripling the amount of renewables, but it has also other consequences, not only with renewables, but also it has consequences for electric vehicles. If you want to increase the number of electric vehicles that we have by almost tenfold by 2030. Electrolyzers and hydrogen, we all hear about it. We want to increase it by more than 100-fold by 2030. So it's very ambitious, and knowing all the challenges that we see in the energy system, it's becoming more and more difficult to handle such big changes. This is more difficult when we also know the energy ecosystem, that it is comprised of many different sectors, they're all integrated and interacting with each other, power sector, transportation, industry, and building sector. But we have also different energy carriers, electricity, heat, gas, hydrogen, and they all have an interplay. There are more and more technologies that will allow you to change from one form to another, from one sector to another. So there are a lot of opportunities, but at the same time, there are a lot of challenges when we have this very complex ecosystem. On a higher level, it's not only about technology, but also it's a multi-stakeholder problem. We have policy and regulations on one side, policymakers. We have technology evolution. We have the social aspects, how people can adapt the changes. They are a big part of this energy ecosystem. We cannot do it without them. And how we can come up with market mechanisms that can facilitate these changes. So we are in the era that we need to make the best choices. And they're very radical changes to the whole energy system, and they're very important choices. And any decision that we make today will affect how this energy system will grow in future. So the decisions today are more important than the decision that we make 5 years from now, because they will really govern how the trajectory of the energy system will grow in future. So that makes it very important that in the era that we know that it is very crucial what decision to make in terms of investment and also operational decisions, we make the best decision in this setup. And we see that in this role, we cannot do it by hand. We need a lot of digitalization. If you're dealing with such a complex system and we need to make fast decisions, human cannot do that. So therefore, we need digitalization. And it's not only looking at these rough figures, there are also many different evaluations that show that the value of digitalization cannot be ignored, and it should be part of this transition, and we cannot do it without it. This is just a simple example from Dutch Grid. So this is you can see this figure as the proxy of the congestion at different cities in the Netherlands, and the consumption and production side in 2022 April, and this is September, and you see that how fast it is changing. The darker the colors, the more difficult or the more unlikely it is that you can get a capacity upgrade. And the request for capacity upgrade is growing every year. And the projections show that projections of the Netbeheer Netherlands, which is the association of the grid operators, show that for one of the DSOs in the Netherlands, the biggest DSO, Leander, we need 95,000 kilometers new cables, 35,000 new secondary substation, 150 plus primary substation, an investment of 1 billion euros per year. So that's a huge investment, let alone that how long would it take to actually implement them. But the analysis showed that you can reduce these figures by half if you optimally use digitalization. There are also other reports that show the impact of digitalization. We can, for example, facilitate 580 gigawatt of flexible energy by 2050, which is 90% of the flexibility that we would need. So it is certainly clear that digitalization is important. And especially in digital utilities realm, they see it as a once in a generation opportunity. There's a competition among different retailers in different countries that they want to be the leader of this digitalization because they know that there's great value. And if you put your name on it as the leader of digitalization, you can win a lot. And there are different figures that show that, in many different perspectives, how can you gain from digitalization. So the importance of digitalization is known. The effect is more or less known, and therefore market is following. We see that this is a market of $2.7 trillion. This digitalization overall, not only energy sector. and 80% of the companies plan to accelerate their digitalization. And it benefits for especially the decision making that I was referring to, that when you know that there is need for change, you need to you go through 4 phases: understanding, analysis, decision, and action. With digitalization, you can shrink the time that each of these 4 phases would need, and you can make the better decision in each of these 4 steps. So better choice, better control, better maintenance, saving time and money. It's not only the market that is following, but also techs and apps are also following that. We see every day new applications in upstream, midstream, and downstream in the energy system. And there are many different technologies, and it is increasing every day. Grid investment in digital techs, it was 19% of the total grid investment in 2023. So it's going in the right direction, you would assume. But with all of these promises, the share of the successful part of the digital projects in the energy system is only 4 to 11%. So there are figures from all different industries, but for the energy industries, only 4 to 11% of overall energy projects, energy digitalization projects are successful. So that raises the question that what are the reasons? We all talk about it, we know that it's important, we are investing a lot of time and money on it, but it is not as successful as it should be. What are the reasons? This is a study by BCG that they show that they have different KPIs for digitalization, 40 different KPIs, and they came up with some index, like digitalization index across different industries. And they rank different industries that how would you rank them in according to that digitalization index. And energy is not one of the best. And then they move further to find out that what are the reasons. And this is a summary of the reasons, but mainly it is because there are too many initiatives. Usually they are very disconnected. They would say that in energy digitalization, because you know that it is very important, you look at your competitive, what projects they're working on, and you start working on it without thinking that would it be the highest added value projects for you at that point in time. Or you hear about ChatGPT, you say it's really cool, let's do something with it, without thinking the business added value to your company. But many of the things that the previous speakers were also referring to, it's a platform thinking. So you have to come up with a new architecture. You cannot continue with small changes with the company that you have. It's really a radical change to the company. You have to rethink about how you do business and revise the entire ecosystem of your company. And without that, that's not possible. You should always start small and agile, and then move to bigger projects. But of course, in energy industry, the mindset and legacy is stronger. So it is also a challenge to change the mindset and policy and legacy in the energy systems. And then they come up with some ways that how we can make it better, how we can improve it. That I'm not going to go through that. But a summary of those is basically, let the business lead, focus on high value initiatives, educate for workforce and adapt platform thinking. And the last one is leverage data and AI. When we talk about digitalization, first thing that comes to our mind is mostly about the algorithms. And it's very often the case that we ignore the importance of data. Without having data, without having proper data, no matter how strong our algorithms are, we cannot do proper digitalization. The strength of ChatGPT is not because of its algorithm, it's because of the data. So it's very important to work on the data and revisit whether the data that we have in the energy system is good enough and how we can improve it. And in that aspect, Europe is very ambitious. They want to be the most data-empowered continent in the world. And data is improving, the scale at which data is increasing. It's also in energy system. We cannot ignore it. This circles is an illustration that how much data we have from 1997 to 2022. So one thing is that, do we have enough data in the energy system? And sometimes it's surprisingly not the case. And we don't have data for very important part of the system. We have no measurements and control on low voltage grid, or roughly no. No proper technology information, no information on the secondary transformer. So basically anything under secondary substation is more or less a black box. But you do need it for dynamic congestion management at local power grid. And if you expand this list to all different aspects of energy industry, you see that there are many parts of the energy system that you would still need to have more data. But suppose that you have that data. The second problem is, do you share the data properly within your institute and across different institutes? And that's also not the case. This is a figure that shows that how much do you gain in terms of flexibility if you share data across the DSOs and TSOs, and what if you don't share data at all? This is one figure, and I don't go through that, but it's important to know that every time you start to share data, you gain some value, and that value can be remunerated to the data owners. And that brings me to the main focus, that we want to have a platform that you can share data, but there are many features of the data sharing that you should follow. Valorization, where we collect a lot of data without knowing that what part of that data could be useful. Currently, only 2 to 4% of the data is being used, but we are paying a lot for data storage and data management, data governance. Can we focus on the part that is valuable, or we can extract more value from the rest? Privacy, security are known, interoperability. How can we make data to be easier understood by different entities that are going to use it? I was talking to Eneco, and they were saying we collect data from different departments, but we don't know that this is the same data that we are collecting. But we tag it differently, we index it differently, but that's the same data. So interoperability is very important when you start to share data, not only across the same department or same institute, but across many different departments. Incentives. What is it in it for me to share my data? That's super important. It could be some, in any data sharing, there are some monetary value behind it, and how we can remunerate the data owners for that. And that's what we are working on. Market design challenges, is it centralized? Is it peer-to-peer? Standardization, to what extent you want to standardize data sharing, and to what extent you want to let the market decide. And digital fairness. In any digitalization, it's important to make sure that we don't leave anyone behind. And it's not only us who is working on it. European Commission has started to work on it, knowing the importance of it. And they have a working group called Data for Energy, D4E, and that's their role, basically, to come up with some idea for data sharing, data and energy data space. And they recognize that you should do it in agile and bottom up. You cannot have one platform for all the energy applications. So you should really start with small scale applications. And they focus on building electric vehicle and energy markets, because they see that these are the three applications that have high potentials. And lastly, this is, so that's something that we are doing currently, that we also found out that having an energy data sharing space is very important for research communities as well. And we thought that it would be easier to start with research communities. And we have developed something like a social media platform, like Facebook, that people can share data, they can follow each other, they can recommend different data. And this is like a wiki type that you can comment on the data, you can keep it updated. And if similar data is available somewhere else, you can link to that. So that's something that we have been working on for the last 6 weeks, 6 months, and we already have a prototype for that. And I think that this is highly needed in energy systems, but I'm happy that in such energy conferences, I hear more and more about data and also in industry, the value of data is recognized. So I'm basically posing the problem, but not the solution. But it's a very important problem to start thinking about when we talk about digitalization. That how do we deal with data? What is the status quo with the data, and how we can create a platform to share data? And that's it from my side. These are my contact info. I'll be happy to be connected with you if you are interested in this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Yashar. Any questions? Yes.
Thank you, Philippe Equans. We are in a world where there is a lot of actors with a lot of transactions, microtransactions and strong transactions between people that trust themselves but not so much. And there is a common interest. And there is a technology that fits all of that. It's blockchain. I saw that. And my question is why we don't see any blockchain for the energy management. There is some very spot some there, but is it because the technology is too complicated to understand? Because actually it's not so complicated when you have the nose inside. But what is your feeling about that?
Yeah, so very good question. I respond to that from two different perspectives. The project that I'm most proud of is a blockchain energy blockchain project, and that had got the highest citation, and that means that there are many people that are interested in it. We're working with IBM, and IBM is working on energy tokenization. So there are many initiatives that they're working on. When we talk to IBM, they say that we have had many projects, but all of them has failed so far, and there are reasons for that. One is that yeah, there was a time where blockchain was a hype, and they were thinking that blockchain is a solution for everything, and they were applying blockchain for many different applications, and soon they realized that no, there are better alternatives. But there are still some applications that blockchain could be a great fit for them, and especially those that privacy and security. Proof of origin is an important aspect of blockchain that you cannot do without. So there are many reasons that you can lever why blockchain is needed, and there are many different initiatives on blockchain. But I guess the reason that we don't see it in practice so far is that it's too early to be implemented, and it's not scalable for some of the applications, and for the applications that that's a good fit. The mindset is not there yet, so they don't want to go through this major shift that they don't know what is the outcome of that. But for the data per se, so one way is energy tokenization, that you trade energy through blockchain, but the other application is using blockchain for storing data. And for that, that's basically the platform for also the platform that we're using. That's using blockchain because that's very secure, and that can provide all the or most of the properties that you want to have. Yes.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's very interesting. Sorry. So Sylvie from CEA, Research and Organization, as your institute. My question is, as you are into this school, could you give some ideas how you see the valorization and incentive solution for
Yeah,
data?
for incentive, we are also starting from small projects. For some application, the value is very clear. If you talk about, for example, the value of flexibility in local setting, if you come up with some tariff mechanisms that consumers start to follow, and you're using their data, the smart meter data, to come up with the right tariff mechanism, and then you incentivize them to change their behavior to provide an aggregate flexibility to you as a retailer, then how much value you get from that flexibility as a retailer, that's the value that is contributed by all of the consumers. So for such application, the incentive is clear. That's money. For coalition, that's also very clear. When you make coalition, you have stronger understanding of the best bidding strategies. So for those cases, the value, the monetary value is clear. For some cases, we don't know, it's not clear, and they also in European Commission, they say that it doesn't need to be always a monetary incentive, right? There could be other types of incentives. But I don't know whether non-monetary incentives could be strong enough to facilitate that. But for me, for now, I'm focusing on the monetary incentives.
Okay, thank you so much, Yashar, and really interesting. Big applause. Thank you. So now we're moving into the session that we should have had after lunch, but we'll put it a bit front before lunch. It's Lorenzo Arizzoli Bullato, head of automated inspection at Axpo Grid, that will present automated power grid inspections with drones. Lorenzo, thank you.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, my name is Lorenzo. I'm working for Axpo, and we're providing software and services for automated power grid inspection with drones. I've been doing this for now almost 10 years, and yeah, I give you some insights what we have learned during this time. So that you need to do inspection for a power grid is kind of obvious, because if you do not do it, yeah, sooner or later you will have problems, worst case blackout. And traditionally this has been done with ground inspection, looking from the ground to the power grid towers, or you fly along with a helicopter. Now for almost 10 years there are drones who could do the job as well. But why would you do this? And what are the challenges? That's what I'm going to tell you a bit. But first, also a warning is that if you start working with drones, you might find out that your power grid doesn't look as good as you thought that it would look like, because the data quality might get a lot better. So yeah, when it all started almost 10 years ago, there was a huge promise. Yeah, we have drones now. We could do everything much better, like better data. It's all cheaper, it's faster, and it's less risk. You don't have to put people in the air or climbing towers. But then once you start working with it, you find out that there are also quite some challenges, like you have to fly the drones. You start capturing a lot of data. So you need to have some proper data management, and then analyzing the data might turn out into a lot of manual work. And if you don't do it properly, you end up with having more costs in the end. So this is kind of how you can do power grid inspections. The standard process, how it started, is that people buy a drone, fly around the towers, capture the data, and at the end of the day they have like a huge amount of data. They don't know which photo belongs to which tower, so they have to sort it. Then they end up with clean data, and then they do the manual analysis. This is a way, but it's expensive and cumbersome. What we are aiming to is doing it automated wherever it's feasible. So that means first the data capturing process, to automate that, so that once you have finished the flight, you already have the clean data. Then the analytics is assisted with artificial intelligence. The benefit of that, if you make it properly, of course, you're much faster. You have a good structure of the data. It's repeatable. Then you also can link the data that you capture with the right objects, with the right assets automatically. And you can also digitally integrate it, which means that you can upload the data from the drone directly to a cloud or to a system where it belongs to. And after all, it's also much safer than when you do the whole inspection manually. Because flying a drone manually it's very tiring if you do it the whole day. So that's the software that we've been developing. One is a software platform to do flight plans called Linear Power. Then we have a drone application, Linear Air, for actually doing the data capturing. And once you have captured the data, we have an analytics platform called Insights. That's what the process looks like. Normally, we have to start from some kind of a digital model. Based on that, we do a flight route. Then we go on the field and capture the data. We upload the data to the platform, do the data analytics, and as a result, we have a report. And based on that report, you then, of course, start doing all the maintenance work. Here's a video that guides you through the whole process. That's the Linear Power platform for generating the flight routes. Here you see the digital model that we have inside the platform with a flight route for a drone. You see there are red dots. That means this specific flight route is not safe. The flight route is too close to objects around it, so I have to recalculate it, apply it, and then now you have a new flight route without any red dots. So that means this is acceptable. And once you have accepted this flight route, not sure if I can stop. Maybe you can ask.
Can we take it afterwards? Sorry.
Yeah. So once you have that flight route, you go on site and then start the automated data capturing. That's what it looks like from the drone's perspective. So now there is no human interaction. You just hold the controller and the data is captured automatically. That's now the original speed. It takes maybe 2 to 3 minutes for capturing the data of one single TSO tower. So now it speeds up a bit, but just to give you an example that a drone, off-the-shelf drone, has approximately a flight time of a bit more than half an hour, and during the time you can capture data of, depending on the size, let's say 4 to 10 towers in a single flight. You see that's also a bit on a faster speed. So this took around 6 minutes to capture the data of 2 towers. And once the data is captured, we upload it on the platform. So that's the platform now where the data is stored. And to do now the annotations, to do the damage analysis, we have implemented a component gallery, which is AI supported. So the AI looks for all different objects. For example, that's protection rings, and you have to go through them and find for damages. Currently, for this part, we still have a human in the loop. It's not fully automated. I come to that a bit later. What you also see here is that the photos are also linked to the object. So there is automatically a name, and within that name, you already see to which tower and to which part of the tower. So that means to which cross arm that photo belongs. So yeah, once you have made an annotation of a specific damage, it can be found in the overall inspection. So initially, you only have seen like the specific object, this protection ring, but you also can have a look at it on the full image, of course. All right, once again, you see the benefits of doing it automatically. It's a lot faster. You really don't have to do any manual interaction once the flight has started. So the whole capturing of the photos are triggered, and also the focus, all the camera, the camera stuff is done automatically. You have a well structure, so each photos are taken from the same angles that you have defined in advance. It's scalable to all the towers of a line. If you do another inspection 1 year later or 2 years later, you can take the exactly the same flight route and make the same photo from the same position again. I already mentioned the linking between the photo and the object, so we make a specific name for each photo. We can upload it from the drone to a cloud, and it's all much safer than if you would have to fly it manually. So I go a bit deeper now again into the specifics. I told you that we start from a digital model. Usually we get that data from the grid operators themselves. They have some kind of digital models, normally in some GIS database or in some engineering database. We can import that into our system. Maybe it's not accurate enough, so we also take LiDAR data into account, and if we have the case that it's not accurate yet, we can also correct it on the platform itself. We also can then give back the correction to the grid operator, so to let them know your data is not accurate. What's the important part of the digital model that we need? It's more or less the geometry, like the size of the tower, the size of the cross arm, the length of the insulators, stuff like this. And that's also the base on calculating the flight route. What you see here is the calculation of the flight route. What we also do is not only the tower, but we also calculate the sag of the wires, and then take very high resolution photos where we also are able to detect damages on the wires, as you see here. The data capturing process on site is a very simple and standardized process because we have the drone application. When you're on site, you simply have to select those specific flight routes that you want to fly. You click it together, press start, and then the drone flies automatically. The flight route is calculated for a specific drone, and we support many different kind of drones. So that's like in the initial planning that's integrated also on what kind of camera you use. And you also see an example of a mast top. Then the data analytics you have seen in the video before. We store there all the data. Once you have done an inspection, you also see the analytics on what kind of damages that you have found. In our case, it's directly connected to our SAP system, so the maintenance planning can be done directly after the inspection. So the AI that we are using, I guess that's something many people are interested. The object detection works very well. That's very reliable. So that helps us in speeding up the process of damage detection. But when it comes to the damage detection itself, we've been developing algorithms ourselves, but we have also been collaborating with companies that are only doing damage detection on power grid photos. And for us, the reliability is not yet high enough that we can fully leave it to the algorithm. So there is still a human in the loop, which has to have an overlook of the results. Of course, we are confident that within the next few years, there doesn't need to be a human in the loop when it comes to that data analytics. Here, some more results or examples of AI-based damage detection. It works quite well. We say we need like 99% reliability, and we're currently maybe at 80%, something like this, which is just not enough yet. Then another important thing that we are doing, that's data protection. So when there is personal data involved, when we have license plates of cars or people, there is blurring, which is also AI-based, that's also implemented in the platform. And of course, in the end, there needs to be a reporting. Of course, everything is available on the platform itself, but we see that for many grid operators, it's still important to have something like a PDF report that you can export from the platform. All right, so what we are doing, essentially, we have software for flight planning, for data capturing and analytics, but we also provide the services from generation of flight routes. We perform drone flights for grid operators, but we also do the analytics. That's it from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lorenzo. Can I now hand it over? Sorry.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. Yeah, I have two questions. The first one, if you can come back on the, I think it's just the second slide. When you when we see there is so many yes, I think it's before. So I assume that you have already the digital twin. If you have to, because we see I think it's before when you yeah before again sorry, no. So yeah, here when you provide the drone the path you have to do, that means that you have already the digital twin of the pylons and the cables. That's right?
Yes, exactly. Mostly of the towers, and from the wires we can calculate it as well. Yeah.
Okay. So that's the customer provide you the
Either the customer provides it to us or we generate it.
And how do you generate that?
One way is that we do a LiDAR flight first.
Ah, okay.
Then we extract it from that.
Okay.
So we have some tools to do it.
And my second question,
sorry. In most cases, it's actually that most grid operators do have some data. You just have to ask at the right place.
Okay. And my second question is to detect the defaults. That means that you have trained your AI model. So did you tag yourself all the kind of defaults to train the algorithm, or it's the customers that provide you all the kind of defaults that you can find on the grid?
No, I mean we capture quite a lot of data ourselves, but we also get provided from data by our customers. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Tenet.
Yeah, I really like the product approach that you have taken to this, and also impressed with what you can already deliver. What would this look like in, let's say, 1 or 2 years' time? What is your expectation where this will go to?
There will be improvements in the automation process. When you see here, in all parts of it, we still have some manual works. For example, drone technology. I mentioned that off-the-shelf drone has a capability of a bit more than half an hour. So we are integrating now drones that can fly 2 or 3 hours, and that makes it more interesting business case because it's going to be cheaper. That's an improvement. Another improvement is what I mentioned before, is that the data analytics can be more autonomous, that you don't need to have a human in the loop anymore.
Okay, thank you.
Just a short question out of curiosity. Is that related to the Swiss Grid MIDAS project? I think they're doing their own drone inspection.
Is it called MIDAS?
MIDAS, I think it's called.
Okay. I'm aware that they're also doing some data analytics on their own. We are probably giving them a lot of data they capture, we capture for them, and they're using it for analytics.
Okay.
Yeah. So in the whole analytics part, there are really many companies all over working on a solution to make it a better automated process.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Lorenzo. Any more questions? Do we? Sorry, yes, sorry.
Where do you store your data?
So the customers, they have their own cloud services. Usually it's a lot of Azure. Ourselves, we also have Azure clouds. Yeah.
Azure is secure enough, or
Seems
why
like.
not Amazon?
Yeah.
Is
Yeah, I mean, what I see is that many utilities we work with, they're using Azure clouds, and maybe it will change, but currently it's okay.
Yeah, Azure is secure enough for European legislations, is my understanding, and a lot of data is being reposited there. But obviously, sensitive data needs to be on premise at some point. So, yeah, excellent. Any other questions? Are we okay? Thank you so much. Very interesting. This is the future. If I'm correctly informed, we are planning for lunch. And sorry, yes, I need to stay on the stage here. And we're ahead of time a bit. And I think we're back here. Sorry?
Before 1, 2. Yeah, we're ahead just for 3 minutes, so that's all right.
Yeah, so we actually are ahead of time, which opens the opportunity to go for lunch a bit earlier. The time is 13:45 to be back here, correct?
And after that, we're gonna have also a small networking break, so we will continue at 2:10. Is it?
Did I hear correctly? 14.
Oh, I'm sorry. 1 p.m. 45. 1:45.
13:45.
Yes.
We are back in the room
Yes.
sharp. Okay. So enjoy the lunch and continue the good discussions. And apologies for those I had to cap the questions on, but go to these people that you wanted to speak to, colleagues and friends, and continue the questions.
And I thank everyone for your participation. We just wrapped the first part of our conference, but I want to remind you about the evaluation forms. Your feedback is very important for us, so it might be the perfect time to think about the first half and leave your comments about that. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. And the lunch is on, if we go left from the door, correct?
Yes, it's the same room as the breakfast.
Yeah, same room as the breakfast. See you there for lunch. And I think we have tables reserved for us, correct?
That is correct.
Yep. Apologies. Yeah, good question. I will leave my PC here, so let's leave and lock it up. Yes, I get an okay on that one. We're locking down everything here.
Okay, so we will start with this presentation at 13:25.
Yeah, so we have a big challenge. That is, we have a lot of pressure under that and actually a lot of things. So we have a lot of congestion and also we need to build a lot of grid expansions. So, but it's really nice to work with that.
I would share with you, I met your CEO.
Maar nog wat je weet, maar dat is hier.
final attendees coming in. I hope you had a good lunch break. You got to know some new friends. All had a cup of coffee, which is important. So we are ahead of time slightly in the sense of the total program. And I'm really happy that Miguel Krause could join us just in time. There were some train challenges. He will present utilizing AI for the future energy, practical strategies for grid operators. So you're from E.ON, Digital Technology. So Michel, the floor is yours. Microphone there.
Hello, everyone. My name is Miguel Krause, and today we will have a look on utilizing AI for the future of energy. And let's start right into the presentation. So let's start with a quick question. How many renewable energy plants do you think must be connected to the German power grid by 2030? It's a difficult question, but as a hint, last year we connected the 1 millionth power plant. So 6 years to go. Any hint? Okay, then that's pretty true, actually. So exact 6 million. So around that. So yeah. And well, this offers a lot of opportunities and challenges for us at E.ON, especially when more and more flexibilities come into our grid. So we need a huge change in the grid, more grid expansion, and also digitalization. And that's what we want to look at today. So first of all, let's have a quick view on our energy landscape. The German grid is separated in different voltage levels. So we have the large substation level where that feed into the extra high voltage grid. That could be like coal, gas, or nuclear power plants. And then we have the lower voltage levels where we have other feeders, but also the consumers like the industry, and in the low voltage area, the households and local grids. And with the energy transition, the whole structure in the grid changes. So now we get more and more flexible power into the grid. We have offshore wind farms, especially in the north of Germany, where they feed in the extra high voltage level. We have onshore and solar plants and high and medium voltage. And also in the low voltage area, we have like PV wall boxes or electrical vehicles, which will consume but also feed in energy to the grids. This actually changes the whole landscape. And well, when we come to AI and digitalization, you can see that we currently have a huge trend in digitalize our companies all over the world. I brought you a quick overview of a study from McKinsey of this year. And here you can see the organizations worldwide that have adopted at least one AI function in their products or business core functions itself. And you see a huge trend here. So we start at 2017 with around 20% of businesses, and now we are up to 72%. And especially in E.ON, we see a similar trend. So we get a huge amount of requests for AI and digital solutions. And this could handle a lot of different topics. That could be like predictive maintenance, data lakes, GPT agents, but also more grid-related things like battery optimization, smart meter optimization, or demand forecasts. We also have some topics around anomaly detection or drone inspections for the grid. The question arises, so how can we handle the surge in AI requests? Because if we get so many requests, it's difficult to decide which project we want to do. So the first idea, and especially for me as an in-house consultant, would be to say, yes, we do every project that's possible that will keep up our KPIs. We have a huge utilization for our consultants. Perfect. But, well, actually, that's the worst option. So currently, if we have a look on the hype cycle of AI, we are somewhere at the peak. So we get a lot of requests, a lot of people asking us to build AI solutions, and we need to find out the best way. And what happens if we take every project we take? Well, we will get into time issues and development issues. Projects might fail. Customers in our field won't come back, and especially will lose trust in AI solutions for the grid. And one more thing, if we have a lot of projects and a lot of time pressures, team members will maybe quit. So should we not do any AI projects? Well, that's the other part. Sure, we want to do AI projects, but for those who are worth it. And we want to flatten the curve, so we want to do successful projects, satisfy customers, and get motivated team members. And how do we actually do it? So we search for the business impact. On the one side, we want to identify those projects with a huge business impact, and on the other side, if we have identified such a project, we want to deliver those projects. To have a look on the left side, so our idea is to be close to the core, meaning we want to see what's in the interest of the decision makers in our company and what gives them headaches so we can solve them. And that brings me to the second point, be the aspirin instead of a vitamin. We want to solve those headaches and be close to our main business, which is basically the grid and the grid operations. Additionally, we want to have a clear and joint vision on a digitalization in AI structure. And I also put a last point, and this is AI always the right solution? Well, basically it isn't. Often people are asking for AI solutions, whether there are tools that are more appropriate and easier to maintain. But we want to do the right projects where we can really have a business impact with our AI and data solutions. Well, once we identified such a project, we want to deliver it. And how do we do it? Well, we have a highly transformative team consisting of IT experts, energy experts, and consultants on our projects. And we want to always identify all the necessary prerequisites, like the necessary data quality. Is there already data? That's always a huge issue. And also like data protection, data cybersecurity, to make sure that we can deliver once we get a project. And the last part is our business needs to pay for it. So we want to be close to the money, meaning we want to support those functions in our company that are really close to the grid. And if the business pays for it, usually we are closer than if we get any issues with financing and also delivering projects for not successful units. Where do we see the most potential? So in our grid area, we see 4 big areas where we see a huge potential. So the first one would be automation. And one example here is the image recognition we implemented for smart meter construction. So whenever a smart meter is built, our technicians do a photo of it, then we recognize whether the wires are installed correctly and also gather information about the meterings and other information we can get from the picture and also the location. So if the smart meter is installed in the right location and not in a different household, for example. A second part would be predict and forecast. That could be easy, well, not easy, but tasks like load forecasting for our different grid levels or a forecast of churns of customers. So if customer churn, we need to shift our energy procurement, and therefore it's pretty interesting to get the information about how many customers will churn in the next month or in the next year. And especially if they have long-term contracts, this has a huge impact on our energy procurement. For the last two parts, improve decision-making and boost efficiency, I brought you two examples. The first one would be improve decision-making. So often we do not only want to provide a forecast or classify a certain value for the business, but we also want to help them to do data-driven decision-making. And one example would be the redispatch context in our company. So to explain it, well, in Germany we see a huge infeed of renewable energy in the northern part of Germany, where we have the huge offshore parks. And we have large consumers in the south of Germany, where we have huge industry around automotive or construction. And we need to transfer the renewable energy from the north to the south. But this is given to a capacity limit and could lead to a curtailment of wind farms. And whenever we curtail a wind farm, because we would have an overload in our grids, we lose a lot of money and also lose a lot of energy. So how do we handle it? For that, actually, we have currently a project where we want to forecast the load in the grid and want to forecast the curtailments. And if we have an accurate forecast, we can allocate resources efficiently. No energy is wasted, and we do not need curtailment measures. On the other side, if we have no forecast or inaccurate forecast, we need a redispatch. So we need to turn off some of the wind farms to make sure that the grid is stable. And this could lead to huge costs, as we need to compensate the producers of energy and also need to buy in new energies for the customers that expected delivery in the south of Germany. Additionally, we lose energy that can't be fed into the grid. How does our model look like? So we use different data sources. That could be energy production, forecast of weather data. We get specific grid data from our DSOs, and additionally consumption data. And then we feed this all in one AI model that tries to predict potential bottlenecks. And once we have a trained model, we are able to steer the energy production and also the procurement. And what's more interesting on that, we are able to save millions of euros, cut our costs, and waste much more renewable energy, which we really need in our grids. The second part would be boost efficiency, so our second use case. And this is a use case we see a lot currently in our DSOs. So in our service centers, where people can call and request certain things regarding energy procurement, we see that our agents face an increasing amount of requests and also regulations. This leads to a longer waiting time for our customers to replies and longer solving processes. For that, we now build a new AI model which takes a request from a customer, feeds it into our AI model, which tries to understand the request, and then searches through all databases we already have with old questions, but also grid and tariff information, and creates a response by itself. This response then is passed to our agents, which will check the response and add additional information if needed. And well, this leads to a much faster response, easier task for the agent, as he doesn't need to go through all the databases and find the right answers, and a more happy customer in the end. So what's a good thing on this? all of us can boost our efficiency every day in our daily work. When you use, for example, ChatGPT or other natural language chatbots, which help to enable immense productivity gains. And an estimated study was about 40% of productivity boost for high-skilled workers. So it's not only that we can use it for easy tasks, but also for more complex tasks. And one example would be like brainstorming and structuring. So once you have an idea, you can always discuss with a chatbot whether that's a good idea and also get new options on that. Another example would be writing. So writing a draft for an email, passing it to the bot, getting an optimized form, or generating artificial images for those kind of presentations, for example, and also beautifying text if you have really long text and you want to have a check on your text. This is all possible, and it's possible for you all. So I hope this presentation fits you well, and I want to say thank you for your time.
Very interesting, thank you. Any questions? Yes. You're ahead of time, fantastic.
Yeah. I cut a little bit.
That's okay.
We'll soon change that. No, that's really interesting presentation. Thanks very much for that. I was just intrigued. Obviously, at the start, you were talking about like, is AI always the best option for the problem? And obviously, the two things you put forward. Obviously, the decision-making one. Traditionally, the way you do that would be, I suppose, some sort of statistical model. And I was just intrigued on your decision-making process and I suppose definition of AI is as in, do you see like a machine learning being AI, or is it, at what point does it change over from being stats to AI?
Yeah. Well, basically, on AI part, we usually focus on machine learning, but sure, statistical models, familiar models are always on the same side of the scope. It's really hard to find a direct separation between those kind of models there. So usually, if we have a project, we try different solutions and try to benchmark them. And sometimes it's even that old, I would say, or classical statistical model operates the best. On the other side, we have a huge amount now of like sensor data and data directly from the grid, which is often easier to incorporate with machine learning models.
Okay, thank you. AI is a, I not say buzzword, but it's happening. One of my personal worries is there's this legislation, EU Act on using AI on sensitive infrastructure. Obviously, we've seen cases where, not in the grid and power grids, but in other places where AI actually does wrong recommendations. And then you start digging into it, you do not know where the data or the conclusion and suggestions is coming from. That's one question. How do we mitigate that? The other thing is AI typically has an optimization for that purpose. So I have this kind of who is watching the AIs, who is the gatekeeper and making sure it's a human, obviously, somewhere in the loop, but all these robots doing their optimization, how do we get to know that it's not doing wrong decisions for us? Because we can't afford that. That's going to be very expensive. Just comments, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. So on the first question, especially our company, we always want to make sure that AI enhances our processes and our daily work. So usually, even if we support a data-driven decision process, in the end, the human should decide what to do on. So the example for the redispatch would be we make a recommendation which part of the grid should be damped or turned off instead of directly turning off things and automating the full process. Because if we automate things on the full schedule, it might lead to wrong turnoffs and huge issues in the grid.
I agree.
And I think for the second part,
yeah, it's more with this. I think you answered it. It's who is watching the AIs. Do we have a kind of a gatekeeper there?
Yes, we usually have additionally to our automated gatekeeping, but usually we always have operations that watch the actions of our AI systems and want to make sure that we are always on the stable side of our grid.
Yeah, thank you so much. Any other questions? Yes, get the microphone.
Thank you. I was just wondering, how do you set the KPIs for an AI tool like decision making, and how do you measure the benefits that you're getting from it?
You mean in contrast to not having an AI?
Yeah, for example, yeah. What is it giving to you?
Well, the easiest way is to measure costs often, but another way would be to implement it in parts of the grid and observe it and compare it to parts where we didn't implement it to see the real effect of it. Sure, we want to make sure that those parts are similar, but we can definitely see a trend there.
Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. If there are no other questions, then thank you so much, Michael. It's really interesting. Big applause. Next, we'll hear from Matthias Heinecke, Head of Innovation Management at Digital Grids, Siemens Energy. Thank you. Come up on the scene. Okay, there's some, I think we have live demo, the PC here. Do you need any help? Are you okay? Yeah, I'll move the gadgets. It could be possible we need to put that on the floor. Is it okay to put this one on the floor? Yeah. Are we okay? Don't stress, we have plenty of time.
Right, so is this right? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Glad to be here. So Matthias Heinecke, my name, Innovation Management Lead, Digital Grid, Siemens Energy. Yeah, today I would like to discuss AI-enabled grid enhancing technologies. The focus will be on the AI part and the relevance and how we can use AI to improve the operation of the existing grid. And I think, as we have also seen in the first presentation, how AI is really used, applied in the energy space is rather on the lower end. So when we're not talking about Copilot and LMs, but this use case I want to show you is really on the innovation and R&D side still, so it's not going to be a sales pitch. And I think it's good to have an open dialogue, involve all the stakeholders to bring those AI models into the field. So the agenda is as follows, so 25 minutes to go through all of these 5 aspects. So still I want to introduce a little bit Siemens Energy, because when we talked in the breakouts, I heard a lot of sometimes misunderstanding Siemens Energy. I want to clarify this. Then a little bit of the context, grid enhancing technologies. Then the main part, the use case about AI surrogate models, and their specific strength in the given use case. The fourth part, quick insight on first validation examples we have in the field and the demo. And we reserve 5 minutes for the Q&A. So Siemens Energy, I think really important to mention is that Siemens and Siemens Energy are 2 separate companies. So there was a spin-off in 2020. We are Siemens Energy. We are supporting customers along the whole value chain from the generation side. So we have gas turbines, wind power. We have all around the grid technologies, the transformers, but substations, automation, and some part on the consumption side, decarbonization, electrification of industry processes. That's it for the sales pitch. Come to this, the context of the case. And I think we have heard this from different angles in the morning, and almost every presentation had this, the urgency, the challenges of the grid, but still I will do the sixth time. So real quick, so I think everyone is aware that the energy transition is in full swing. There's a rapid shift towards renewable energy. According to the International Energy Agency, more than 560 gigawatts of renewable capacity was added last year, which is double as it was in 22. And you see here also that by 2050, about 70% of the electricity power generation will come from wind and solar. This is great, but due to the intermittency, the uncontrollability, and the weather dependency, these variable resources are simply overwhelming the traditional infrastructure. And that's why you see on the top right, the consequences. We have bottlenecks, congestion in the grid. So the US paid almost $21 billion in 22 to manage these congestions. In the EU, we have similar problems, 4 billion. Beside the congestion problem, we see also the interconnection queues piling up for new grid access. So in the US in 23, it went up to 5 years from the first request to connect new assets to the grid till the commercialization. Then in the EU, we have more than 500 gigawatt of wind capacity waiting in the queue to be assessed and connected. So it shows already that the existing grid is not capable to ingest these renewable sources fast. On the bottom left, you see that it just visualizes that the current grid is operated, or the grids operated near the limits. You see some recent examples globally where we had some outages around the world. So the options now for the system operators, one is the obvious one, to extend the grid with new assets, new transformers. This is always working, but it is very costly and very lengthy. So, I mean, we are also happy as Siemens Energy to support our customers on this, but to do a fast energy transition, this requires additional measures, and this is framed as grid enhancing technologies. This was coined by the US, the Department of Energy, called GETS. Let's now look into what these GETS are. So it's basically all the techniques and devices that help to increase the transfer capability of the existing grid, to increase this. Examples, somehow, this is not the PowerPoint, right? But it's the PDF. That's already, okay, it doesn't matter. So these 4 examples is like dynamic line rating that capture basically the true ampacity of lines based on weather effects. We have power flow control devices like FACTS, flexible AC transmission systems that can direct electricity flow. Then we have enabling technologies, sensors, monitoring systems, and we have AI, analytics and AI that make use of all the data. The benefits are on the top left, sorry, on the bottom left. I think it's straightforward. With these technologies, we can prolong the useful life, increase capacity, and it's relevant topic. You see this on the bottom right. There are substantial funds going into these technologies, that like the 20 billion global spend in 22 on digitalization and analytics for the transmission distribution infrastructure. But can we switch to the PowerPoint? Is it possible? No, the one you copied, isn't this the, I copied in the break, the PowerPoint. Yeah. Sorry?
No, but okay, can we?
Unfortunately, I'm not a comedian. Maybe next life.
Yeah, it's interesting. Grid enhancing technologies. I actually started using iGET integrated grid enhancing technologies because we need to be. Tell me when it's on. Is it okay? Yeah, just finish this one off because there is a difference between putting gadgets, call them, sorry for DLR use, but putting Kinder eggs on the lines, but it's not something that integrate. That's you already have the data. Yet let's use that data. So integrated grid enhancing technology is really key when we move forward. Anyways, I'll let you do the show rest.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, the PDFs might help to make this thing go quicker because I've saved some time. But anyway, I like this on the PowerPoint more. So now coming to the use case itself. And as I said, it's innovation-based activity. So yeah, let's take a look. So the idea, the main idea is that we built thermal twins of critical transmission assets like a transformer to predict basically hotspots and the overload capacity of the assets in real time. This is the main idea. That basically translates to dynamic asset rating, that you can actually use the electrical headroom that the assets have, because usually a transformer or a switchgear, these assets are developed and type tested at worst case conditions like 40 degrees. But this is not how the assets are in the real field are operated. So you have some headroom that we want to unlock with these tools. So we started this journey actually with modeling a rather simple component. This is a power transformer bushing. And we developed an AI surrogate model that is able to predict the temperature quite accurate. So it's less than 3 Kelvin error compared to real measurements from the test lab. So basically, as an input, you have the current that flows through the conductor and the ambient temperature, and it predicts the temperature field along the whole geometry. So it's not just one point temperature, but you can actually probe the model at every XYZ coordinate, and it gives you the accurate temperature under these conditions. The method we used, I explain this a little bit later, but this is basically a purely physics-based approach. So it's not trained on additional data. It's just using the physical laws. So while this worked quite well, we expanded the work towards more complex products, like the transformer. It's a fluid immersed transformer, distribution transformer, and a section of a gas insulated switchgear, the busbar section. And for both types, the trained AI prototypes were able to predict these thermal distributions also quite accurately with a less than 1 Kelvin error, compared not to real measurements, but compared to numerical simulations like CFD, computation, fluid dynamics. And now you might ask, okay, why are we doing this and why not we using the existing conventional tools that do the same thing, right? And by the way, we are using these tools to design the products where we have time. Because while these CFD simulations are very good in giving a very accurate solution, they're not so good at doing this at speed. So when our system operator needs to react fast to an unplanned situation like peak loads or unplanned outage, these tools will not be the perfect fit. So this is the sweet spot where we believe that AI and ML techniques can actually prove to be beneficial. And we were basically applying data-driven and physics driven deep learning to accelerate these complex simulations without sacrificing too much on the accuracy. So I won't get too much into this unless you have questions afterwards. We can do so. But to sum it up, we really aim for this sweet spot of CFD-like accuracy and speed, just as system operators needed to be able to do fast decision making. And the results so far is in the lab quite promising. So we're actually going from simulations that take 26 hours or even 2 days up to a couple of seconds. And to demystify this, I mean, AI is not magic. It's quite simple. So the main thing is that the AI models we are training here also require the similar compute time. But the difference is that this is front-loaded to the training process offline. And once these models are converged and trained and tested, they can generate these predictions within seconds. And they can not only generate these predictions for a single configuration, but we are able to parameterize these models that we train at once with a lot of configurations, and then it can actually infer to unseen situations and conditions. So what you see here is basically a proof of concept, proof of technology within the lab environment. So we would call it a technology level, a readiness level of 3 to 4. And in section 4, we're actually pushing this towards readiness level 5 so that we probe this in the field, in the relevant environment. And you see this is a field test with the German distribution system operator. We have installed an infrared camera that measures the real surface temperatures and basically ask the AI model to predict the temperature distribution, and then we can compare the surface temperatures. And as was also mentioned in the beginning, it's innovation. There's not always 100% guarantee that it works. And it's not at that accuracy level that it needs to be. So we see actually there's a delta, there's a sim or a gap to reality, which we anticipated. So we are working on tuning the model. And I think a key message here is that one is we cannot do this alone, right? So we can, as a supplier, use the design data, the type test data, whatever we have to do the best. But in the end, these models also need some calibration from the field. So it's a collaborative work with the system operators, with also some universities and cooperation, do this together and tune these models. Then more technical, as I mentioned, this is a purely physics-informed neural network, so it's trained with physics, not with data, which is quite promising because it also would lessen the effort to build these models, and there's also a cost question, right? Unfortunately, these pins do not work as we envisioned this to be. They can only use it for some moderate dynamics and only for single designs. But what we want to aim for is to model more complex, like the transformer and switchgear and other asset physics, plus also to build these models more efficiently, right? That they can also predict on different designs, not on a single design. And this is something we do with purely data-driven approaches. I see I only have 3 minutes left, but yes. So to wrap a little bit up, and that you see also how this works, I would like to show you this demo. Even though it looks quite shiny, it is not intended to be a product. But you see here, it's just a visualization of our current R&D results. And this is about the distribution transformer. And you see we have modeled 1/4 of that whole transformer. It's symmetric, so we can replicate it to the whole one, but for the proof of technology, we use this. It's a transformer that's actually used as in a PV farm in Spain. Let's go to the demo. So you see here, that's the exact geometry of that transformer. So it's the cut data. The model in the background is the trained AI model. It considers the material characteristics. And just maybe to make this more understandable, let me unclick everything. So basically the transformer has, for the heat transfer, three components are very important. One is, of course, the tank where the oil is in, and then we have the windings, high voltage, low voltage windings, some other geometries I just click in, and then we have the core. And usually you have two main power losses in the transformer, one in the windings, one in the core. And when I now parameterize this model, maybe for now we take a little bit colder temperatures and a lower load on the transformer. I now calculate, and this should take like 10 to 15 seconds max. And in the background, there's the trained AI surrogate model now being inferred. And if it's longer than these, here it is. So we see now this inference of the temperature. The temperature is between 25 and 53 Celsius. You see the distribution, and this also makes sense physically for now because the main loss here is in the core, which correlates more to the frequency than to the load. And this is under load operating transformer, and the hotspot as of now is in the core. And now here comes now that maybe the sun is more intense. So we want to ask now the model how the hotspot moves and differs. So we run the model, and we see that the hotspot now is in the low voltage winding, where it's also then more critical. There's the insulation that degrades over time. So just want to show you, if you want to do this with the conventional tools, you would have to wait like 1.5 days. This is now happening in a matter of seconds, and this is still a prototype, so this can be, of course, made more efficient. Then, I don't know if we have some more minutes, the way how we now prove that these things are also accurate, we do it threefold. So one is we compare this, the AI model results with the simulation results. I can do this real quick. So this shows you the delta. It's not the absolute temperature, it's the delta. And you see that the error is below 1 or 1.5 Kelvin, and actually not where the hotspot is. And the second one, we compare the model results with real measurements that we have done in our type tests. And here it is also quite a good match on those real measurement points. Here are some inaccuracies. We would assume this is more on how we designed it because it's on the edge at the boundary here. But when we complete the full geometry, then this will definitely gonna improve. But the third point is where we compare this then with field data. This is really where we want to collaborate and cooperate with system operators and do these pilots and further tune the models to the full accuracy. I think.
Wonderful. Is it okay to stop?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Any questions? Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is about comparing your model, because what we're proposing is that combining the physical model with AI model is a good fit. And you had a comparison with AI simulation, so I assume that this is a fully AI-based model, right?
No, so we are we have two approaches how we try to build these AI models. One is the purely physics-based, where we basically ask the AI model to match not data, but physical laws for the heat transfer. This was the bushing, and there we're just comparing the results with real measurements because there are no simulations for this. The second part is the data-driven, where the model is trained purely by data. And for the fluid domains, we don't have real measurements of oil flowing through the transformer with velocity speeds and so on. That's why we need to generate data synthetically with these CFD simulations that we use for design, a lot of them, on different operation conditions, not on all, of course, but on specific ones. We use this to train this model to understand the physics that are implicitly also in the data, right? Okay, yeah. And then ask the model to infer on unseen configurations to have this dynamic asset rating effect.
Thank you. Super interesting. It's the first time I have somebody speaking about CFD and power grids. I know Siemens is forward-leaning on those tools, so it's super exciting stuff. And then you can actually add fatigue and all that type of discussions as well, and look at the asset health in the long term. But super, and you know, old assets needs this in order to enhance the grid and the grid enhancing technology. So super interesting. Yes, sorry, I was.
I just have a question on kind of where you see this all going. Is this all happening fast enough?
I think the specific use case we are looking at, I think this there are already alternative approaches like simple standard IEEE IEC models that do the same thing, like dynamic asset rating. They are also fast, but they're not that accurate. Then maybe other operators just do this by experience. So when there's a cold winter, I can just overrun my transformer maybe 10%. It just worked also in the past. But I think if the stress is now increasing so heavily on the grid, I think also this additional headroom that we have there by using even more precise models will have a value. And then this helps also to make the users adopt it when we involve them, because I agree that still this is some kind of a black box, and it also suggests you to load your multi-million transformer asset by 50%. Can I trust this, right? That's why I think it's a good way that we are doing this as an OEM, because we test it, and then if we would sell it at one point to a customer, we would also warrant it. So we have the software part, but also the hardware part saying, this is us, you can trust the solution, right? And this will help to make operators to adopt this, but I think this will still take 2-3 years. But that's why we are also now talking openly with all the stakeholders that we do this together. We can't do it alone. You have seen this because the bushing example was still 10 Kelvin delta. We need to collaborate to do these pilots together in the field and on the controlled environment, and then tune these models, and then have longer validations in the field, and then maybe this can be accelerated to 1 or 2 years. But I think the technology is there. Just need to apply them.
Okay, thank you so much. Time is up. Good questions. Thank you so much. So let me help you while I'm, okay. Next presenter is Dan Wilson from Asset Analytics, who is Asset Analytics Manager from Electrical Northwest. And he will present using digital twin to enhance network resilience. So the stage is yours.
Thank you much indeed for that. I think after the last presentation, if you're expecting loads of 3D graphics, you probably want to go and get a coffee now, I'm afraid. That's, yeah, so basically I've just come to talk today really about how we're looking to use the digital twin technology we've already built up for other purposes, but in the context of network resilience. So I think a lot of the presentations today, we've talked a lot about sort of transition to net zero and like low growth. But I suppose my focus here is a little bit more on the sort of here and now and the problems we're getting, I suppose, with climate change and the effect it's currently having on our network. Can you hear me okay, by the way? Oh, excellent. Sorry, it sounds a lot quieter up here. Oh, yeah. Right, so I'll just start off doing a very quick, just a bit of context about who we are, what Electricity North West does. I'm then going to talk about a particular event that happened in 2021, which was really the catalyst for a lot of our sort of enhanced thinking on network resilience. I'll then talk about the approach we're taking to assess and model network resilience, and then talk about how having a digital twin feeds into enables that. So yeah, Electricity North West is the network operator in the northwest of England. So we serve about 5 million people. We've got about 2.5 million service points. And we basically cover an area ranging from central Manchester through to some quite rural areas. So that's the Indus Lake district there. In terms of sort of basic numbers, so we can play top trumps, we cover the network from 130 kilowatts down to LV. We've got around 36,000 MV12E substations and about 15,000 kilometres of overhead line and about 56,000 kilometres of underground cable. So just sort of give you a scale, the sort of scale network we're looking at. So obviously we're ranging from obviously large GIS substations through to the towers and the distribution substations. And then, like I said, we go all the way through to the cutout fuses in properties. So I just mentioned before that in November 2021, there was quite a large storm hit the UK, and it hit perhaps the northern UK particularly hard on the 26th November 2021. And during that event, we saw winds of getting up to 120 kilometres an hour, and it was basically sustained above 95 kilometres an hour for quite a long period of time, over sort of a couple of days really. And that was combined with a lot of drifting, snow and icing, which obviously also limited the operational response. In terms of the impact on the network, like I said, we had around 313 separate medium voltage faults, which is sort of how much we would expect even during winter to get in around about 2 months, but that hit us in 24 hours. And I suppose just in terms of context on that one, for our regulatory framework, if we get more than 55 MV faults in a 24-hour period, we see that as an exceptional event. So this was like really, really, really exceptional. And we had around 90,000 customers off at some stage through that process. And some of those customers were off for over 5 days. So it was quite a big, obviously, a business-wide operation to try and deal with that. So I was on the phone ringing farmers up in the hills, trying to explain to them why they weren't going to get power for a few days yet. Luckily, I was at the start. Towards the end, I was on another project, so I wasn't the one who had to ring them when they'd already been off for 5 days. But as you can imagine, this was quite a large impact on our customers. And I suppose just to lean into that a little bit, I've just pulled out a couple of quotes that we gathered following the storm in terms of the impact that this storm had on our customers. So, I mean, the first one there is the impact, particularly in rural areas, where actually there's sometimes quite a lot of reliance on the electricity network, not just for electricity, but for other services as well. So obviously we've got a quote there around that essentially some people didn't have water because they were off the mains water supply. They were relying on a pump from a borehole to pump the water up. And they were essential, and also they had UV filters to clean it. So essentially they had no clean water for that period. There's also the one here about the impact on agriculture, that essentially because the milking parlours are all electrified, it caused major issues for a lot of the agricultural customers. And we were at one point driving generators around to individual farms so they could try and milk the cows. We don't want exploding cows everywhere. It makes a right mess. And I think the final one is perhaps emblematic of the change in approach and a change in attitude from customers. That obviously as we've got more reliance on electricity, and whilst I said I wasn't going to talk about net zero, electrification of transport, electrification of heat just makes this even more so. We were seeing that there was sort of less acceptance from customers of the possibility of an outage. So actually, you know, and the customers expect us to sort this out. And I think this was a bit of a watershed in the UK that people being off for 5 days isn't acceptable. So obviously we had to have a good hard think about this. It didn't help from our perspective that I think we put in our regulatory submission for the current 5-year period we're in on the Saturday during the middle of that storm. And in fact, our head of asset management was actually off supply for that period as well, because he lives up in the sticks. But essentially, one of the things we had to look at was how do we look at resilience in a different way? Because it came out quite heavily in terms of our stakeholder engagement, but we couldn't figure out how to justify it. The issue you tend to have is that when you look at resilience, the investment you need to put in tends to affect a fairly low number of customers, and it's a fairly unlikely event. So if you do a normal cost-benefit analysis based on, I'm going to, there's this many customers affected and I'm going to spend this much on, so it's going to cost me £1,200 a customer, it's quite difficult to justify that. So one of the things we started to look at was actually look at the customer impact and look at the fact that the impact of the outage doesn't actually scale linearly with duration. So obviously, if you offer an hour, it's a bit inconvenient. If you're off for 4 or 5 hours, it's getting quite inconvenient, but it's not a disaster. If you're off for 24 hours, you might have ended up having to go and find a hotel. When you're off for 5 days, you've got the bear skins on and you're hunting in the woods for food because everything's stopped. You've had no communications, you've had no water, your heating's not been working. So it's not, I think using the standard sort of that value of lost load or minutes lost doesn't really work. And we needed to think again about how we assess the impact on customers. Looking at the other side of it, a lot of our network is built to legacy standards, and whilst new modern lines are a little bit more resilient, particularly to high winds, we can't rebuild the entire network. It's like 80% of the network is built to sort of the legacy standards. So what we need to do is need to try and find a way where we can invest money as efficiently as possible to provide the most effective way to increase the resilience of our network and to stop these long-term effects on our customers. So essentially what we've looked at is a sort of predictive model where rather than looking at where was affected by particular storms or storms in the past, because they are quite rare events, to look at take more of a risk-based approach to it. So to be honest, this approach effectively comes from survivability of warships. This is where I saw it first, when the area I used to work in. But essentially what we look at is the susceptibility. So how likely is it that that a piece of network is going to fail due to severe weather? If it does fail, we look at the vulnerability. So what impacts that have on customers? Can we backfeed? How many people are going to be off? And then we also then look at the recoverability. So we look at, well, how long is it going to take us to get supplies back? And I suppose the example I usually give is if we've got a bit of network which is the far end of the valley, a very long way from a depot, it's going to take a long time to get there. Conversely, if we've got a bit of line which is very close to a depot and serves a lot of people, we'll prioritise that and get there first. So actually, the far end of the network needs to be more resilient, perhaps, than the stuff that's closer to our depots. So looking at susceptibility, obviously I've talked about the fact that they're built to different standards. Those standards, however, are quite broad brush. So we have a particular wind loading, and if you get over 300 meters, then it's a higher wind loading. But obviously the wind doesn't necessarily scale linearly with altitude. Let's see if I can get this to work. So this is a map of our network, and you can see we've got an area here which is right on the coast, which is very exposed to winds in from the sea. So obviously it's at sea level, but it gets quite high winds. Similarly, you can see we've got areas up here which are quite exposed and difficult to get to. So what we then need to look at, well, what's actually installed, and then putting that against wind modelling data to work out in a storm what's liable to fail. And I think the key thing here is really looking at the resilience against a storm rather than the storm. So it's which is likely in the future to be susceptible to damage from severe weather. So what we can then do, we can start looking at our network data, and obviously the susceptibility, we can look at the wind speed, but then it also depends what's actually built there. So this was a pole which did come down during Storm Arwen. And so we can look at things like the pole grade, how long's the span length? Is it stable? Has it got stays to hold it up? Obviously the location and the exposure of that location, and what trees are around. And by combining that data together, we can look at, for that particular pole in that particular place and designed in that particular way, with the model wind speed we're going to get in that particular location, how likely is that pole then to fail? And this is and this then allows us to look at which poles are susceptible. And also conversely, whether actually, even if we did bring up a line up to modern standards, would it help? Because it might be that actually it's so exposed that even if we did bring it to modern standards, it would still fall over. Sort of moving on to the other side of my triangle, we then look at the vulnerability. So, and there's really perhaps three areas to this we think about. One's in terms of network topology. So we then look at network automation and then the impact on customers. So looking at the network topology and the automation, obviously this is key to looking at the connectivity model to say, if that asset fails, how many customers are affected? Can we get them back through telecontrol switching? Because obviously we can do that quickly. And how many could we then get back through manual switching, bearing in mind we actually have to get somebody out there to go and do that? And, you know, without stating the, well, with stating the obvious, a spur line is obviously is going to be more vulnerable than a ring, because obviously we can't backfeed. But a ring is only less, significantly less vulnerable if we've got sufficient automation on it to sectionalize that ring and therefore minimize the impact. The other side of it is customer impact. And as I mentioned before, we need to consider who is on the end of the network. And there's probably two areas that come out a lot when we speak to stakeholders about this. The first bit is the first order impact to customers. As I mentioned before, that there's the immediate impact on the fact that you lose lighting, you lose heating, you may lose water. Obviously, you may lose mobility as EV uptake increases. So we need to look at which customers are affected, and then obviously how that impact increases as the longer and longer they're off. But we also need to start looking at things like the secondary impact due to loss of services. One of the things we always hear back from our customers is that whenever there's an outage, they lose mobile phone coverage, and therefore, whilst we're quite happily pinging text messages out and putting social media updates out to tell them what's going on, they can't get to any of it. So the other thing we need to look at is which parts of our network have a key impact on those other key networks, be that telecoms, but also be that things like healthcare services and local resilience hubs. If we lose the centre of a town and that takes out the pharmacy or potentially something like a cottage hospital or a doctor's surgery, that actually has an impact much wider than the number of customers who are actually off supply. So I suppose in a way it's looking at the resilience of the community rather than the resilience of the individual customer. And then the final bit then, the final sort of side of that triangle is then recoverability, which is essentially how long is it going to take us to restore supplies to on-site repairs. So that's really looking at the accessibility and then the resources that we've got available. I'm putting that into a bit of a structure. We sort of end up with a model structure that's looking a bit like this. So we've got the susceptibility of this blue section on the left-hand side, looking at what's going to be damaged. We've then got the net vulnerability. And then we've got coming up on the red bit, we've really got the recoverability. So how long are those customers going to be off? And ultimately what that all goes into is what's the impact on customers? And if we calculate it this way, we can essentially come up with a measure which says this is the impact of this, the impact of a storm and of that pole falling over is going to be this much. So I've talked a lot about resilience there, but I titled it Digital Twin, so I'll go get onto that now. In order to get all this to work, what's really important is that we've got a set of data about the network, sort of what asset details we've got, how it's connected together, where it is, where our operational depots and resources are, where the customers are and who the customers are, and then potentially things like the road network and how that relates to our network. And I suppose what I'm getting at here is essentially in order to get it to work, you've got to have all that data very joined together, because traditionally in a utility, these will be in quite different parts of the business. And ultimately what we end up with is the idea that we've got almost as is the digital twin. So that's our linking together. We've got this topology with each of these edges and nodes on our networks in this physical location, and it's this asset which has these parameters. And in terms of things like, and that, actually this wood pole line is supporting that conductor, which is this particular circuit. And that allows us to look at the current network-wide risk. We can then look at potential interventions and say, well, actually, if I were to put another line in between this point and that point, run it again, what's my network-wide risk at this point? And obviously the difference between the two is the benefit. And what we then need to do, obviously, is do an optimization loop around that to say, what interventions can I undertake? and which ones of those will provide the most benefit for the minimum cost. So it's sort of fairly standard optimization. And just to sort of make it real and bring it back to what I was talking about before, in terms of the intervention we might look at, obviously you've got things like the classic asset interventions we always looked at, so line strengthening, but potentially things like undergrounding. So if you've got a couple of spans across a valley which we can underground and that solves the problem, then that's probably a better use of resources than trying to strengthen the entire line. We can also look at network interventions. So can we sectionalize more? Can we put additional lines in to interconnect? Can we put emergency generation in? So potentially, could we install a generator at the far end of a circuit? And is that actually a more effective way to provide resilience than trying to strengthen the line? And then finally, we can look at things like operational factors. So is it actually worth forward-basing equipment? As in, do we have areas where actually it would be worth sending a lines team out, getting them to sit in a pub and drink orange juice all evening to make sure they're closer to the scene of the action when we need them, rather than pulling them out from the depot? It might be that it's not, but at least then we can start to make the assessment to say, how much does it cost and what's the impact? And obviously, there's no particular reason. I've talked a lot about wind events because that's really what we were focused on based on Storm Arwen, but you can apply exactly the same sort of logic to flooding, or any other, or heat, or wildfires, or any other sort of environmental impact, which would have the same sort of concept sort of applies. So I've sort of touched on this already, but finally, I suppose the whole idea behind this is that you've got a model structure, which is based on a digital twin, where you can say, what's the customer impact of a storm based on which assets will potentially fail. But the real thing about basing that on an underlying network model with all the data is that what you can then start to do is to look at how could I change that network, and then what's the impact going to be? And obviously your interventions can then be evaluated in terms of the impact on those customers. And one of the interesting things this does give us is, as we go forward, this potentially allows us to think from a regulatory perspective, say, is this something regulators should get interested in, to say, actually, is there a regulatory output where we say that the total network risk is actually something that networks should be decreasing over time? And that starts to solve the initial problem we have in terms of how do we justify that sort of investment. Thank you very much indeed for that. I hope that's been interesting, and obviously I'll have to take any questions.
Yeah, thank you. Real life examples. Any questions? Yes, Arnik.
Has already investment decisions been made or changed upon this model already?
So we're just starting to build this model now. I mean, the reason I'm presenting at this stage is that we actually put in what we call a reopen application to our regulator. So we're planning to spend, I'm going to forget the number now, it's about 20 million over the next 3 years. And that 20 million is basically predicated on using this model to prioritize that investment. So I'm in the position now where I've sold it to our regulator now, but I've not actually got to deliver it, which is always the problem, but there we are. But yeah, I think in terms of, we use something quite similar to look at our sort of capital investment program, so replacing aging assets. But essentially, yes, this is now where we're sort of trying to move this forward now, and probably in the next sort of 6 months or so, we'll start making decisions on the basis of it.
Super interesting. Yes, more questions.
So this is an interesting measure for resilience, but this is three-dimensional measure, as you suggested. I was wondering if you have limitations, budget or time limitations, which one of these three do you prioritize?
I think for me, the key thing is you have got to look at all three together, because ultimately what you're always trying to get to is the impact on customer. So I suppose my background is a system engineer, so I always say it's a whole system. But I think the key thing here is probably looking at how those three things interact together, and partially try and move the business away from the view that the way you solve this problem is you just rebuild the main line. That might be the case, but actually there might be better things to do. So it actually, so a part of this is to try and open up the solution space to say that rather than rebuilding part of the network, are you actually better saying, you know what, just put a generator on the far end and leave it there. And if you have to refuel it every 3 months and go and run it and there's maintenance cost, it's still cheaper than undergrounding 15 miles of underground line. Sorry, I went on into UK metrics then. Whatever it is in kilometers.
Yeah, really interesting. Any further questions? Jessica, yes.
Thanks for a good presentation. Did you say that the regulator has already approved it? And I was wondering, like, what kind of reactions do you get from the regulator in terms of resilience for climate? Are they?
So yeah, so the regulator has approved. Well, has he approved it? They are minded to approve. It's gone its consultation, so we're sort of like sat like this, hoping that they don't change their mind. I think it's probably something that there was quite a big media backlash in the UK after Storm Arwen. Thankfully, our colleagues across the hills in the east and northeast fared even worse than we did, so they took most of the flack. But to be honest, we had a big issue as well. So I think the regulator has sort of changed their attitude a bit towards resilience and have been a little bit more open to these sort of perhaps more innovative cost-benefit analysis approaches where you start to look, we sort of move away from its value of lost load or its number of customers interrupted and more towards what's the social impact and what's the sort of wider societal impact of the lack of power. So yeah, I mean, like I said, at the minute, thankfully the regulator approved pretty much all of our 25 million investment program to increase resilience. But it's certainly something we've seen quite a big change in, sort of in the last 2-3 years.
Excellent, thank you, Dan. Okay. So Marnik, it's your turn. You're lead digital and data at Tenet, so introducing innovation into the control room. Thanks, the scene is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, having already seen a lot of presentations, I'm quite impressed what is all happening in this sector at the moment. At the same time, we have huge challenges, but also a lot of amazing things are happening. And I see also a lot of things that you wrote down that I also see in some areas also, of course, back in my own company, which is Tenet. Okay, yes, of course, I have this nice device. Tenet is the grid operator for the Netherlands and also for, yeah, it's one of the 4 TSOs in Germany. We are connected at the top level and yeah, one of the big things that also characterizes us, apart from that we have a lot of congestion problems, is that we yeah, also are expanding the grid into the North Sea, connecting a lot of offshore platforms and transport this electricity back also into the grid. In Germany, this has a very specific element to it because the generation is in the north and actually the huge, the big consumption is in the south. So we also have the challenge to transport this energy from the north to the south, also through yeah, direct current lines as well. What I want to talk to you about today is how can we innovate faster in the control room. This is something that has been a challenge for me at Tenet, and I want just to share a couple of insights that I had with you. I will share them already upfront with you so you can pick them up along the way. First is actually that building trust is paramount to get really a speed in innovation. Work with an MVP mindset. I also heard this one already before. Try to make it small and create value as fast as possible. And the last one, connect research, development, and operations. Also to make the step between between these steps as small as possible, also to speed up the process of bringing innovations to real life production. But first, let me start with my onboarding at Tenet. It was 6 years ago. Then I was not the lead digital and data. I was manager data lab. We had a great digital transformation program started. There was no data scientist yet. I could hire the first ones. I got a bag of money and I could just enter the company and see if we could do great things. It was a great time, still a great time, but actually there was, I would say there is now much more pressure on delivery, and then it was just creating nice things. And so I started my journey across the company where actually operational departments were really entering into this innovation part. And I had immediately great success at the asset management department doing predictive maintenance. The director was on board, and we could really start off quite fast with trying to bring SCADA data together with the asset registry, which was never done before, and create things like health index for them. And this was really big steps forward quite fast. How different was it for system operations, where I also had great and nice talks to a lot of people and control room operators. But I really can remember this one time that I had a conversation, and well, this person said to me, yes, great that you have all these nice ideas, but we have kept the lights on here already for 100 years. So, well, I don't know what you are going to bring to the table. So that was for me really a reality check that I really needed to rethink what actually we were going to bring to them. At least they were not so open to innovation at that point in time. So yeah, and this has already also passed the scene already. So why is actually this resilience to innovation? You could even say it. It's because of this 99.99. I don't know how many nines it is, but it's already a lot. And this is what is actually really important, is that the lights are always on, and to make sure that that is happening. Yeah, there is a couple of characteristics which especially in the area of the system operations is taking place, which is making it also harder to innovate. And that there are a couple of things that are really related to this high reliability. And first, well, they design and build for perfection. So this is, if we are, in principle, I would say, perhaps the first one is let's not change anything, because if you are going to change anything, there's only a risk of that things will break. But if you are going to change things, then let's make sure that we design this and build it for perfection. That means that we have a big waterfall project. We write requirements from thick pieces of paper, and then after a big test, etc., then we are going to make something happen in the control room. Another one is also this resilience to failure is, at least for a system operator, we always have one spare. So that's nice. If something breaks, still it works. So that's also a great thing that we can use. And the last one is, and this I particularly find interesting, is there is a big independence in this system operations area. They are usually not connected to the IT network, but this is also a lot in the, I would say, not only in the IT, but in general, I would say they don't rely on the data that is provided by asset data management. We need to do it ourselves. We can rely only on ourselves. And so there's a big bridge to gap to really get onboarded into doing things for system operations. There's a high entry barrier, at least in Tenet it was. But then I would say what changed the scene is this energy transition. Of course, we could say, well, 5 or 6 years ago, we could have seen this coming. Well, we could have. At the same time, I think we really are now hit by reality 2-3 years ago. by the energy transition, and where you see current electricity not the electricity demand is at 20% of the total energy consumption. With the decarbonization, our prediction is that this will move to 40 to 70% in 2050. And that would mean a doubling or even tripling of the electricity consumption. So we have a lot ahead, and already now we have a lot of challenges with congestion, with fluctuating energy patterns that we have not seen before, which really changed the scene at system operations. And where I would say first, actually, the idea was, well, we will keep the lights on. We now see more, if we do not change, it's also becoming clear at system operations, it becomes more and more difficult to keep the lights on, and that we need to adapt and we need to innovate faster to make sure that we meet the challenges of the energy transition. So that changed actually the scene, and now I would say within system operations, this is the area where we do the most work with digital and AI innovations, much more than in the asset area. We still do a lot of work there, but that has changed overnight, I would say. So innovation is crucial now for taking the next steps, and that is innovation comes with a lot of let me see, one step back. We teamed up actually with the Control Room of the Future program, because this we had a digital transformation program, but also system operations saw the need to innovate, and this is what we brought together. So the digital capability on the one side, and the need for the changes from the other side. And we had a couple of elements where we said, here we can really make a big change. One of them is dynamic line rating, which is, I would say, more standard, but this is something that really has been something that helped us in creating more transport capacity in an easy way. And another one is a use case that I also want to use actually to explain a bit what we have, how we overcome this challenge of creating more speed in the innovation process. And that is the use case which we call the grid topology optimizer, where the challenge is, well, here we have looked at how can we use the grid switching, the topology of the grid in such a way that we can actually use the grid in a better way, and we can make more use of we can create more transport capacity with the same grid. We finally found someone in the control room that was really having some urgent problems. That was the team lead that was responsible for the part in Groningen Drenthe, and that is 110 kV. So it's not the 380 kV, but TenneT in the Netherlands is responsible for this part of the grid. And there we have lot more also possibilities to switch, and we also experience a lot of actually specific challenges for that area. And that is because the land is relatively cheap, and so a lot of requests for solar fields have been done there. And that created also a lot of new generation and created totally different patterns than our operators were actually used to. So they were confronted with new unseen situation, and they were also having difficulties how to resolve issues in a good way. So they have, and at the same time they need to switch more and more often because of this situation. So there is a kind of the operators were not really able to actually overcome these new situations, because the way that we had was if you need to go to an, actually find new configurations, and there are so many possibilities that that is almost impossible for the control room operators to comprehend. So this is actually where we stepped in and tried to help them with what we then call the grid topology optimizer, or the grid options tool. I will not go into the detail of the specific thing. There is a lot to tell about, and probably if you start asking questions really on the technical level, I also cannot answer them. But I do know a couple of elements that, well, there is an AI agent behind it. There is a smart way of I would say in a DC way, calculating the load flows, where we optimize that in a way so we can make huge amount of calculations much faster than we were able to do. And in that way, this kind of calculations, which used to take up to 6 months, we are now able to do that in a matter of hours or sometimes days, which still have then something is that we can use in a way that is new for this grid operators. And that led actually to a real world impact of reduction of line loading up to 10 to 20%. And in that sense, that the consequence of that is that we do not need to redispatch, saving a lot of money. So that was really a great result. And so if we then go back actually to the elements that made this possible, well, for us it was the building of trust that was, we really had a long-term commitment. And there, if I talk about long-term commitment, I talk about years and not about months. So for us it was, what we did is, I had one internal data scientist which I committed to system operations, specifically able to build trust with system operations, know the people, and at a certain point in time also open the door in that sense for us to really start collaborating them and finding also this one person that was open to experiment. This MVP mindset is actually, I would say, yeah, well, it is quite normal to do that. And still, I think for us it was, the MVP was that we really focused on a specific area. We focused on a specific use case, on a specific time frame, because this kind of technology, you can do that intraday, you can do that day ahead, week ahead. So we focused on a specific process there, which was day ahead. And still then, I would say at a certain point in time, we created a solution and we had shiny new graphs, etc. We wanted to show them, and well, this was really not connecting to the interface that the grid operators wanted. They just wanted a plain table because this was what they used to. So that was also part of us thinking we really needed to listen. Listen is what I would say, to make sure that you connect in a way that in that sense the user feels comfortable to be in the driver's seat. And in the end, the MVP was actually only an offline Excel list. So also bridging the gap that we did not connect the IT to the OT system, and the control room operator could just have some suggestions that he could use. So it was also really low entry level. And with that actually now being implemented, the first thing that we got back was, well, why do we only have this for Drenthe and Groningen, and why not for the rest? So that was really where I see, okay, well, we're doing something right here. Then the last one, connect research, development, and operations. I also see that this is, if you want to speed up innovations, that this is a crucial part. Usually what I would say the old way of doing innovation in the control room, that would be first, there would be a research project with a PhD, create a nice paper, and then someone thinks, okay, this was a good paper, then perhaps try something, and then someone else starts with that and build a pilot, and then, okay, pilot, nice, and then someone else starts with implemented in a product, and that takes 8 to 10 years. Yeah, so that's, and we need to speed up. So you need to bridge actually these gaps between these different parts, and that would be share code, share data, and share people. So use as much as, bring the research people actually as close as possible also to the implementation part. Not and share code in the sense that yeah, standardize, for example, all on Python, and use as much as possible also the data that is being used in real life actually for research development. So can we share our data to research so that they can actually work already on the on these real life situations as close as possible? And that, how that would look like for us is so. Well, here we have some on the research part. We are collaborating with the AI for RealNet. Our learning to run a power network was also something that was in that area. So we have some research connections here, but the people that are working here are very close connected to the pilot and bringing these things into production. We use as much as possible the same data and the same code, where so the partners on the implementation side, you see on the right side, and then the deployment is what then for us is grid options. And then this actually feeds back again into these experiences that we have then into the research. So we make as close as possible to close this loop and actually speed up this process. So that is it from my side. Open for questions.
Thank you. Any questions in the audience?
Thank you for that talk. Really interesting seeing agents already in place, providing recommendations for the dispatchers. Maybe one question, do you know how transferable the current solution is to other grids?
I think it is that is definitely transferable. Because what we actually do is we don't even have a connection really to the operator system. We actually only create currently a list of 10 recommendations of potential new switching options, which they can then try out. So it's, I would definitely see a potential of yeah, also to do that at other grids as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So my question is about comparing topology reconfiguration and redispatching. And you say that what you're doing might take 1 day for calculation. So do you see it as a complementary approach to redispatching? Because redispatching could be really real-time congestion management, whereas this one is a longer-term solution for congestion management.
Yeah, so what's true actually is in this lower voltage, yeah, actually 810 kV, we have less even possibilities to do redispatch. So sometimes it's even necessary to maintain in a security of supply or reduce actually the overload of the system. But also there we have some options, and it is an addition as well, but it is happening in the day ahead process. So there is, at that point in time, it's not intraday where we currently use this.
Okay. There's a lot of things to learn from this session. Obviously, you're good at building trust in your organization to come up with, you have an innovation, you have an idea, and you have to build trust into the organization. Is there anything you want to share more on learnings that we can bring to other organizations in building this trust? Is it your background that gives it, or is it finding these key people that works with you, or how do you do that?
Yeah, well, I had the luxury, I would say, to build this long-term commitments. I think that was actually the main element where this all started. So it was one data scientist and also I would call that, you could call it an analytical translator, was coming really also able to, alongside this data scientist and be in there for the long run. And that's a sense also being able to build the relations that are necessary actually to open the door. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, thank you so much, Marnik. It was a really good presentation. I think we're closing up again to a coffee break, correct? Yes, okay, I got a good go for that. As a coffee addict guy, I encourage you to take a break now, do some movements, get some blood into your feet, and then we'll meet here in Okay, take a seat. Take a seat. I mean, I don't mind if you stand up, but exchange cards now, yes. So, we are having oh, sorry, I need to stand here. So, next presenter is Valentino Angeletti, Key Account Senior Manager from Grid Expertise. So he will talk about grid expertise, end-to-end solutions for medium voltage, low voltage automation, monitoring and control. The scene is yours.
Thank you. Hello to everybody. My name is Valentino Angeletti, and I'm very happy to be here. And thank you for your presence. It is a pleasure for me. As I said, I'm a sales key account senior manager in Grid Expertise. Grid Expertise is a company that was born as a startup from Enel, the biggest multi-utility the biggest utility and energy company in Italy, and it's one of the biggest all over the world. And now Grid Expertise is owned 50% by Enel and 50% by the fund capital CVC. So behind the shoulder of Grid Expertise, there are all the competence and experience of the Enel Group in terms of grid management and energy management. The main goal of this new company is to support the DSO worldwide, so all over the world, and not only inside the Enel company, in the process of this digitalization. And we do this with our portfolio of device, competences, and also software. So, as we said during your presentation, all very interesting, we are living in an epoch, in an era where the digitalization is very, very important. In particular, the energy sector is changing very, very rapidly, and the demand for energy rise up every day, and also the electrification of the consumption, because we have to respect the sustainability goals and the target in terms of decarbonization and so on. Some example of the stress that the grid is having now are the DER penetration, because the renewable energy in the grid are increasing, and this brings some important aspects. For instance, the bidirectional power flow. They asking for flexibility in service and the offering capacity. The grid complexity increase, and this requires some advanced asset management strategy and also predictive maintenance in order to make the grid more resilient and more efficient, in order to optimize the operation in the grid. And of course, we have to guarantee a continuity of service, a certain level of continuity of service. For this purpose, we can think about self-healing automation, some power quality analysis in order to improve the performance of the network, and so on. One of our most important device is the QED. The QED, as we as we said in all the presentation, in all the previous presentation, as the core subjects, core target, the data. And in particular, the QED is a device that inside is based on a virtualized technology. There is a software layer based on an Ubuntu Linux software, and he adopts several virtualization technology like Snap, like Docker, and so on. So each partition is virtually segregated from the others. This guarantees several requirements in terms of segregation of networks, segregation of duties, cybersecurity segregation, and so on. You have to see the QED like a smartphone where you can upload different applications to perform a different function in relation to the needs of the customer. The QED inside has already virtualized all the device of the secondary substation. So we have virtualized in one single device all the device of the secondary substation. Inside the QED, there is, of course, several edge computing capability that give to the QED the possibility to perform directly on the file the several data analysis and calculation. It is a sort of communication hub because there are several interfaces to be connected to several hardware, to several sensors, so that it can be, and it supports also many communication protocol. In this way, it is very scalable and flexible, and it is completely agnostic to the other vendors. So it can be integrated with an architecture from the vendor A or with an architecture from the vendor B. Inside, we have placed also a native AI engine in order to perform a more advanced calculation, support the predictive maintenance, improve the maintenance task of the field operator, and optimize the grid management. In the QED, we have already developed several use cases, like the so-called VPAC, protection, automation, and control, in relation to the medium voltage. In this case, we have the possibility to remotely control the network through multi-protocol RTU. We have the protection of medium voltage with multi-feeder. We have a distributed intelligent automation scheme. And we have an embedded modem and virtualized router, so that in the secondary substation, you don't need an external router because the router is inside the QED itself. And then we have a virtual M-type PMU. We work also at low voltage level, so we perform supervision of the transformer. We have the LV breaker remote control, the monitor of the status of the fuse, the power quality analysis, and of course another important feature is the smart meter gateway. In fact, inside the QED there is an application that virtualizes the concentrator, the data concentrator units for the smart meter, so that the QED can get in several protocols, for instance, the PLC or RFI, the data coming from the smart meter, so from the householder, perform several data, process this kind of data, send the data to the head-end system that do the most advanced calculation or the building purpose activity. Then we have the DER management, because the renewable energy have an important part in the electrification of the consumption, and the QED can be used for as gateway and control for the DER, and also for the microgrid controller. What is very important is that we can develop several applications responding to the needs of the customer and upload to the QED. So other use case can be developed together with the DSO in a sort of a co-creation program. We did this kind of activity with several DSO in Italy and also abroad. This is the main concept of the QED. So at the center of the QED, of course, there is a virtualization strategy and the data coming directly from the file. But
on the top of the QED, there is another layer, a very important layer, that is the foundation layer, where we have the device management that is a sort of hidden system that control and configure the QED. Of course, the QED, once is installed, can work completely alone without any external activity. But in case of bug fixing, in case of update new software, update new release, we can leverage on the device management. At this layer, we have also an app store. In fact, each app that we developed alone or together with the DSO or coming from a software house are certified, tested, checked for security, and then uploaded in the application store that exactly as an app store of the iPhone or of the Android can be called by the QED, and the application that are in the store can be uploaded in the QED, exactly like a smartphone. In the middle, we have an IoT platform level with, of course, a mid-PKI. This platform gather all the IoT devices that are connected to the QED through the application that we have downloaded by the application store. So this, of course, there is a security matter very, very important. This is kind of application because since the QED is an OT technology, so operation technology, and follow different regulation, different requirement than the IT and IoT technology, we have secured all the IoT communication to the QED with certification, authorization with our own mid-PKI. So through certificate and through identification of the device and also the role of the device inside the QED. Here we have an example of advanced automation layout. As I said before, the three main use cases that we have developed for the QED are the DCU, so the concentrator for the smart meter, remote management, the remote control of the grid, and the advanced automation. The advanced automation, the meaning of the advanced automation is to identify and resolve a fault in the network. This is possible because the QEDs speak each other via goose message, and if a fault occurs in the network, the QEDs speak each other, and they can identify exactly which is the branch where the fault is. So in this case, they can isolate the branch of the network where is the fault located, reclose the breaker, the interrupter, and restore the energy to all the users, so that the operator can go to the file and resolve the fault. This is done in a few seconds, so that in the country where there are penalties for the interruption of service, we can avoid the penalties. Another use case is the advanced grid management. In fact, the QED can be interfaced with all SCADA devices on the market because it supports several protocols, and there are almost all the brand can be integrated with the QED through a software that is called GAM, Grid Automation Manager, that is owned by Gridspertise. In this case, the QED can also manage the SCADA and can also expose to the operator the graphic interface to manage and configure the SCADA. For this, in this use case, we have several under use case. There are the microgrid controller, the PMU, the fault location, the environment monitoring, and as I said before, other use cases can be developed together. Of course, the advantage are that you are a unique device that solve several functions, and a very increased data process capacity and possibility to perform calculation directly on the file. Here we can see several places where the QED is working, or in rollout, like in Italy, like in Spain, like in Romania, or in pilot project. For instance, we have a pilot with Tata Energy in India for the use case of protection, control, automation. We have a pilot in Latin America, in particular to support the DSO in manage and possibly avoid the load shedding, and for the integration of the DARE in the network, and in order to balance the network, because the network in South America is very unstable. We are working with US, and in particular with a big DSO, for integrate the QED in the management of the renewable energy, and in particular as microgrid controller and their manager. And in Europe, we have several rollout and pilot in Italy with all the major DSO. We have a pilot in Romania for the self-healing automation, their activate management, and also the microgrid controller. And we have both a rollout and a pilot in Spain. So it is a technology that, even if quite innovative for the energy sector, that is very strictly and close linked to the legacy one, but we are slowly moving ahead. Of course, in the, let me say, business model of the QED, there is a first phase that is the purchase of the hardware equipment, but behind the hardware equipment, that is of course very advantage, very innovative, there is a fee for AMS, so for the application maintenance support, that is a recurrent fee, and guarantee all the maintenance, all the bug fixing, that if there is a bug is fixed for free, of course, but also the improvement of the software, and a platform service subscription to work with the application, as I said before. So you have the possibility to upload to develop application and upload in the app stores, and to develop by yourself several use cases. That's the story of the QED very, very briefly. Then, of course, if you want to go deeper inside this technology, you can call me, and I set up a deep dive with our technical colleague, or you are also invited to visit us in our lab in Milan, where we can see some demo in laboratory of this device. Of course, if you need, very briefly, if you need to monitor the LFD station with a not so innovative technology, we can rely on our company, 100% of Grispertis Idon, that is a Nordics company that propose a solution for LV monitoring that is based on a meter that can installed in the substation where is placed the transformer. It monitor all the parameter, environmental parameter of the cabinet, and also the status of the transformer itself. It can be integrated with another solution that is a feeder monitoring device that give you the possibility to monitor the parameter of the single feeder. That's a very brief introduction of the technology, and then I push you to contact me if you need for more information.
Grazie mille, Valentino.
Thank you.
Big applause. Any questions from the audience? I have a question. I know the low voltage grid or the
Yeah.
radio network is super, I would say it not visible.
Yeah.
It's just amazing how much information you can extract from this
Yes,
hardware.
you got a very important point, because before to coming in the sales department, I was a cybersecurity senior manager, so I know very well how the visibility of the asset are important for the cybersecurity, but also for the asset inventory and asset management. So you got an important point, because through the QED we can develop, and we have already done, an application that perform several asset inspection and try to identify even all the legacy device that are for some reason disappear in all the both paper or digital maps of the network, of the grid. So yes, we have an application that can support you in the asset inventory and management.
Perfetto. Okay, grazie.
Grazie.
That's all I know in Italian, by the way. Please. So thank you. We have, if I understand now, a presentation through the web link, correct? Is all good? Then I would like to welcome Eli Abu Asaf, Head of Electrical Network and Third-Party Security Department at Enedis. She's joining virtually. Eli, can you hear us?
Yes,
1, 2, 3.
Hello,
She
can
will
you hear me?
do a presentation on enhancing utility grid protection, leveraging AI and data analytics across departments. Okay,
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we will do an audio check once more. Can you?
Test.
Much better.
Can you hear me well?
Yeah, so I'm not seeing you can see me now, I guess, but I can't see you. Can you do?
Yes, I'm sharing my camera, but it tells me that it's not loading. So I don't know why. The host has stopped your video.
Okay, I think we'll try to get that going, that we see you. Sorry, I'll try to get you up on the screen, but can we do a PPT presentation just to check if it works?
Sure.
Are you controlling it, or are our system experts back and around doing this? Both. So can we try to get the presentation up?
Yes, I'm clicking on share.
It's looking promising. There we go. Now we can see your presentation. So please go ahead, and I'll try to moderate this. Maybe you can't see the audience, but I'll do my best if there are any questions after your presentation. Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, perfect. But I no longer see my camera, so I don't know if it's working or not. So you let me know.
Thank you. Please continue.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eli Abu Asaf. I'm the head of the Electrical Network and Third-Party Security Department at Enedis, France. Unfortunately, I couldn't attend it physically because I'm on duty, and because there is a storm right now where I am, so we need to stay. And today we are going to discuss a crucial aspect of modern energy system, which is how we can enhance the protection of the utility grid by using AI and analyzing data across different departments. In a small introduction, in the ever-evolving energy landscape, ensuring the reliability and the safety of the electrical grid is very important. So effective grid protection plays a very significant and very vital role in safeguarding our infrastructure and in order to minimize the risk associated with failure and enhancing the overall resilience of the network. So by proactively addressing the potential issues, grid protection can ensure the continuous and uninterruption of delivery of the electricity to consumers. So as we dive into this topic, I will explore how it's an ambition, it's an idea that I will elaborate later on, how we can integrate AI and analyze data across different departments in order to make sound decisions. Before I proceed, I just want to clarify that for disclosure, everything I say here only represents my points of view, and in no way it represents the point of view of my company. Okay, so before I start, I'm going to tell a little story. Historically, we used to get information from the field. Everything that was done by the technicians used to be uploaded into the software and then analyzed by other technicians, engineers, and so on manually. Then came Excel, and companies were able to develop Excel in order to analyze what's happening, to make VBA, and to try to draw KPIs and see what's happening on the field. However, this is possible when we are working with a small amount of data. But when we look at on a big scale, on a nationwide scale, when we are working with thousands and thousands of information, it becomes more difficult to be able to analyze everything that is happening on the field and have a big picture and try to make sound decisions that integrates all information. To give an example, in my departments, we analyze all the field incidents, and for each incident, we have more than 50 information, like the address, the company, where it happened, when it happened, how it happened, what did it affect, and so on. So if we are working with a couple of hundreds of information, it's okay, we can do it easily, but when we are working with thousands, nationwide scale, it becomes more difficult. And then came a Power BI, which was a Microsoft tool. I'm not here to do the ad of Power BI, but it was a tool that allowed companies to analyze what's happening in a different way, to visualize data and visualize information in real time, and to have access for all departments online and be able to visualize in a very dynamic way what's happening. However, I noticed that there's always a lack of information that comes from other departments. For example, when I am analyzing incidents, I don't have information about the investment departments. I don't have information about the maintenance departments. I don't have information about, how can I say, the portfolio departments and so on. So there's always a lack of internal information when we want to make decisions because each department work on their tools, their softwares with their own keywords and their own way. And when we want to make a decision, we lack the global view. So this is where the idea comes. I will talk about the issue. So this is where the idea came of having one centralized tool. So current grid protection system faces numerous challenges, such as outdated technology, data silos, and lack of real-time monitoring. And these issues can hinder and affect decision-making and responses during difficult times. So the challenges faced today in the network to manage the network is collecting, centralizing, and analyzing data on all levels from all different departments, because the information today is dispersed, incomplete, and sometimes incompatible between different departments. So the fragmentation of this data can be risky to a certain situation and hinder the ability to make informed decisions. So the idea, that the objective or the dream or the project is to have an interactive centralized platform for data connection and analysis between different departments that will collect, consolidate, and analyze data from all these departments in order to have a consistent integration of information into one single platform. That way, it will streamline data management and improve the collaboration between the departments, and it will enable the visualization of everything that is happening in real time and provide a clear overview of the situation. Through advanced analytics, we can identify trends and high-risk areas, allowing us to implement more effective preventive measures. So this approach will enhance the overall management of damages across the network grid, and optimize the resources and ensure a better reliability of the network. Additionally, it will make it available for everyone to have access to information in real time. And the idea behind it is to be able to identify the primary parties responsible for the damages, followed by the creation of a comprehensive overview of infrastructure damages and incidents. Because today, when there is an incident at a certain place and we want to go and fix it, we don't know if on the long run the company is planning to invest in this area, because it's another department that is managing the investment. At the same time, it's a third department that has relationships with the mayor's office and other companies in order to develop projects. So sometimes companies cannot know that at this address there are future projects that are coming. So we should take into consideration these projects and maybe find the solutions right now. So when there is an incident, we rush to that incident and we try to fix it. And sometimes in a couple of years, we have to go back and do things differently. So the idea is to have one single platform that will take in consideration all information from all different departments using AI in order to make it readable and comprehensible for everyone, be able to make decisions and achieve one single goal. So it plays a very important role in identifying the vulnerabilities, optimizing operational efficiency, and leading to a better resource of allocation. The idea is to collaborate between the engineering department, the operation department, the IT department, investments, and so on, in order to make one decision that fits all, and have access to the goals of other departments in real time in order to take in consideration what's happening in their departments. At the same time, it will improve interdepartmental communication, because we all know that collaboration plays a crucial role in ensuring the success of the company's goal, and encouraging open communication and fostering shared goals among teams is crucial to problem solving and innovation. So by working together, we can address challenges in a more efficient way. So the solution lies in implementing an interactive visual report that is centralized and in real time, that is readable by everyone, regardless of their departments, instead of having internal KPIs for each department that is only for them and that they are able to understand and read, and facilitate the collaboration and the data sharing across departments in order to enable faster and more informed decision making. So the solution is to enhance coordination and to strengthen the overall grid protection effort. And behind all this, the idea is to optimize all the resources and to have a reliable network. And in order to do this, we need to work on two big axes. The first one is real-time monitoring, and the second one is data-driven decision-making. So regarding the real-time monitoring, it's crucial to have an efficient management of the grid, as it allows for the immediate detection of anomalies and the ability to respond quickly to issues. And this proactive approach minimizes downtime and significantly reduces the impact of failures on the grid, ensuring continuous and reliable services. And at the same time, it will take in consideration what's happening in real times in different departments in order to adjust the decision-making process by leveraging data analytics, utilities. The company can make a more informed and strategic decision that enhance both grid protection and operational efficiency. So by utilizing insights from real-time and historical data, it will enable the company to anticipate potential issues, improve system reliability, and optimize resources. So the data-driven approach will foster a better decision-making process, leading to a more effective management of the grid and improved performance across the network and across different departments at the same time. So to conclude, if you want to optimize the utility grid, we have to change our way of doing things, and we cannot keep working in different departments separately without having a common goal and a common approach in order by adopting real-time monitoring and leveraging data-driven decision-making, we can significantly enhance the reliability and resiliency of our electrical network. And by working together from different departments with one platform that can centralize all information that is interactive and that can analyze and communicate easily between different departments, we will be able to have more informed decision, more informed decisions. So by addressing these challenges, such as this dispersed and incomplete data and the implementing preventive measures, we can minimize downtime, reduce the impact of failures, and proactively manage high-risk areas. Thank you all for listening and for your attention.
We thank you, Eli, and thank you for prioritizing. I know you are very, very busy, and thanks. We had some audio challenges, so if it's okay, are there any questions to Eli at this point? Yes, we have one. Sorry. Hold on. I'll try to relay a question here. It's coming from the audience, Eli.
Hi. Yes. Hi, Eli. Thank you for your presentation. I was just, I'm very intrigued by this cross-departmental collaboration aspect that you mentioned. Is this, do you guys have some kind of digital solution implemented to support this? And if so, is that something that you guys designed and implemented in-house, or did you buy it from a provider, or how have you gone about that?
Okay, not yet. It's, as I said at the beginning, it's an ambition. So we are still working on knowing how we can have a smart tool that can analyze and learn from different departments where we have historic data that are completely different from one department to another. So it's something. It's an ambition, and we are still in the study case, study part of it.
Okay, Work in progress. Thank you.
Work in progress, exactly.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other questions? Okay, Eli, I thank you once more. Hope to see you next time with less stress on your shoulders. And if you have time, just listen in to the ongoing panel discussions that we're going to start up now. So we'll arrange a panel floor here, and I'd like to ask the panelists to come up to the scene once the chairs are there. Be very careful. There is a big step here. So first of all, I'd like to introduce Magnus Cormack, Senior Manager, AI and Automation from National Energy System Operations. Hi there, welcome. Niels Ehlers, Senior Manager, Digitalization at 50 Hertz Transmission. Oh, that's superb. So we just throw in more people if we're missing anybody. Good. And then we have Michael Krause join us. For those of you who haven't met him, is from Eon Digital Technology. Dan Wilson from Electricity Northwest Limited. And then we have Marnik Huisman from Tenet. Sorry. And then we have, am I correctly informed that Valentino, you will jump in instead of Narcis? Is that correct? Yes? Thank you. So we have, oh, it's going to be very tight, guys. We have a couple of microphones, but so and we are ahead of time. It's going to be 40 minutes, and this is what I call a fishbowl, actually, where I am going to ask questions, but I like you to challenge each other. Remember when I started this morning session, challenge the assumptions, look forward, and we are here to learn from you. But if you have questions from the audience, please raise your hand. But one of the things that is important is collaboration, obviously. I think there is a challenge also to collaborate between DSOs to DSOs. There's a collaboration challenge between TSOs and TSOs. Even within the countries, we see TSO-DSO collaboration as a need. Where do you see the potential, the first step, the second step, and the future step in the digitalization developments? What are the possibilities, but also how much effort is it to get it going? Who wants to start?
Happy to give a first answer. As you probably recall, I work for a German TSO, and in Germany we have over 850 DSOs, and that's a huge amount. And from my point of view, the potential is huge because if you're a TSO and you need to manage the high voltage grid, you don't really see what's going on the lower voltages. So you have no clue about heat pumps, you have no clue about EVs. You're blind basically, and you need to operate the grid with not the insights that you actually need. And if we would be able to facilitate an efficient data exchange between DSOs and TSOs, that would unlock so much efficiency and so much innovation potential also, that from my point of view, it's one of the key things that also the EU and the German government should focus on in the next years.
Maybe I would totally agree on that. So the communication between TSO and DSO will be a key factor for the energy transition. But even below that, coming from DSO level, we have so many DSOs in our company itself. And beside that, so we have an energy transition all over Europe, and we need a clear communication there, and also platforms that are able to exchange vast amount of data between those.
Yeah. Any thoughts? I mean, what are the... Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, yes, I agree with the colleague because for the DSO in Italy we have 5 main DSO and other small DSO that are represented by some municipalities and one single TSO that is Terna. And it's important that the biggest DSO that are more or less all advanced in terms of innovation and digitalization support the small DSO in order to share best practice, share information, share technology, to bring them at more or less at the same level, even they have less power, the less spending capacity, and also communicate with the TSO so that the TSO has in mind what happened at lower level at the DSO level. So the transmission understand also the problem of the distribution of energy, where several problems can occur due to the personal renewable of the rooftop of your householder and so on.
Yeah.
Yeah, to add to that, I totally agree with the need to better collaborate between TSOs and DSOs, but the practice is that it is quite hard, and that is because we have so much to do, and so it is in the, at least when I look at myself, we even have Alliandres is very close by, and even there it is difficult really to work together on something, and that. So it also here, I think we probably the solution is just to make it really something very small and try to work from there, because you really need to have something valuable getting out of it on short notice, because working together always costs also something, time, energy, which you cannot direct at something else. So that is at least how I experience that. Although I think it's really relevant, it is difficult to get it going.
If I may, I think everybody, I won't labor the point that everyone agrees that it's important that we do this, but to the question of how do you get started, as you're saying, yeah, it's incredibly difficult. So in the UK, as the national energy system operator, we were part of the largest TSO until the 1st of October this year. We were just nationalized and made fully independent. And I would say that almost every conversation I have at the moment is about regulation of AI or collaboration of AI. We're just sort of in the process of writing and publishing what's going to be our AI strategy. And this was an interesting process because like a lot of AI strategies, we sort of started with a technology roadmap and kind of just talking about how can we be really good at AI and just be a really good system operator. And it took us a long time to get past the technology and realize that's not the point. And that us just being good at AI and being a really good system operator doesn't do anything if we don't bring the industry along with us. If we're making really, really good dispatch decisions and then phoning one of the network operators to instruct, we're still operating in the 1970s. So there's a lot of effort going on right now from the department, the government itself, the regulator, ourselves, and all of the major players to try and figure this out. I think that everyone is fully committed to it, and just trying to work through the process of just where does the collaboration need to stop. For me, having been nationalized, it's really easy. I can make my data open, I can make my AI open, and I'm going to do that because I want to have a really good algorithm, but show it to the industry players so they're seeing the same thing. And if they don't like the decisions that we're making, they can come and collaborate with us. But I don't have to be protective of my IP. And by the way, it's not just about making GB really good, the whole GB industry, but then also collaborating internationally as well. Because if GB just gets really good at net zero, like who cares? So we're just at the very beginning of this journey, and I do tend to always look towards financial services because I think that they started this in the 80s or 90s and made every mistake, and we need to learn from that, including having automation, like automated trading, and understanding at what point, where does the collaboration start? Where are you sharing infrastructure and models and data, and where who has an override kill switch, and where do you draw the line of where you need to be protective of your IP that you're developing, and where does the competition start? So I don't have a here's the answer other than just to say that the answer is everybody just understanding it's going to take an awful lot of work and an awful lot of collaboration, and it's got to be international, in my opinion.
Yeah, Dan.
And very briefly, I think from my point of view, the key thing here is about interface management, because I think we probably need to shy away from the idea that everyone needs to know everything, because the best will in the world, the TSO probably doesn't want to know about what Mrs. Miggins is doing halfway down the road and whether she's got the cooker on at 5 o'clock. Might be really interesting, I don't know, they might be into that sort of thing. But realistically, what actually is important is where the connects are between the interface points on the network and then what the predicted load is there. And I think that's probably the key thing there in data sharing, is deciding what actually data do you need to share. Because I think saying everything is probably not the right answer. And I think you're just building a monster. Whereas I think what's more important is saying that actually these are the key switches. This is a switch that if I close, it creates a parallel on your network. So you want to know about that one. And actually I suppose, sorry, mate, my mind's gone blank. The Thevenin equivalence of that network is this. And I think it's probably at that sort of level we need to be collaborating, because we have enough trouble dealing with our own network without modeling everybody else's as well.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, that it's also about focus. Doing everything will not help much. But I also believe that there's an additional topic to the question, which is actually linked to hardware. Because especially in Germany, we need to move forward with the smart meter rollout, because otherwise we can do a lot of nice digital or data integration between DSOs and TSOs. But if we don't source the data properly at the household, then it will also not be so important. So it has a lot of different perspectives from my point of view.
Yeah, but we also run into, if we start monitoring households, there's something about GDPR. We're not allowed to actually know exactly. Yeah, so I don't want to go into that detail. Sorry.
Maybe just a point on that. Usually it's, at least from a data perspective, not so super interesting to look at a single household than to a certain point of aggregation. Because seeing structure in data is quite more difficult for a single household where somebody would turn on his TV or something.
Yes, but even if there is the GDPR, there is present also in Italy, of course. The smart metering is the first step to make a basis of data. That's the fundament for the digitalization process. So it completely true what said, because the smart meter is the first step for a digitalization strategy, in my opinion. So if you don't have it, then we can think how manage the data in order to respect all the requirements. But the first step is to get the data from the source.
Yeah.
And I know you don't want to turn this into a GDPR conversation, but synthetic data is coming.
Yeah.
We're going to just be using synthetic data to model what consumers are doing, and we don't care what Mrs. Smith down the road is cooking.
Yeah.
Yes,
It's
Mrs. Miggins in our area. Mrs. Smith, that's fine.
Okay, let's change topic a bit. Today we heard about innovation, digitalization. It's not a question you have prepared, so this will be a bit challenging. I think innovations is really important. There's a lot of skilled people doing innovation, startups, scale-ups, and all that. Some TSOs and DSOs are forward-leaning and trying to not develop everything themselves. How do we actually create that space where, yes, we have to have 99.999 whatever uptime, but at the same time creating that sandbox environment where we can move faster forward? I'd like to challenge you on, especially on TSO level, but also on DSO level, because yes, there's also a resource problem. You will not be able to attract all the good talents you need. There's a lot of good intelligence out there. And how do we make that cooperation happen and not duplicate things and, comments to that or ideas? How do we do that?
I mean, I think the comments earlier on around the building trust, and actually I thought the comment around the MVP was a really good one, because I think if you're going to innovate, what you need to make sure you do is that innovation, if it fails, it doesn't matter. And I think that's the key thing. What you don't do is you probably don't innovate on your core control system, But if you've got innovation that can help you make decisions that can potentially feed into it, that can give you, you know, better forecasting, and actually, and I suppose one of the ways we've looked at it in the past is that, and apologies, I'm going to go back to warships again. I do apologise, but stick with me for a moment. If you think about a ship, you've got you don't want an exciting hull and an exciting engine. That's not a good thing. That's supposed to be really boring and does what it does. What you do want is exciting radar and weapon systems on the top to actually deliver the effect. And I think we need to look at it in that perspective, that there's some systems that are supposed to be boring because they're supposed to do what they do and keep doing it. But what we need to look for innovation is in what can you put around that without affecting that core function. And I think the MVP and the potentially looking at least to begin with, non-integrated systems until you gain the confidence and the testing in it, is a good way to get innovation into the real world quickly, get it rolled out, but without increasing the risk on the network.
Yeah.
So we follow two strategies to bring together innovation and the classical thing that a TSO is responsible for. And the first strategy is an incubator. So it's in our company, it's called the Nest. So that means that we have a team of smart people that review ideas that come from our business departments. And if the idea makes it through the prioritization funnel, then they send these people to the business department, and then they ideate and they create in 30 days, they create a working proof of concept. So like an artifact that actually does something. And if this is then successful and you can see that there's value behind, then this is then industrialized later on. So that's the first strategy. And the second strategy, and I think it's probably even more powerful, is what we can summarize with citizen development. So we give, also via the data platform, we give everyone in the company the opportunity to do something with data, to automate something, to explore something, to innovate on their desk in the daily work that they do. And that triggers very decentrally a lot of innovation, a lot of good ideas that then also change the mindset, and that also lead then on higher management level into really nice ideas and concepts that then also make it into production.
Yeah. Yep. Comments?
Yeah, well, what I think is, if I understood your question also right, is so how are we going to innovate and as a TSO and not, and also use actually the power that is outside of our own organization. And well, I think we as TSOs, of course, all have the same problems and are finding the same solutions to certain problems. So sharing and you reusing that, I would say that definitely, I think we can do that better. I have found a couple of elements that I think, oh, okay, well, for me, interesting. I'm wondering if that could be something that we could copy. Perhaps the same goes from solutions that I also have brought to you. At least we are open to share that as well. So that is, I think, one. And there, it's always difficult to get these things going, but find this one thing where you can do this. One is which is working for us is what we are doing currently with RTE. The thing that I showed is what we are really closely working together with RTE, and then something is really I would say accelerating. So this is find this kind of elements is one. I think the other one is also creating kind of foundational elements that it is also easier to bring external parties on board. So having some kind of data platform with data foundations, how to onboard in a different company, what kind of code standards do you have? So at least that if you onboard them, how does this then can you incorporate it in your system, and that this is not again a separate silo. So also these things will really help as well.
Yeah, Michel.
Maybe just additional to that, also to get like inspiration and ideas covering other industries can help a lot. Like, sure, from an energy perspective, we are close to an IT company, and therefore there are solutions from the IT world that could help to also enhance the energy world. Or maybe more abstract, to have other industries that might be useful and products that can lead to a similar solution in the energy world.
Yeah,
Yes, yes, also to put the innovation department closer to the business so that the ideas of the innovation department can match a little bit better to the need of the business line, and also the innovation department can touch with their hand the problem that the operation and the business line have to face with.
Yeah, but then we're into this organization where the C-suites needs to understand that innovation actually can help the operations. To be very blunt, I heard a lot of talks about digitalization, but remember, the title here is automation as well. So we go from control, monitor, predict, and automate. Now, I like to hear what we are going to automate in, let's say, 40, 50 years from now, because that's the challenge we have in front of us. What decisions do we make today, as I started my talks today, that will automate the system better? It's a mind thought now. Who wants to go first?
So I think, I mean, I think it's been mentioned a few times, the frontier is probably the LV network. I think in terms of networks, probably higher voltages. I mean, it's not complete yet, but the HV and MV is probably is reasonably flooded with automation. Not completely, but you know, it's getting there. And I think the next one is, and we've started doing a little bit with a Smart Street project, which is on-load tap changes, and also remotely operated breakers and switches. So breakers in LV boards and switches in link boxes. I assume we know. Is that a common term? Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Underground. Yeah. Anyway, I'll keep going. But I think coming back to your original question, that is an area where innovation is a little bit easier because the impact is much lower. So we've had innovation projects there of essentially edge compute on that, where between them the control for the tap changer and for the switches decides when to tap up, tap down, when to mesh networks in a particularly small area. So I think that's one of those areas where it's much easier there to start deploying lots of innovation out. Because whilst I don't want it to go wrong, if it does go wrong, I might have lost 200 customers and I can get them back on quickly, as opposed to having a major national blackout, which, you know, tends to be bad news all around. So I think that's probably where we're seeing the increase in automation rolling out. I think to a certain extent, this is looking ahead because we're probably not quite there yet, but it's one of the things that starts to help us with things like volt drop from in-feed generation and EV charging to reconfigure the LV network. We're probably not at the point yet where we're getting huge advantages from that, so we've sort of slowed our roll of that down a little bit at the moment. But it's certainly something we can see coming. So it's one of the things we've sort of got on the shelf in the grab bag, ready to go at the point to which it becomes necessary.
Yes, we have also.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. Yes.
Sorry. We have also to keep in mind that we are speaking about a critical asset and critical operation. So it's clear that to introduce the automation, we have to be completely sure that we introduce the automation where it is needed and that do exactly the thing that has to do, because it's a critical infrastructure. So that the process is a little bit slow, it's understandable. And from our side, we tried to introduce the automation in the protection, more faster automation in the protection, and also in the restore, in the identification of the fault, and also the restore. In fact, we have developed a solution that can identify and restore the network in 2 or 3 seconds. But it's clear that the automation, on the contrary of digitalization and data analysis, is lower because the operations are critical.
Yeah, I see it exactly as you said it. There always needs to be a business case behind. So from my point of view, my personal point of view, you need to be a bit careful with automation. Because when we look at our control room, we have 3 people sitting in the control room managing the grid. Is it, you know, it's about billions of euros when we have a supply interruption, and it's not efficient to try to get rid of 3 people. Maybe 6 or 10 people if they have certain shifts. It's better to have someone sitting there and to check what's going on, and then to try to, you know, automate that. It's useless from my personal opinion. Where I see a lot of potential for automation is when it comes to IT development downstream. So we have a lot of developers in our company that need to work very hard and have a lot of time effort to deploy servers, to manage security, to do implementation pipelines and so on. And if you automate that in a good way, that you just say, okay, I want to have a container to do my IT development and everything is configured, everything is automated, that can save so much money, so much time. And I think actually the time dimension is the more important one, because you reduce time to market of new applications significantly. So you're much more agile, you can more quickly respond to certain changes in the market. So this is where automation should focus on, not getting rid of 3 people in the control room, but to make sure that the entire organization can just adapt much more quickly to change.
Great. I just want to check, anybody from the audience wants to challenge the panel? You're unprepared, okay. Okay, here's a question. On your digital journey or automation journey, are you okay to share, I would put it politely, experiences, but even common mistakes? What has not gone so well? That would be interesting to listen into.
So, I mean, I think actually, what I'm about to say, I think this theme has already come up a couple of times. You know, talking about innovation, and there was sort of a little bit of a centralization or decentralization conversation in there, sort of top down or bottom up. And I think, you know, having, you know, effectively, you know, the NISO has only existed for like, you know, sort of 6 weeks or something. But so we're sort of figuring out a lot of this process, but just how to solve in terms of what it is, you know, sorry, let me go back. We've been building a lot of the foundations in order to become good at doing AI. So everything from the infrastructure, data sharing, you know, AI policies, tooling, all of that stuff. And now we're kind of moving out of that build phase or that foundation phase into what are we going to build? And you know, the observation of looking at the organization as it was when it was before it was before it was owned, you know, and I think this is true of not just the energy industry, but actually every industry that I've ever worked in. Is there's a real problem with the ideation of how do you get the SMEs who are trying to solve problems every day to think in a data-led way, and how do you get the data scientists to, you know, think in the mindset of a control room engineer? And I think what happens is we keep tripping over the same sort of thing where there is an impatience. And so you have these top-down projects, hero projects, that get funding, and everyone makes a big deal about them, and nothing happens. They take years in development, and then they turn into this giant, expensive solution looking for a problem. You know, I think this is sort of the thing that, and we're going through this cycle again right now and I'm arguing the opposite case. I'm saying, look, we need to be slow. Let me talk to the end users. Let me build confidence and change the culture and go bottom up. But that's going to take a really long time. And so there's this tension, and I don't think anyone has ever really properly resolved it. So we're just going to plow on and do the best we can. And you know, we're going to make some mistakes that I've watched being made again and again for the last 15 years. And I'm going to probably make some of those same mistakes again, somewhat deliberately. So I don't know what your perspectives are.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with a lot of that. I suppose one of the experience and challenges we tend to have is the sort of the business IT link. And I mean, when I went to software system development, my smile starts rising because I'm on the business side, so I spend my time trying to work around IT a lot of the time, if I'm being brutally honest. So I think there's an element there to say that there's a tension there between building things which are well supported and they kept going, which, to be honest, a lot of time end up being hero projects because they tend to be quite large projects and then versus what tends to get called grey IT, where actually a lot of the innovation tends to happen in terms of small things built in the business, but then are difficult to scale up. And I think trying to bridge that gap is probably one of the key challenges in probably many organisations, because unfortunately all the things you develop internally are fantastic and fit exactly around what the business wants, but are difficult to support. Whereas big systems which are brought in are easy to support, but you tend to have to bend and twist the business to fit into them. And I think that's probably one of the things around digitalization and getting acceptance and getting it adopted is to try and, I suppose, try and make use of some of the internally developed things where you can. And I think and I suppose trying to make sure as a business that you've got a system where your central IT function is providing the, I suppose, the framework, but providing the freedom to allow the business users to develop things in order to solve those problems, because as we all know, the most enduring sort of solution is a temporary one.
So from my point of view, what I can often observe in the TSO context and maybe also in the DSO context is that people say we are a critical company. We have to manage critical infrastructure. So everything is critical. And from my point of view, that's not really true. Probably 80–90% of the business processes are not critical, and they're very similar to what other companies have. You need to send invoices, you need to, I don't know, manage stuff. So it's not everything is critical. Even some forecasts in terms of wind and solar feed-in are not critical, in the sense that if they are not available for 1 hour, nothing bad will happen. So I think that needs to be challenged. And then for the 80–90% that's not critical, my personal opinion is that it's not a problem to fail. So I would suggest fail every day a little bit to learn and to iterate on it. Because if you try to be safe on non-critical things, you are not ambitious and you will not improve the situation.
Yeah, I would totally agree on that. And additionally, for me, it comes in the end to be as close as possible on the core processes of your business. And if you provide there a benefit for the company, it's much more worth than providing only a single point in doing something with AI, doing something on digitalization, because in the end, we want to do this shift in the energy transition.
Great. Last chance for audience questions. Okay, here's another one. I met a TSO here in Europe. There are about 1,000 people. They are planning to recruit 500 people. I don't know the time frame. It's going to take 10 years or 3 years. I don't know. But this opens up an opportunity for consultants, obviously. Well, how do you see the organizations develop when there is such a need for new resources into your systems or your organizations? Maybe what is the skill sets you're going to look for? And how do you work with academia to make sure that those people that come from universities and educational systems actually match your needs? Share some experiences. How do you do that?
I'll try and be brief, but again, looking forward rather than looking at what has been done in the past. I referred before to our AI strategy, and very briefly, that's got 3 pillars to it. The first one, as I said, is about how do we become really good at AI to be a really good system operator. The second pillar is about how to take that learning into the industry and help the industry be a really, really good industry. And the third pillar is that more international view. How do we take that learning and bring everybody along? Within those pillars, there's a different relationship with, say, the startup industry and academia. Probably in the first pillar, we're somewhat takers. So we're looking at startups that somebody else has started up, and we're just engaging with the ones that suit us and not engaging with the ones that don't. And likewise with academics. Probably as we mature through those pillars, we're going to be a little bit more robust about sort of saying, this is what we would like you to start up. These are what we would like your course to cover. Potentially being something of an incubator, through to being quite prescriptive, I think, about this is exactly the type of people that we want coming through the pipeline, and these are the type of challenges that we want you to solve. And if you solve it, then we'll be a welcoming first customer to you. I don't think that's how it's happened in the past, but that's the way we're thinking about it looking forward.
Great.
Yeah, what I would say is I'm actually really positively surprised by how academia is also playing into the challenges that we have. I think you probably have the same experience as well, that they are really also seeing this as a challenge that they also can really contribute. They want to contribute. They are focusing on this. So my experience is actually really positive on this, and we have experiences with the TU Delft, the Radboud University, and also in Germany with a lot of institutes, and have their good collaborations, and that is also resulting then in inflow into our company as well, of course, because they know you as well. So I would say I don't really experience this as one of the biggest bottlenecks currently. Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Yes, the collaboration with academia in two ways, in my opinion. The first one is working to cultivate talent that when they ask from academia entering the company, and also financing and support some management program like master specific in a topic that can be useful for the company, and support the student or also the people of the company itself to have an education in some kind of field. And the other one, try to hire people, try to hire professionals, focusing on the activity that are real added value. So we hire only in the most important activity, and we try to attract talent also with creating an ecosystem where they feel good.
Great. Yes,
Yeah,
Miguel.
maybe I think also it's crucial to find the right people. Maybe in the beginning of like the digitalization part, it was enough to have maybe one data scientist in a project or something, and having the full structure from automation, monitoring, providing the data science part, and later on operations. There are new upcoming roles that need to be stuffed, and sure, being close to academia helps to find the right people there, and also academia helps us to provide new fields which then can cover the open positions on maybe MLOps, maybe on engineering, which now comes up with our changes in the company.
Yeah, good. I think we're landing on the final question. It's Otil Coutard from Tilt Capital. It's maybe jumping back a bit on the theme here, so I'm reading it out. We have heard about many kinds of application in terms of AI and automation data. What would you say is the main priority for DSOs and TSOs today? First question. Compared to the last few years, do you have the feeling that there is a real acceleration on these topics within DSOs and TSOs? That was the second question. Or on the contrary, would you still call the rhythm slow? So there is a red thread through here.
I'd say data sharing infrastructure. Yes, it's accelerating. Yes, it's going faster all the time. But we're still very early on.
And it will be faster.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. So I see a lot of progress. We need really to invest in professionalizing our data infrastructure, becoming better at, so we can scale and we can accelerate, make it, I would professionalize, make it an fabric, or make it standardized. I think that is so we can do much more and do it easier, faster, more efficient. We need to become faster, but we are accelerating.
And I think the frustration, I think the CEOs say we've been asking for this for so long. Where is it? And I don't think they appreciate just getting a common data model agreed is so hard. Don't worry about building the infrastructure, like, just the modeling. And like I sort of said right at the very beginning, like, there's a lot of willing. Everyone's pushing in to work out how to collaborate, but everyone's also going to have to appreciate this is going to take time.
I think for me, one of the key things at the moment is, particularly in the DSO space, the ramp up in level of investment. So, I mean, in our business, we've gone from investing about £10 million a month to £50 million a month over the last sort of year or so. Now, to me, that presents quite a lot of opportunities, because whilst that causes you a problem in terms of operational staff and people actually physically building stuff, it also puts a lot more stress on all your data functions, purely in terms of keeping the records updated. So I think there is an opportunity now that actually some of the automation isn't taking anyone's job away, which I think if you're on a static level, then automation makes things more efficient. Ultimately, the next question with CFO is, well, which role is going then? Now, when you're on an upward slope, that's far simpler, because it's what you're actually doing is you're reducing the increase in headcount. And I think for me, that's probably one of the things that potentially starts driving things over the next few years, in that it becomes much easier within businesses to invest in automation, because you can spend this money here, or you can hire 3 more people, and which makes it a much easier proposition to make.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes, what the DSO has to keep in mind, in my opinion, the topic where they have to focus on more is the capability to adapt, to control, to manage the network faster than in the past, because the network now is changing very rapidly. So the DSO has to create a new capability to be faster, to act in an efficient way on the grid.
Yeah.
So the grid more flexible, more rapid to be managed, and so on. And to do this, of course, the DSO can rely on data, on people, on investment, on innovation, on everything. But the last mile is be ready to manage rapidly the network.
That's the famous last words: manage the grids faster. But what I'm hearing is, don't do a quick and dirty job. Do it professionally. Put the foundation in place and move on from that. So I think that's a good ending. Thank you so much for your time. I know you all are very, very busy men developing the new future. So thank you once more, and big applause to the panel. With that, as they say in fifth gear, we've come to the end of this forum. It has been a great pleasure to share it. You've been very, very kind to me and kept the timelines. I've learned a lot. I mean, starting with Jessica's presentation on where digitalization are from TSOs and DSOs, and moving all the way down to hardware, how it's working in the grid. I look forward to the next session from Leadvent Group, where we actually learned what we should be doing today. And maybe, I don't know when the next event will be, but hopefully not in 40, 50 years. We'll take a foot down and say we managed something, we achieved something, because Europe needs you to develop this digital and automation fast, but with the sound but being brave there and challenge us. So once again, thank you so much, and I look forward to meet you again. Any final comments? Yes, don't forget to fill in the forms. I know you want to say that.
Yes, for sure. Yes, just a few last words for me. I want to thank all the participants for joining us today, and all the speakers for your amazing presentations, and also for all the guests, virtual or those who we have with us today. And also, of course, I want to thank our chairman, Robert. Let's give him a bit of gratitude for this incredible day. Thank you. Of course, we're looking forward to receive your feedback. So you can submit the evaluation form, you can call us, you can email us, as it would be comfortable for you. If you would choose to fill in the form, then you can give it to me or to my colleague at the reception desk. And also you have a chance to network further at the break area outside of this hall. I wish you a safe journey home. Thank you for coming and good evening.
Could I, sorry to interrupt. Weren't we supposed to take a group photo? Because this is a nice community. We want to remember it. It's not going to be black and white pictures, but okay. But is it okay for is anybody not wanting to be part of the group photo? Then it's okay. But could we arrange something? Do you want to? Sorry.